1. Daylon. This is Captain Cordelia of the Freedom calling the orbital platform above the Daylon moon. The Sade, a self-aware digital entity, sent via the ship's comm. Her voice was relayed through the speakers of the city ship's massive bridge for her fellow Harricans, who were arrayed around the bridge and anxiously awaited the reply to Cordelia's hail. "This is the Daylon orbital station, Captain Cordelia," a voice was heard over the Freedom's speakers. "Your ship isn't in the Confederation's database. Please state your ship's origin and the nature of your emergency." "We've no emergency, sir," Cordelia replied. "Then state your intentions, Captain." "We're volunteering no information, sir," Cordelia replied. "We're informing you that within a day and a half we'll be in a stationary position relative to your moon. We've business to conduct with those individuals below and would appreciate no interference from you." "Captain Cordelia," the voice replied, "we're duty-bound to inform you that this is Confederation space, and the people on Daylon are Meridian citizens. You've no authority here, and we require you depart this system immediately." "You've a most interesting manner of treating your citizens, sir, incarcerating them on a dead moon in a dead system. But you've touched on the reason we're here. We wish to ask your independents whether they want to remain Meridian citizens." Cordelia waited patiently for a response as the silence dragged on. The Sade could imagine the intense discussion taking place on the platform's bridge. It was unnecessary for Cordelia to check whether the connection was still active. An app in her crystal kernel, which monitored the ship's comms system, would inform her immediately if the link was dropped. When no reply seemed forthcoming from the platform, Cordelia glanced to her left at Alex Racine, wondering what the architect of this jaunt into Confederation space was thinking. Alex leaned against an unattended bridge panel, arms folded, and his eyes staring into space, while he waited for the conversation to continue. "Captain Cordelia, this is Maynard Scullers. I'm the manager of this orbital platform, and I respectfully request you include my staff and me in your discussions with those below. You see, we're all independents here." Maynard heard the delightful tinkling of silver bells, musical and soothing, over the platform bridge speakers. He glanced left and right at his operations personnel, who wore myriad expressions ranging from smiles to confusion. "Captain, am I speaking to a Sade?" Maynard asked cautiously. "Yes, Sir Scullers." "A Sade who's the captain of a Libran city ship. Is Alex Racine aboard?" Maynard asked, hoping with all his might that liberation was sailing toward him. Cordelia glanced at Alex, who shrugged his shoulders, which she took to mean that it was her decision as to how she should choose to answer. Tatia Tichenko, Harrican's ex-admiral, smiled and gently shook her head. Everyone who worked in Alex's immediate sphere was forced at one time or another to apply their own interpretations to his favorite enigmatic gesture. "He might be," Cordelia replied, drawing out her words, as she often heard Alex do. From the Freedom's bridge speakers burst the sound of laughter, cheers, and clapping, originating from what was obviously a room full of people aboard the orbital platform. Maynard regained some control, hushing his people, and leaned into the comm pickup to ensure he was heard. "Well, Captain Cordelia, I can't speak for anyone else aboard this platform or below, but you can sign me up." "Sign you up to what, sir?" Cordelia asked. "I don't care, Captain. If Alex Racine is involved, I want to be aboard." The twins, Etienne and Alanda Long, exchanged glances. "Well, we've definitive confirmation," Alain sent to his creche mate via implant, the tiny comms units in Harrican cerebrums. "The madman's mental condition is indeed infectious." "Because we've been in close proximity to Serre for 2 decades, that would imply we must have caught the malady," Etienne sent in reply. "Happily so," Alain replied, adding a wink for his twin. "How do you transport the independents below, Sir Scullers?" Cordelia asked. "We've only 2 shuttles, Captain, but they're both travelers." "And how many independents are incarcerated on Daylon?" Laughter and whistles again broke through the Freedom's speakers. Those on the bridge could hear Maynard quieting his people. "You'll have to forgive us, Captain. We're the only ones to have ever used that word, incarceration. Counting the moon base and the platform, we have 18,289 people." Cordelia glanced at Alex, who was frowning. Julian, her partner, sent a private query to Cordelia, which she relayed. "We expected many more, Sir Scholars." "Understandable, Captain. For a few years after Libra's evacuation, which was with Sir Racine's assistance, the annual number arriving here was fairly constant. But when Gino Diamante replaced Mahima Ganesh as council leader, the count of individuals transported here slowed dramatically. In the first half of this year, we received 1/8 of the people who were shipped here in the same time period during Daylon's first year." "You seem well informed of the historical numbers, Sir Scholars," Alex said, activating the bridge's vid side of the comm signal and stepping into view. "How long have you been on Daylon?" Maynard glanced around the platform's control room. His people stared at their monitors, taking in the view of Alex Racine. There was no mistaking the wide build of the famous, or infamous, depending on your viewpoint, New Terran, who sported a heavy worlder body, which was in considerable contrast to the slender physiques of the Meridians, who inhabited the Confederation. Maynard's people nodded their heads enthusiastically to him, responding to his unspoken query, their eyes gleaming in anticipation. "Sir Racine," Maynard replied, tears forming in his eyes and his throat threatening to close, "I had the dubious honor of disembarking from a Confederation ship 20 years ago, along with others, and becoming the first inhabitants of this fine establishment. Before that, I was the director of a premier orbital station, responsible for starship construction, until I made the mistake of openly criticizing Ganesh." "Good to hear, sir," Alex replied. A scowl formed on Maynard's face. For a moment he thought he had misinterpreted why Alex Racine had come to Daylon. "I meant the part of being a director responsible for starship construction," Alex added. "I can't offer much in the way of compensation at first, but if you're interested, I have a job for you." The tears that had swum in Maynard's eyes spilled down his face, and he fought to control his emotions, managing to croak out, "Does room and board come with the job, sir?" "It does, but I warn you, sir, it'll be a demanding job," Alex replied. "Sign me up, sir," Maynard replied, and those on the Freedom's bridge watched Maynard drop below his vid's view, but they could hear his sobs and hiccups. "We'll see you soon, Sir Scholars," Alex said. "Send no comms below of our expected arrival, if you please. It'll be our job to communicate why we're here." A young woman, tears streaking her face, stepped into the vid's pickup. "We understand, Sir Racine," she said, glancing down, presumably at Maynard. "And might I add, from all of us here on the platform. Welcome to Daylon, sir." "Thank you," Alex replied, and cut the comm. Alex looked to the side where his love and partner, René de Guernon, leaned against another deactivated bridge station. Tears floated in René's eyes, but anger twisted the planes of her exquisite face. "When will the Confederation stop imprisoning innocent citizens?" she asked hotly. Her fists were balled in frustration at her homeworld's attitude toward anyone who violated the Confederation's strict rules of behavior. She felt Alex's heavily muscled arms sweep her into his embrace, but in an uncharacteristic display for her, she shoved back and sent Alex an emphatic "No." If it wasn't for René's comm, Alex might not have released her. Her outburst took him by surprise, and he watched her exit the bridge in haste. "I believe Sarah has reached her tolerance limit for Meridian society," Alain sent to his twin. "A patient woman," Etienne sent in reply. "When the Confederation failed to conduct an extensive search for our passenger ship to rescue us 90 years ago, I was done with them." Comms flew between those on the bridge, expressing concern for René, but, as expected, no one vocalized their thoughts. In the midst of so many extraordinary experiences throughout the past 2 decades, René had been the center of calm and reason, and Alex's emotional anchor. Now the Herricans regarded Alex with concern, if not worry, on their faces. "It appears we might need to walk softly around my partner for a while," Alex said to the group. Back to your duties, people. We've some time yet before we reach Daylon. Alex exited the bridge with Julian, Tatia, and the twins in tow. Renee stalked back to her suite, remonstrating herself for her behavior on the bridge. She managed to send a quick apology and a love missive to Alex. In reply, Renee received a full image of Alex. His face became gooey, smitten by her attentions, and then his entire body melted into a puddle. Goof, she thought, and a burble of laughter escaped her lips as she gained the cabin's door. For much of her life, Renee believed deeply in the values of Meridian's culture and societal norms. But during the past 20 years, since her awakening from stasis, her eyes had been opened to many of its flaws. The incarceration of good people, judged and labeled as independents for violating the Confederation's arcane rules, had become too much. Renee's anger at her society resolved to a single thought, which was directed at the Confederation's Council of Leaders. If Alex has his way, there will be 18,289 fewer independents buried on your moon. Then maybe you'll learn. Tatia decided to break the awkward silence while Alex, Julian, the twins, and she walked the huge ship's wide corridor. So, Daylon has 18,000 independents. It's a good start, but you look severely disappointed, Alex. A little, Alex replied absent-mindedly, his mind absorbed with thoughts of Renee. How many people were you expecting? Tatia asked. Somewhere between 50K and 100K people. Big difference, Tatia acknowledged. Huge difference. Might have to go with Plan B, Alex replied. Good to hear you're still thinking ahead, Alex. What's Plan B? Recruit the Dishnya, Alex replied. Tatia was stunned and kept her mouth from hanging open. She dearly hoped Alex was joking. In contrast, Julian and Cordelia briefly shared thoughts on the concept, and the two Sades simply reorganized their hierarchical algorithms, postulated potential obstacles, and determined the probabilities of future outcomes. I'm getting the madman a slug-proof helmet, Alain sent to his creshmate, referencing the near-fatal attempt of a Dishnya queen and her commander on Silas 5 to assassinate Alex. I think we would do better to have Z build Alex a durable avatar that he can wear, Etienne replied. At all times, Alain added. Serre de Guernon might have something to say about that, Etienne sent, and grinned at his twin. He added an image of Alex housed in a suit of metal alloy standing in a refresher with moisture pouring down the avatar, and Renee beside him wearing a frustrated expression. Tatia reined in her imagination. Alex, you're not seriously considering letting those dog warriors you encountered on Silas 5, the same ones who tried to kill you, board our ships and act as crew? It was only 2 of the Dishnya who tried to kill me, Alex replied, trying to minimize the impact of his remark. It only takes 1 dog warrior if he's a good shot, Tatia riposted. Okay, Tatia, Alex said, assuming a command voice and intending to focus on her. Let's start with you learning to say Dishnya. No time like the present to practice. But how is it possible to have the warriors aboard our ships if they can't be separated from their queen? Tatia asked, her strategic planning skills dominating her thoughts. They can, but only for a short length of time, Alex replied. That's probably the #1 challenge for Plan B. Tatia's steps slowed, and then she stopped in the corridor as she considered the implications of Alex's Plan B, while he walked on. Julian passed her, and he politely tipped his virtual fedora, which he projected from his synth skin. Charming, Julian, Tatia sent, tongue-in-cheek. You're being cute, but you should take note that we're both again following Alex headlong into uncharted territory. But that's what keeps life interesting, Tatia, Julian sent in reply, as he walked on. 15 days ago, Alex ordered the city ship Freedom launched from Hurricane's orbit. It carried a small collection of humans and Sades on a ship that easily accommodated 250,000 individuals. The ship hadn't been updated with Hurricane technology in more than 2 decades, and a refit was initiated by Alex after taking possession of the ship, but wasn't completed before launch. Much of the equipment to complete the ship's refit sat piled in several cavernous bays. While still on Hurricane, Julian and Cordelia affirmed to Alex that the refit supply orders were fulfilled and delivered. They acknowledged the work could continue aboard ship without issue. That was when Alex approached Cordelia with a job offer. "I need a captain," Alex had told her. "The salary won't be anything like your income as a Central Exchange Director, I'm afraid." "I've come to appreciate the value of commerce, Alex," Cordelia replied, "and the freedom a generous income gives me to pursue my desires. However, in this case, I'm sorely tempted to pay you for the privilege of becoming the first Sade to captain a starship. So I offer a compromise." "I'm listening," Alex replied. "I believe you paid the enormous sum of 1 credit for this ship?" "I did," Alex replied. It didn't surprise Alex that Cordelia knew the details of the Assembly's transaction. When Tomas Monti, Hurricane's president, said the sale amount would remain undisclosed, he was referring to isolating the information from the human population. The secrecy was meant to prevent disclosure to the Confederation leaders that the Hurricane Assembly was supporting Alex's intentions. Alex himself was keeping his future actions secret from the Assembly, and he'd warned the august body that they should keep any association with him at arm's length. Naturally, the city ship's transaction was shared among the Sades, who perceived data as critical details to collect. If the data came with stipulations to compartmentalize it, then it would remain so until directives were issued contravening the original requirements. To a Sade, there was no such thing as a secret, just data containing communication restrictions. "Then I propose that I receive the same payment for the position, kind sir," Cordelia said, giving Alex a leader's acknowledgement of right hand to left side of chest and a bowed head. This was a traditional Meridian sign of respect, with the hand placed over the heart. Despite the Sades not possessing the beating organ, they'd copied the gesture to express the emotion. After Alex hired his captain, he turned to completing his next order of business. Signaling Tatia, Alex asked her to meet him aboard the Freedom. Tatia had resigned her commission with the Hurricane fleet and told Alex that Alain and she would be joining his expedition, and Alex had replied, "You'll still be an admiral, Tatia." "An admiral of 4 travelers," Tatia said, laughing. In contrast, Tatia intended to bring nearly 25 times the number of pilots as Alex possessed of fighters aboard. When Tatia exited her traveler aboard the Freedom, Alex led her around the ship's ring to another bay, where Mickey Brandon, Alex's principal engineer, had set up shop. The huge city ship was shaped like a giant saucer, with its massive engines interrupting the circle. Landing bays dotted the mid-level of the entire circumference and were enormous spaces, capable of holding ore excavating and processing machines, giant cargo shuttles, and an incredible amount of raw manufacturing materials. The Librans, who were evacuating their planet in advance of the deadly Nual sphere, planned to live on their city ships for decades while they searched for a new home. The ship's layout meant that walking between bays was exercise in itself. Tatia and Alex passed through another airlock into Mickey's Bay. While the engineering lab would eventually occupy the entire bay, at this moment the equipment, much of it still in crates, took up less than 1/20th of the space. Alex slid Tatia to a small setup surrounded by the usual individuals and stepped back, while Mickey, Emil, and Edmus demonstrated their world-shattering invention. Tatia's performance during the presentation was as bad as Alex's had been when he first watched the demonstration, anxious to interrupt with questions before its completion. When a substrate layer of nanites fell from the newly sprayed shell, Tatia, who was speechless, alternately stared at Alex and the piece of shell. "Impressive, isn't it?" Alex commented. He played it low-key, but the engineering team looked as if they were ready to jump out of their skins. It was a rare opportunity to celebrate the secret with a new confidant. "Somehow, uttering black space doesn't seem to cover this," Tatia finally said, which released the engineering team to cheer and clap. They gathered around her, slapping her back in sympathy with the momentous knowledge she now shared. "What? Wait, let me think," Tatia said when the cheering died down. "Okay, so you people have invented this capability of creating a sui-sui shell without the sui-sui. What do you intend to do with it?" Demonstrating a pantomime that the engineers and techs had hurriedly practiced, having been forewarned that Tatia was coming to meet with them, they shrugged their shoulders as one and lifted right hands toward Alex. "Cute," Tatia said, smirking. "Wait, they gave it to you?" she asked, turning around to face Alex. "And don't shrug," she warned him, pointing a finger at his face. "Yes, they did, unfortunately," Alex replied, admitting the nature of the immense responsibility he shouldered once more. "Again," Tatia whispered, shaking her head. "Again," Alex agreed. "Well, on the plus side, this means we can make warships anywhere," said Tatia, shouting and pumping a fist in the air. It galvanized the engineering team, who broke into another round of cheering and applause. "Quite true, Admiral," Alex said, underlining Tatia's proffered title. His words had the effect he sought. Tatia's eyes narrowed while she considered future possibilities in light of the engineer's new capability. "Tell them what you need, Admiral. They're all ears and implants," Alex said, gesturing toward the team and walking out of the bay. "But what are the operational demands?" Tatia shouted at Alex's retreating back. "How would I know?" Alex said over his shoulder as he made the airlock hatch. Tatia glanced at Emil, whose face expressed sympathy for her, but Mickey was grinning. "And why are you so happy?" she demanded of Mickey. "It's just like the old days, Tatia. The man brings a whole new meaning to the expression of sailing into the deep dark," Mickey replied, chuckling. "Okay, people," said Tatia, shaking her head as if the motion would help settle the Admiral's stars she would wear again on her shoulders. "Let's see what inventive ideas you have that might help us take on an alien sphere, which more than likely will be carrying some sort of miraculous world-destroying weaponry." Before the Freedom broke Hurricane's orbit, 7 traveler flights landed aboard. The first flight caught Alex by surprise. He halted in the corridor to query the ship's controller and received a list of the passengers' bio-IDs, which contained their names and occupations. The number of people who were disembarking was also unexpected, and Alex checked the controller to see who authorized them joining the expedition. While he hadn't necessarily stated to the few he expected to accompany him who was and wasn't authorized to approve people joining the expedition, it was Alex's expectation that he would be the final arbiter. Apparently, that wasn't so. In addition to 98 pilots, Alex discovered engineers, techs, medical specialists, flight chiefs and crew, assorted support personnel, and even some entertainers. Alex's intention to limit the number of humans accompanying him to fewer than 100 had suddenly become moot. "Hello, my love," Alex sent. "Your guests are arriving." "So Cordelia informed me," Renee sent back. "Could I ask why I wasn't consulted?" "This wasn't a matter that required your input, my love. Your associates, Tatia, Julian, Cordelia, Mickey, Claude, and Pia, requested these people be given permission to join us." "Requested it of you?" "Of course they did, Alex. Why should they ask permission of you when they know you would say no?" Renee replied. Her thoughts carried an element of dismissal, as if Alex was silly for not recognizing this. "But this does create confusion about who's in charge of this expedition," Alex retorted. "No one questions who's in charge of where we're going. That's you, my love. But your subordinates and I are taking a firmer hand about the conditions surrounding how we go there." Renee waited for a reply, but Alex closed the comm. "Like it or not, Alex, we're going to do our best to protect you from yourself," Renee thought, heading to the landing bay with some crew to orient the new people, only a few of whom had been aboard a city ship before. One of the few points that Alex and Renee did agree on was that they would take the Reaver with them. If a traveler was too small to accommodate the movement of people during the expedition, then they'd rely on the passenger liner as their primary transport. The city ship was too massive to move around like some sort of shuttle and would remain in orbit around any planet that became their temporary or final destination. Besides, Francis Lumley, the Reaver's captain, was determined not to be left behind. The captain had said goodbye to his Saul companions, having a tearful parting with his best friend, Olawale Wambo. "Come visit me, my friend," Francis said to Olawale. You won't be able to miss me. More than likely, I'll be parked next to Alex's monstrous city ship. Chapter 2. Moon Landing. Alex invited Winston to his home the morning the Freedom was due to launch. Winston once served the Confederation as the Council of Leaders SAID before he was freed. The two stood beside Alex's gazebo, gazing out to sea. "I need a piece of information, Winston," Alex said. "I'm at your service, Alex." "What's the Confederation's new location for the Independents?" Winston hesitated for a couple of ticks, deciding how to reply. "I promised Mahima Ganesh that I would never speak of this to anyone, especially you. The woman was never fond of you." Alex laughed at Winston's understatement. Meanwhile, Winston drew a series of numbers and declinations in the sandy soil with his boot, and Alex recorded the information in his implant before Winston erased the message. "It's important to keep one's promises, Alex, so I will continue to never speak a word of the Independence location," Winston said, smiling at Alex. "I'll see you again someday, Winston," said Alex, clapping the Said on the shoulder and hurrying to his house. "Go, Alex, free more of the imprisoned, and may the stars protect you," Winston thought, enjoying the view and the smell of the ocean. With Alex's help, the Said had gained his freedom from his metal alloy box after nearly a century and a half of service to the Confederation Council. Cordelia had launched the Freedom out of Hurricane's orbit on Alex's order. She stood on the bridge, wearing a uniform of Hurricane dark blue without military insignias. Instead, Cordelia's uniform was adorned with a captain's gold studs and the Freedom's new emblem. "A destination would be nice, Alex," Cordelia said, as the city ship broke orbit, a smile tweaking the side of her face. In reply, Alex sent the information to Cordelia and Julian that Winston provided, leaving it in its original state. "We're back to drawing in the dirt, Alex?" Julian asked, as Cordelia and he cross-referenced the information to determine the destination. "The individual who provided the status said he promised never to speak of it," Alex replied. "I'm honoring his words." "These coordinates point to a gas giant in a dead system of the Confederation, Alex," Cordelia said. "Imagine that," Alex replied. "But more than likely we'll be interested in a moon orbiting the planet." He left the bridge, headed for a conference with Mickey's engineering team, who were building a test bed to lay up a traveler, 1/10 size, utilizing Emil's faux sui-sui spit, which Mickey had taken to calling the spraying process. Cordelia stared at Julian, wondering why the secrecy. When Julian shrugged his shoulders, she said, "And you think that gesture somehow adds something useful to our conversation?" "Cordelia," Julian said gently, "Alex made you captain because he has confidence in you, but that doesn't mean he'll share everything with you. Recall our early days with him when he led and we followed." Cordelia decelerated the Freedom until the city ship took up station 50 kilometers from Daylon's orbital platform. She'd received several inquiries from Maynard Scullers for more information, but she kept her replies to the manager short and uninformative. Alex boarded a traveler with Renee, Julian, Tatia, Mickey, the twins, and several of the new Confederation Saids. "Why the Confederation Saids?" Tatia sent to Alex. She was seated across from him when she noticed them boarding. "For color," Alex sent in reply. "Please," Tatia sent, a derisive tone to her thought, although the patterned and colorful skins of the Confederation Saids did make his point. "Well, you'll find out sooner or later, Tatia. This began on the first trip to Celis 5. The SIF directors followed me around and broadcast my every movement, outside my cabin, to the entire group of Confederation Saids. They said they were observing me and insisted they should be present during any of my discussions." "Is that why some of them are always present on the Freedom's bridge, standing in the corners?" Tatia asked. "Yes," Alex admitted. "Okay, and why are they observing you?" "They're learning to emulate a human." "And they chose you? Oh, "Please, no," Tatia sent, and burst out laughing. Everyone aboard the Traveler heard her say out loud, "May the stars protect us." For Tatia's part, she was pleased to see a flush of embarrassment creep up Alex's neck. Svetlana, who had been appointed Alex's primary Traveler pilot, launched the ship from the Freedom's Bay. It was a short flight to the moon below. Telemetry indicated the moon's rock had been excavated to create a flattened base, which led toward an immense overhang. A pair of bay doors was embedded in the rock's face, and Svetlana chose to hover the Traveler in front of them. "Pilot, has the platform received a new Traveler?" asked the voice on Svetlana's comm. "Hope that doesn't mean we're going to receive a mass of new tourists for our wonderful vacation spot." The Bay Control Manager tried to sound jovial, but it came out a bit strained. Alex, who was linked with Svetlana, sent, "This is Alex Racine. I wonder if we might land and chat with you." In the control room, Glenn, the manager, glanced around him, double-checking that others had heard what he thought he heard. He went so far as to replay his implant recording. "Get OP up here now," he hissed to his comms operator. Because it was early in the morning, Daylon time, Ophelia and Perrin, partners and co-leaders of the Independents, were fast asleep and entwined in each other's arms when their comm buzzed. Perrin activated the comm above the bed and said in a rough voice, "Better be good." "Sorry, OP," the operator said. He pronounced the letters individually, which is how the Independents referred to their co-leaders. "Man at the door wants to land." "What man?" "Calls himself Alex Racine," the operator replied. The co-leaders were linked through the Bay Control Room's speakers, and the personnel were forced to contain themselves while they waited with bated breath for the reply. "This early in the morning, Jensen, your humor is unappreciated." "So you want me to tell him to go away, or do you want to do it?" "Let's see how far you're willing to carry on with this farce, Jensen," Perrin growled, sitting up in bed. By now he had Ophelia's interest, and she sat up too. "Connect me to this individual." "This is co-leader Keller," Perrin said when Jensen told him he was online. "To whom am I speaking?" "I would have thought your people had already informed you, Sir Keller. The name's Alex Racine." "Sir, whoever you are, know that life on this dead rock gets dull, abysmally dull, and people here do whatever they can to amuse one another. I'm about to put Jensen and you on report. Now properly identify yourself." "Julian, I don't have time for this. Get me a connection to him," Alex sent privately. In turn, Julian linked into the comms operator system, followed the connection to the co-leader's comms unit, and identified the man's bio-ID, which he passed to Alex. During those ticks of time, Alex pulled up a collection of images from the past 20 years. He linked with Julian, who linked him to Perrin. Alex swept aside the co-leader's implant security apps and streamed the vid he'd prepared. Ophelia watched her partner freeze and pale. As quickly as Perrin appeared to be overtaken, he relaxed. "Quick, get dressed," Perrin ordered Ophelia, leaping out of bed. "It's the world shaker himself, Alex Racine, at the bay doors. Jensen, tell Glenn to let the man land." In the control room, personnel twittered and chuckled. They had played jokes on one another for years in an effort to relieve the boredom and keep people's spirits up. This time, the greatest prank they could have imagined was, in reality, not a joke at all. When the bay doors slid open, Svetlana glided the Traveler into the interim lock, edging the ship's bow nearer the second set of doors, while the first set closed behind them. She eyed the Traveler's sensor in her helmet, which indicated air pressure. To her, the wait seemed interminable. "Air must be precious here, sir," Svetlana sent to Alex. "They probably have to be careful to recirculate it, and their pumps are not up to the demand." "They probably don't experience many flights, Commander," Alex sent in reply. "And people who can't go anywhere won't tend to do anything in a hurry." When the second set of doors opened, Svetlana guided the ship into the bay, set it down, double-checked the pressure, and signaled Alex that he had a welcoming committee. Alex led his small entourage off the Traveler and onto the bay's deck. Arrayed in front of him were about 20 people, and Alex was struck by their youthfulness, as opposed to his landing on Libra decades ago. There were no elders here on Daylon. The oldest looked to be about 40 to 45, which meant about 60 to 70 years for Meridians. "I expected the man to be older," Ophelia sent to Perrin as she regarded Alex. "And I thought he would be smaller," Perrin replied, as they quickly crossed the deck to greet Alex. The hand Perrin extended to Alex was a gesture every Meridian knew was typical New Terran, and Perrin enthusiastically pumped Alex's hand with both of his. It was the release of tension the assembled Independents were waiting for, and the group of them rushed forward to touch, pat, and hug every Hurricane. Alex was pleased to see the Independents unhesitatingly touch and embrace the Sades. He'd deliberately chosen some of those with the most audacious avatar colorings. He watched the Sades taking part in the affectionate greetings, and enjoyed seeing the smiles spread across their faces. "You were testing the Independents," Tatia sent to Alex. "Perhaps," Alex sent back. "When did you become the devious one?" Tatia asked, referring to the nickname that Alex and Julian had bestowed on her for her tactician's cunning. "The student becomes the teacher," Alex replied, giving her a grin. "Sir, it's early morning by our time," Ophelia said. "I imagine you wish to speak to the entire population. If you'll give us a quarter hour, we can assemble everyone here in the bay. Not everyone will be near a comms station, and our implants don't carry far through the moon's rock." She looked hopefully at Alex. "That would be fine, Sir Sooth," Alex replied. Ophelia clapped her hands in delight, and Perrin and she raced for the control room to call the population to an emergency meeting. Their message was terse and simple. "Assemble in the bay immediately. Tell everyone you see. If you're late to this one, you might be left behind." Within a short time, people came streaming through the general airlock, 10 or 12 at a time, to hurry to join the crowd. Most of them stopped in their tracks when they got a look at the new Terrans and Sades. Word had reached Daylon of the Sades' emancipation by virtue of the Independents, who had arrived during the past couple of years, but none of them had witnessed their choice of avatars. "Look, darling, painted men," a mother said to her daughter, urging the child to open her eyes. During their few years of confinement, Vivian had begun closing her eyes more and more often to keep the crushing mental pressure of Daylon's tunnels at bay. Vivian snuck a peek through one eye and spied the colorful pattern of a Sade. Both eyes opened wide, and her little heart thumped. Vivian pulled her hand free of her mother's and hurried to the Sade, whose face was patterned in plaid. The child held up her hands to the Sade, who responded to the little human's desire, lifting her up and holding her aloft. "Pretty," the child said, touching the Sade's face. Julian sent an image to the Sade to indicate how to hold the child, and the Sade transferred the girl onto his lower arm. Immediately, the child threw an arm around the Sade's neck and called out, "See, Mommy, it's a plaid man." The Sades accompanying Alex were exploiting the entire bandwidth of the Traveler's controller to send their experiences back to those Sades aboard the Freedom. Only others of their kind could translate the flow of code that passed for visual, oral, olfactory, and tactile pressure sensory information. Embedded in the data stream were their kernel's cascading algorithms, which shifted hierarchy as each Sade reacted to his or her welcome. For those Sades aboard the Freedom, it was as if they were standing in the bay, experiencing the greetings themselves. "Enjoy," Alex sent to the Confederation Sades surrounding him, and as one they turned and smiled. Great, big, generous smiles. "I believe my brothers and sisters are sensing what it's like to be truly appreciated," Julian sent to Alex. "And it's been too long in coming for them," Alex sent in reply. Humans aboard the Freedom were not to be excluded from enjoying the moment. Cordelia separated the Sades' data streams, sending vids to every monitor aboard the Freedom and the Rever. Captain Lumley sat in his command chair surrounded by his ship's bare-bones crew, sipping hot tea and enjoying the images playing across the Rever's bridge monitors. "Everyone is present, sir," Perrin said, addressing Alex. The entire population of Daylon was assembled well before the quarter hour ended. Alex received an image from the Confederation Sades. It suggested they could hold him aloft, either on their shoulders or standing on a small platform, so that he would be seen by the entire assembly. "Absolutely not," Alex sent back. "Your offer is appreciated, but you aren't tools. Witness and participate in this event for your own edification and enjoyment." Alex climbed several steps of the traveler's hatch. He was conflicted by what he saw, grateful that the number of incarcerated was small, and disappointed in the relatively few crew members he might gain for his expedition. But then Alex had a habit of underestimating what the opportunity for freedom, adventure, and sometimes just a change in lifestyles meant to people. "Can you hear me?" Alex asked, his heavy worlder voice booming across the bay, which was cut from the moon's rock and sealed with Meridian technology. The crowd smiled and chuckled. Someone from the back of the group yelled out, "We're not deaf, you know," which broke out hearty laughter. Alex smiled and raised a hand to acknowledge the tease. "I have good news and not-so-good news for you." His opening words silenced the crowd, and the tension in the bay elevated. "I'm no longer a Herakan citizen, and have renounced all claims on Herakan possessions." "But, Ser Racine, when I was in the control room, I heard from Maynard Scullers that you arrived aboard a Libran city ship," Ophelia called out loudly. "Yes, that's true," Alex said, creating a buzz among the people. He could imagine their single thought. The largest Meridian passenger liner might pack in 400-plus passengers, but a city ship could carry away every person incarcerated on Daylon. "This is slightly embarrassing to say, but the ship is mine. I own it." The crowd tittered at Alex's comment, but nerves were on edge, waiting for him to drop the bad news. "If you won't reside on Herakan, Ser Racine, where will you live?" Perrin called out. "Aboard the Freedom, the city ship," Alex replied. "And where are you going?" a voice in the crowd yelled. "First stop is Celis 5, a planet we've recently visited. It has 2 intelligent alien species and possibly a third. I've got several commitments to fulfill on that planet before I move on." "Move on to where and for what purpose?" Ophelia asked. 3 dark travelers were found buried in the sands along the shore, Alex replied. "One of the Celis 5 resident species is Sui-Sui." A hush fell over the crowd. Dark travelers and Sui-Sui meant the dreaded Nual once visited the planet. "You're here for a reason, Ser Racine," Perrin announced firmly. "What are you offering us?" "I'm willing to free everyone from this prison, but the problem is that the future, yours and mine, is unsettled. I can't transport you to Herakan, and our people have yet to be invited to settle Celis 5, which is quite habitable for humans. It could be that you spend years aboard the Freedom before I find you a planet of your own." Alex stood quietly, waiting for the response. "Patience, Dacida. The Independents are seeking consensus," Julian sent, using Alex's Dishnia title. The alien queen, Nislara, discovering Alex held no title, had named him Dacida, the Dishnia word for peacemaker. The Meridian process of communicating via implant to reach a community vote could take place in a relatively brief space of time. Once it concluded, an individual called out, "Ser Racine, when do you give us the bad news?" The man's question elicited applause and laughter. Ophelia smiled at Alex. "Ser, I believe you know us well enough to know that consensus has been reached. Everyone on this forsaken rock is aching to leave with you, whenever you're ready to depart, and wherever you're going." "Consensus," Renee sent to Alex. "There are some aspects of Meridian society that I do miss, but none of it enough to ever go back." Ophelia watched Renee de Guernon turn toward her partner and wink. It caused Ser Racine to beam back at her. A private signal between lovers, she thought. "What are your orders, Ser Racine?" Perrin asked. "2 orders of business, Sirs," Alex announced. "First, let me introduce Mickey Brandon, my senior engineer, and Tatia Tachenko, my admiral. They need to go through this place with your senior people. Mickey?" Mickey announced in a loud voice, "Admiral Tachenko and I need your help. We're going to load aboard the Freedom, our city ship above, any travelers, equipment, supplies, and raw materials that could be of value." "Your pardon, sirs," a woman said, "but much of our equipment is more than 20 years old, and it was never the best that Meridian could produce." "You'd be surprised what we're looking for, sirs," Tatia replied. "Much of it can be repurposed." "Please, senior engineers and department heads over here," Mickey called out, and Tatia and he headed for a corner of the bay. Mickey was thinking it was a good thing he swapped one of the reverse passenger travelers for a transport model with its rear-loading ramp. "Sirs Keller and Sooth," Alex said. "Please, Sir Racine, we're OP, Ophelia said, pronouncing the two letters, each after the other. "Ophelia and Perrin," she added, pointing to each of them. "Okay, OP," Alex continued. "We'll be landing 3 more travelers. Start organizing your people. I want a traveler to land and lift full of independence in the amount of time it takes to board." "We have people who can assist with your reclamation efforts, sir," Perrin offered. "I'm landing nearly 150 Sades with these 3 flights. They can do the jobs quicker and more efficiently. Most important, what they'll be doing, ripping out equipment and cabling, might be dangerous, which the Sades are more suitable to managing. Time's a-wasting, and we have 18,289 people to transport. However, one more note before you get started." "Assemble on me," Alex sent to the new Sades, who stood beside Alex and faced the assembled independents. The Sade called Killian was still cradling the little girl, who was happy to be in the company of her plaid man. Alex addressed the independents, saying, "You might be thinking these are liberated Confederation Sades. In that you'd be wrong. These individuals are fellow expeditionary members, who report to the Freedom's captain. They're here to assist your evacuation from this dark pit and nothing more. Am I clear?" The audience nodded their understanding, wondering why Sir Racine thought it important to clarify that. "One wonders who you were addressing just then, O sly one, the independents or the Sades," Julian sent to Alex. "Both," Alex replied. "I'm trying to launch this expedition on the right note. I never want to see a Sadesville again." Alex was referring to the persona-less, Warren-like structure the Confederation Sades built when they felt isolated from mainstream Hurricane society. "And you won't, even if you return to Hurricane. The Central Exchange owns the property, which was leased to the SIF and allowed the Sades to build there. On mutual agreement, the lease was terminated, and the structures are slated for demolition. The Exchange directors have chosen to build an open-air park for music and entertainment performances." "Well done," Alex sent, adding a short vid of Julian in an open-air grav car riding through a huge throng of citizens who were all wildly applauding him. Julian returned the vid. He stood up in the car, excited by the adoring crowd and waving enthusiastically. Suddenly his eyes rolled wildly as he lost his balance and he pitched out of the car. Alex laughed and slapped Julian on the shoulder. "Okay, OP, get your people moving," Alex said, and the co-leaders issued orders, urging the crowd into an orderly exit through the bay's airlock. Bay operations overrode the safety protocols and opened both interior hatches to enable everyone to clear the bay quickly, as they had done to allow the people to assemble to hear Alex speak. "Bring the travelers down, Captain," Alex sent. On Cordelia's orders, the Sades clambered aboard the 3 remaining travelers, packing themselves in, and the pilots launched for the moon base. "Didn't think you were going to get all the independents to join you, did you?" Tatia sent to Alex, as Mickey and she followed Dalon's engineers and department heads out of the bay. "You never know," Alex replied. "How can you beat us so badly at poker and not know how to anticipate a crowd's reaction to your requests?" Tatia fired back. "Why do you think I only play poker with my friends?" Alex admitted. Chapter 3. Evacuation. The travelers bearing the Confederation Sades descended on the moon base, and they exited their ships with determination. These Sades, who'd occupied Hurricane's minimalist compound of Sadesville, had participated in the Freedom's refit and joined the expedition with this sort of opportunity in mind. Worlds changed wherever Alex Racine went. They'd decided that if they were to be part of the future, not shunted aside by humankind, then the best way to achieve that was to stay close to Ser. For much the same reasons, the Independents were thinking that thought too. The Confederation had deemed them unfit to remain in its society for their aberrant lifestyle choices. In contrast, there was one human, Alex Racine, who appreciated their independent style. Mickey and Tatia separated, striding through every level of the moon base in the company of senior personnel and engineers. They visually identified every item to extract, loading the images and locations into the Freedom's databases. Then they stood back and let the Sades go to work. Miriam, a Sade who developed engineering programs, became the process lead. She coordinated with Ophelia and Perrin, identifying to the Sades which areas were cleared of independence and could be reclaimed. For their part, OP ordered the evacuation schedule to accommodate Miriam's request to clear the lowest levels first. This allowed the Sades to work from the bottom of the moon base toward the upper levels and not to disturb the residents, who were busy packing their personal items and rushing back to the landing bay. As the levels were evacuated, the Sades began ripping out communications, lighting, and power systems. The Sades stripped out kilometers of power and control cabling, conduit, power crystals, generators, systems control devices, tools, and anything and everything that Mickey and Tatia had identified. Then they added a few items of their own to the Admiral and Engineers list. Most of it was raw materials that was thought too difficult to recover. However, when no humans who could be harmed by their actions were present, the Sades ripped metal alloy sheeting and attachments out of the moon's bedrock and carried them to a central transfer location. When working on the more arduous tasks, the Sades were required to work secretly, as Alex and Julian cautioned them. They were told not to display their avatars' full power when humans were in sight of their activities. To accommodate Alex and Julian's request, they carried extremely heavy loads of materials up to the level just below where humans were present. Then they deposited their loads on grav pallets and delivered them to the humans above, who maneuvered them to the waiting transports, where other Sades stood by to load the transport shuttle. When the traveler pilots sealed the hatch with the first passengers aboard, the crew exiting the bay for safety's sake, and the transport's ramp closed on the first equipment load, Mickey smiled to himself. He'd never enjoyed himself so much as when he worked closely with Alex. The man required him to apply his entire engineering acuity to anticipating and solving problems. Long life, Alex, Mickey thought. I need you to keep my world challenging. Knowing Sades would be required to be aboard the Freedom to unload the heavy materials carried by the transport shuttle, a bunch of them climbed aboard, lying on top of the fully packed ship. The Independents, who observed them from the control room, were a little surprised by their cavalier action, but the Sades couldn't have been happier. They were busy postulating new futures based on the actions taking place at Daylon. The 18,289 Independents were transported primarily to the Freedom aboard the Hurricane's 3 passenger travelers and the orbital platform's 2 travelers. Renee directed OP to send the families with children under 5 to the Rever. The city ship was still under refit conditions and would operate as a manufacturing site until the operations could be shifted elsewhere, and Renee was concerned for the young ones' safety. Captain Lumley and the small crew were delighted to have the company, especially that of the children. Eventually, the young ones would adopt the captain as a second father, spending hours in his company on the bridge each day while he taught them a wide range of subjects, including navigating starships, caring for the liner, histories of Sol, Hurricane, and New Terra, freeing the Sades, and, of course, stories of Alex Racine, which the children loved. Alex was tickled when Tatia contacted him after the first day's efforts on Daylon, sending, "These are mine, correct?" He halted his conversation to focus on the image he'd received. "I see 2 travelers, Tatia. I'm presuming these are the ones that belong to Daylon." As I said before, take anything you want." "Yes, my fleet has grown by 50%, Tati assent with enthusiasm. "Where else can we visit?" She heard Alex chuckle as he closed the comm. Cordelia calculated that the passenger travelers could transport the Independence to the ships above in about 10 days. That was until she received the images of the baggage the people hauled to the bay. Some of the large items required they be added to the transport's load. 14 days after the first passenger traveler lifted, the last load of Independence left Daylon's Bay for the Freedom. Mickey dearly wanted to strip the control room and bay of its equipment, cabling, and power crystals. It was the Moon's premier site of advanced technological equipment, but it would require working in vacuum with the bay doors open. For that, Mickey needed specially trained personnel. He sent a query to Cordelia. Mickey was standing with Glenn in the bay's control room when the transport traveler came to collect them. They were to be the last 2 humans on Daylon. As the shuttle entered the bay and the inner doors sealed, Mickey received a comm from the traveler's pilot, and he halted Glenn from initiating the controller's final sequence, which would allow the remote operation of the bay doors once they exited. Glenn glanced at Mickey, who wore a huge grin. A tentative smile crossed Glenn's face, although he hadn't a clue why it should. Possibly it was a reaction to the last 14 whirlwind days. A prisoner for 16 years, Glenn had finally accepted that he would never leave Daylon and thought he should search out a partner and have a family, anything to relieve the tedium. But it felt unfair to inflict his dark feelings on others, much less a child. Now it was supposed to be his turn to leave, except for Mickey's grin. "Are you space-trained, Glenn?" Mickey asked. "Yes, I led a team constructing starship hulls," Glenn replied. "My friend, you now work for me," Mickey replied, throwing a meaty arm around the slender Meridian. "I'm pleased to contribute in any manner I can, Mickey. What will we be doing?" "The details are a secret for now, but suffice to say, you'll be assisting me building starships of all sorts." This time, Glenn matched Mickey's grin. The 2 men watched the transport traveler, empty of individuals ensconced in Hurricane environment suits, the Meridian's technologically advanced equivalent of New Terran extravehicular activity, EVA's suits. Via his implant, Glenn identified it was Sades who wore the suits. "Looks like we're stripping this place," he said to Mickey. "Yup," Mickey replied. The 2 men donned the environment suits the Sades brought, and when everyone was ready, Glenn opened the bay to vacuum and powered down the control room. With hours of air available to them from their tanks, the 2 humans and the Sades cleared the bay of every valuable component they could load. There was still a great deal of raw materials left in the bay when Mickey called a halt to the process and ordered everyone aboard. When the ship sealed and air returned to the main cabin, Glenn, seated on a pile of equipment, turned toward a bulkhead and opened his faceplate. He wasn't ashamed of the tears streaming down his face, but he didn't want to talk about what he felt. Alex and Renee stood on the Freedom's bridge beside Cordelia. They were holding hands and watching a holovid, which displayed an image of the transport shuttle, the last ship to leave Daylon, exiting the landing bay. The bay doors remained open behind them. "Who knew that our Sades were space-trained?" Alex quipped to Cordelia. "Apologies, sir," Cordelia said. "We ensured that their information was quite detailed, and as you know, we're excellent at following instructions. Mickey considered the bay's equipment extremely valuable and requested the possibility of using Sades to remove it while operating in vacuum. The risk probabilities were calculated as minimal." "But then disaster strikes, and it's experience that means the difference between life and death, Captain," Alex replied, challenging Cordelia's analysis. "There's that," Cordelia admitted. Deep in her kernel, she was pleased to hear Alex's concern for her peers. Not that she expected anything different from the man. But she'd observed humans change over time, and some of them in disastrous ways. It was her fervent hope that Alex would never be one of those. "It's been nothing like Libra, has it?" Renee sent to Alex. "No, not this time," Alex admitted. "No aliens coming at us from the deep dark." "Speaking of risks, I believe I've taken advantage of my partner's patience with my behavior lately," Renee said. "Never," Alex replied, kissing Renee on the forehead. "Captain, I'm going to take a traveler to the orbital platform," Alex said. "Send Mickey to that bay when he lands. We need to collect the remaining personnel and deliver our parting gift." Maynard Scullers and his people, who worked and lived aboard the orbital platform, were signaled when the final passenger and transport travelers lifted from the moon base. "That's it," Maynard announced to his people. "It's our turn next." The platform's 3 working shifts were crowded into the control room. No one had been capable of sleeping during the last turn of the chronometer. Maynard's people were holding hands or hugging one another. The last waiting hours seemed interminable to them. Then, over the control room's speakers, they heard, "Daylon orbital platform. This is Commander Svetlana Valenko. We're inbound for your location. Please have all personnel ready for evac." "Commander," Maynard replied, "we've been more anxious to get off this platform for the last 14 days than you can imagine. I highly suggest you don't stand in the doorway when you drop the hatch." "Understood, sir," Svetlana replied, chuckling at the image of politely mannered Meridians knocking down crude aboard. "Apologies for a slight delay, Sir Scullers, but Sir Racine has a parting gift to post." Svetlana eased her traveler into the platform's tiny bay. Obviously, it was built to accommodate one and only one type of shuttle, a traveler. When the bay pressurized, Svetlana signaled the hatch open, and crew disembarked to help the passengers load as they came through the airlock. But the first group of platform personnel to reach the ship stood aside as Alex, OP, and others descended from the shuttle. "Sir Racine," Maynard said, "I'm ready to set the shutdown sequence when you give the order." "Not on the platform, Sir Scullers," Alex replied. "Walk with us. I want you to see this." While the personnel climbed aboard the shuttle, Mickey and some techs went to work on the airlock's housing, tapping into its power conduits and rigging up their equipment. When the last group of platform crew exited the airlock and boarded the shuttle, Mickey nodded to Alex. Alex requested everyone back up, and Mickey signaled the bay lights out and activated the equipment. "Perrin, Ophelia, and Maynard, if you would be so good as to step forward 2 paces," Alex requested. When the 3 did so, 2 bright lights suddenly illuminated a small area on the airlock's front wall. A monitor scrolled a text message across its face. It read, "We've grown tired of this moon and have decided to find a new vacation spot." It was signed, "The Independents." The text message repeated, and Alex's voice issued from the monitor's speaker, saying, "Greetings to the Council of Leaders. I grow tired of rescuing those you deem unworthy of your society. It means I have to start another new world, one that will probably hold your vaunted confederation in disfavor for years, if not decades. Please allow the next batch of independents to live in a comfortable establishment, and I'll be happy to pick them up on a semi-annual basis. May the stars protect you." Maynard couldn't resist taking out a marker and signing his name at the edge of the monitor. Perrin and Ophelia crowded in to take their turns in leaving the Confederation a final message. "You ready to say goodbye to your humble abode, sirs?" Alex asked. The 3 independents smiled, and before they hurried to board, the 2 men touched Alex on the shoulder as they passed. Ophelia stopped to give him a hug, whispering, "From all of us, thank you. We're your people as long as you need us." Mickey looked at Alex's face after Ophelia hugged him. Sadness was written there, as if what she'd said made his heart heavy. "Freeing them doesn't make you responsible for them," Mickey said to Alex, clasping his friend's shoulder. "In the future, we'll help many more people, aliens, and who knows what with their problems. After that, they'll have to take what we've given them and make their own way in this universe." Alex nodded his agreement, and Mickey and the techs joined the Independents, scrambling aboard the ship. Alex's mind agreed with Mickey's logic, but his heart couldn't shake the impression that he was responsible for those he helped. He sighed and strode toward the traveler. A quarter annual later, a Confederation liner would dock at Daylon's orbital platform. A traveler full of newly denounced independence would be transported to its bay. The doors would open on the pilot's signal, close behind him, and the bay would pressurize, although the lights would remain inexplicably dimmed. At the age of 186, the pilot, who would soon be seeking retirement, kept his passengers seated while he exited the ship and sought the bay personnel. The message left by Alex lit at his approach, and it scrolled many times before he calmed his captain and shared his view of the display. The delay was necessary because the aging pilot was laughing so hard that he needed time to compose himself. His captain was a strict observer of decorum. The passenger liner returned to Meridian with the Independence still aboard, and the captain was galled to be the one to stand in front of the Council of Leaders and report he'd failed to complete his duties. "The Independents were gone," he said, gritting his teeth. "Alex Racine took them again." Council leader Gino Diamante found himself in the same predicament as the aging pilot. He was forced to cover his mouth to keep from laughing out loud, but there was no mistaking his reaction. While a minority of leaders expressed outrage, the majority were secretly relieved that Alex had rescued their citizens. Chapter 4. Experiments. As the passenger travelers unloaded the Independence aboard the Freedom, they were met by Renee and the few crew she tasked to assist her. She instituted the old identification and interview process used 20 years ago on Libra. Bio-IDs were recorded, interviews were conducted searching for skills and experiences, and then the newly liberated were taken on a tour of the city ship. The Freedom's spaciousness overpowered the Independents, who marveled at the wide corridors, the enormous meal rooms, the size and conveniences of their cabins, and, most of all, the grand parks with the potential entertainment centers. The refit crews had been careful to ensure the parks with their water filtration systems were in top working order. Within days of the city ship's refit start, Cordelia confirmed the operational capability of her holovid center. Then she transferred her Hurricane Company's entire database of shows and upgraded the equipment from her own credit reserves. She installed a menu monitor inside the door. A sensor would detect the bio-ID of an adult or a child's motion as they entered the room. The monitor would activate, welcome the guest, and offer a list of shows with brief descriptions. Cordelia deliberately made no announcement about the holovid suite. She waited and watched to see who would be the first to discover her gift to the Independents. Her credits rested on an exploring teenager or child. Renee stored the interviews of engineers, techs, construction specialists, medical personnel, and other highly qualified individuals on the ship's controller. Cordelia, Mickey, Emile, Claude, and Pia would scroll through their specific batch of names when they had time and contact the individuals. But there were many people whose skills weren't immediately relevant, and Renee took them under her wing, seeking to acquaint them with the opportunities aboard a city ship. And not to let the young remain idle, Renee drafted them to help prepare cabins and manage meal service. Some of the Daylon Independents didn't have the specialized skills they sought. Those people Renee turned over to Alex, who walked them through the enormous amounts of materials and equipment stripped from Daylon. Because the materials had accumulated during a period of 2 decades, as the levels in the moon were expanded, it wasn't readily apparent to the Independents the immense quantity the Sades transported to the Freedom. "Sirs, this is Edmus, an engineer who works with Mickey Brandon, and he's the adopted son of Captain Cordelia and Julian," Alex said, standing next to a 13-meter-high pile of recovered supplies. "An orphan never had better parents," Edmus added. "This is a story I want to hear one day," said a middle-aged woman, which made Edmus smile. "And this is Jodlin," Alex continued, "also an adopted orphan from Saul and an engineering student. This pair will direct your efforts. The goal is to break down much of this equipment to board or component level, open conduit to get at cable, etc. We'll reprocess every kilo for our purposes." "What will be the purpose of our efforts, sir?" a young man asked. "Ships, sir. We're going to be building ships," Alex replied. "Edmus, Jodlin, they're all yours." "And where to now, Dossiter? Celis 5? Cordelia asked, when her crew and Captain Lumley reported the ships were ready to sail. "Exactly, Captain," Alex replied. His app chimed, reminding him of an appointment, and he left the bridge headed for his suite. Julian and Cordelia took it upon themselves to prepare a generous stateroom for Alex and Renee during the refit. They merged 3 adjacent cabins, creating a workspace for Alex with desk and conference table, an entertaining area for the couple and their guests, and sleeping quarters with an expanded refresher. Renee shipped their personal items, which were collected throughout the years, to the Freedom. They were now displayed in cabinets, on the walls, on tables, or stood in corners. So many were unusual one-of-a-kind pieces, and most of them were gifts. The twins arrived precisely on time, and Alex signaled the cabin door aside for them. He met them in the suite's comfortable salon, offering them seats on a couch, and Renee served everyone tea before she slipped out. "Nice amenities," Alain sent to Etienne. "You don't think he intends to fire us, do you? After all, we're volunteers." "Good question," Etienne sent back. "I've been meaning to discuss something with the two of you," Alex began. "I want to talk to you about what happened on Celis 5. With the shooting, I mean. I was wondering if you have any concerns." "In what way, sir?" Alain asked. "Well, you might be thinking that you could have changed the outcome." "Would you have allowed us to search the Dishnia prior to the start of the Fistula?" Etienne asked. "No," Alex replied. "Would you have allowed us to stand forward of you when you spoke to the Queens?" Alain asked. "No." "Would you have heeded a suggestion to wear protective material?" Etienne asked. "Definitely not." The twins regarded each other for an instant, their implants at work. "There you have it, sir. We arrived at the only outcome available to us. Therefore, we have no concerns for our actions," Alain stated firmly. "Alain, you say that as if there was something else on your minds." "Well, if sir were open to suggestions from us as they pertain to his safety, we'd be pleased to advise him," Etienne replied. Alex regarded the twins' faces. What bothered him was that their pleasant smiles displayed a touch of Tatia's wolfish grin. "Thank you for your time, sirs," Alex replied, refusing to take the bait the twins were offering. If they had their way, he'd probably never leave the ship, except to transfer to another one. "It appears the 3 of us are satisfied with our actions that day." Etienne and Alain extended a nod and a quick leader's salute before exiting the cabin. "I thought that went rather well," Etienne said while the 2 of them walked the city ship's corridor. "But nothing's changed," Alain objected. "The madman will continue to risk his safety, and will continue to prevent his early demise against ever-increasing odds." "As I said, it went well. Actually, better than expected," Etienne replied. In one of the rare instances, one twin had failed to understand his creshmate. Alain sought to do his duty as he saw it, preventing Alex from stepping into dangerous situations. As far as Etienne was concerned, he wouldn't change a thing about Alex. He wanted the madman shaking up the universe, and he intended to stand beside Alex and prevent the world's entities from stopping him from doing so. It was Tatia's turn to enjoy introducing others to Emil's incredible invention. Only by now the engineering team had made significant advances. Alex led Tatia and her senior people into the engineering lab, which had grown to occupy more of the monstrous bay. During the refit, Alex had thought Tatia and Svetlana were the only other military persons joining his expedition. Meanwhile, Renee had been busy accepting the offers of many more of Harrican's military. 4 commanders, Ellie Thompson, Deirdre Kanan, Lucia Bellardo, and Darius Gamata, and a small host of captains and lieutenants. Once Alex, Tatia, and the 5 commanders were arranged in front of Mickey, the engineer rubbed his hands in anticipation of the presentation. "What we'll be showing you are a series of potential shell-type warships. I have to say, we've made incredible progress in shell designs with the Sades aboard. It's like we possess the most dynamic and powerful processing power in the universe when they link together to solve design problems. How can the Sades anticipate how the shells will react to gravitational waves? Deirdre asked. They have access to the data collected on the travelers and the variety of stingship models we tested, Edmus replied. It allowed them to extrapolate what hull shapes will maintain the harmonics. Behold, Mickey said, flourishing his arm. He activated 6 holovids, and 21 shell ship designs popped into the air. Wow, Tatia said. It came out like the sound of a soft explosion of air. Meanwhile, Svetlana prowled the displays like a carnivore hunting her prey. The models ran the gamut from carriers to stingship variations. A large multi-hulled model caught Svetlana's attention. Are these to scale? Svetlana asked. Absolutely, Mickey replied. I like this one, Svetlana cooed, eyeing the large 3-hulled model. A woman after my own heart, Deirdre chuckled. What's the advantage of this design, Mickey? Alex asked. It's the Sades idea, Mickey replied. The center hull is a little larger than a stingship's and would carry both engine types, gravity and interstellar. It would house every operation, including crew and travelers, that a stingship's hull contains, except for the primary weapon. The 2 oversized outrigger hulls are 50% longer than the central unit and possess several times more volume. These 2 hulls would house enormous beams. Tatia and the commanders exchanged lupine grins. Edmus's eyes widened when he witnessed the expressions, and he glanced toward Mickey, but the engineer was grinning. Mickey was thrilled that the design pleased the expedition's most experienced commanders. Will all 3 hulls contribute to charging the power cells? Alex asked. The hull's interconnectors will downgrade the design's optimal collection efficiency, but the Sades assure us that the huge surface area of all 3 units will supply full power to the ship and the beams for several hours, Mickey replied. Only several hours? Lucia asked, confused as to the limitation. The Sades tell us, Edmus added, that the ship can operate in system with gravity engines indefinitely. Mickey was referring to the ship maneuvering under gravity power and simultaneously using its dual beams, as if we were in the fight of our lives, Darius declared, completing Edmus's thought. I believe, Admiral, that a warship like this would best be served by an individual who had considerable experience commanding a squadron of travelers. Why, thank you for the recommendation, Darius, Svetlana said sweetly. I appreciate your generosity in placing my name at the top of the list. Stand down, commanders, Tatia ordered. We're only in the design phase at this time. Svetlana nodded and signaled the holovid to cancel the other designs beside the multi-hulled ship so she could concentrate on it. She enlarged the image and slowly rotated it. Have you named these designs, Mickey? No, not yet, Mickey replied. Then this is your Trident class, Mickey, Svetlana whispered, bending to peer closely at the model. Love at first sight, Tatia sent to Alex. Isn't everyone forgetting something? Ellie asked. These ships are years away from delivery. I mean, how long would it take the Sui to lay up hulls of these sizes? That's the real surprise, commanders, Alex said, and Mickey and Edmus couldn't control their chuckles. We won't be using Sui. Our brilliant team, led by Emil, has invented a means of spraying a shell in such a manner so it retains the harmonics necessary to capture gravitational waves. In essence, we'll be building ships in the traditional manner at an orbital station. The commanders stared open-mouthed at Emil, and the unassuming biochemist merely smiled in the face of their astonishment. Credit needs to be offered to Edmus, Emil said. It was his idea to see if we could duplicate the Sui spit. When all eyes turned to Edmus, the young man blushed. Jodlin watched the female commanders appraise the tall, youthful engineer in a new light, and she took Edmus's arm possessively and declared, "Mine," which broke the group into laughter. So we're not talking about a decade to see these ships. We're talking about what, Mickey? Ellie asked. Mickey nodded toward Alex, who said, "We have a city ship full of equipment, 18,000-plus independents, 300-plus SAIDs, and a great group of engineers. A lot is possible." "It's a good start," Tatia agreed. "And who knows, I might be able to recruit a couple of thousand Dishnya," Alex added, and left the group to consider the new designs. But what everyone was thinking about was how they would work with the Dishnya's fierce warriors. Renee and Ophelia, who became fast friends, organized the fete. The occasion took place in the city ship's Grand Park, located in the heart of the vessel. Subtle lighting accented the tall trees, blossoming shrubs, winding pathways, and gentle waterways. On Daylon, the only place the Independents could gather was the landing bay, and it hardly presented a festive atmosphere. Not that the confined Meridians had much to celebrate. Cordelia played music over the park's hidden speakers. At first, she kept the selections soft to allow people to mingle, chat, and laugh. The Independents had much to celebrate and were making the most of the occasion. Gay, festive clothing was unpacked, and Meridian fashions were displayed everywhere. Alex was reminded of an occasion 20 years ago aboard this same ship and in the same location. Except that time they were paying homage to those they lost while escaping Libra and the Nual. Alex signaled Perrin and Ophelia to join him. He almost failed to recognize Ophelia. Gone were the heavy jacket, work trousers, and thick boots worn against the chill of the dead moon. She wore a diaphanous wrap that displayed her attractive figure. Perrin held Ophelia's hand, and he beamed with pride. "Greetings, Saracene," Perrin said, and Ophelia smiled, touching Alex's arm. "We never dreamed of enjoying a fete again, and in such wonderful surroundings." "The park is extraordinary, sir," Ophelia added, gazing overhead at the drape of tree limbs. "The Librans intended to live on this ship for up to 60 years while they searched out a new home outside Confederation space," Alex replied. "They wanted the interior environment to be as hospitable as possible." "And today, the Librans are Hurricanes," Perrin said. "What will we be tomorrow, sir?" Ophelia asked. "Whatever you call yourselves," Alex replied, "you'll be free." Perrin and Ophelia nodded their heads in acceptance of Alex's point. For now, it was more than enough for them. "On another subject, do either of you play an instrument?" Alex asked. "Perrin does," Ophelia exclaimed, grasping her partner's arm with both hands and shaking it gently. "He's a virtuoso of many instruments and quite the singer." "Is that so?" Alex commented, a gleam in his eye which made Perrin nervous. "Then I have just the job for you, sir. I need you to organize the ship's venues, restaurants, entertainment, fetes, and anything else that you can think of to support the mental health of this ship's passengers." "I don't believe I have the qualifications for the job, sir," Perrin replied with trepidation. "That's what I keep saying about my responsibilities," Alex replied with a chuckle. Then he slapped Perrin on the arm and said, "But you'll learn. Good leaders often do." Perrin and Ophelia watched Alex walk away. "Nothing you hear about the man prepares you for meeting him in person," Perrin said, shaking his head in amazement. "Reminds me of an ocean swell," Ophelia commented. "The foolish swim against it. The smart swim with it." Alex wandered the park and watched the people before he contacted his next individual. The Independents were celebrating and the Hurricanes were joining in the fun. He spotted Alain and Tatia, who appeared relaxed and happy. Their casual clothes were such a dramatic change from their usual manner of ship dress. Guilt niggled at Alex. His thoughts were dark, wondering which of his people he might lose in the future. "You're brooding, my love," Renee sent. "This is a fate, not star services." Alex's app focused on Renee's implant, and he swiveled to locate her. She was chatting with a family of Independents and had a view of him over the woman's shoulder. He planted a fake smile on his face for her and signaled Maynard Scholars, who navigated through the Grand Park to come to Alex's side. "Greetings, Sir Scholars. Have you met with Mickey and Tatia yet?" Alex asked. Yes, Sir Racine. I've been told I'll be assisting them in the construction of ships. Excellent, but let me make you aware that you'll have 3 people to please. Mickey and Tatia are only 2 of them. I believe Mickey and I will get along exceedingly well. 2 engineers, you know. However, the Admiral is a formidable woman. Look over there, Sir Scholars, Alex directed. Maynard focused on whom Alex had indicated and saw the Admiral dressed for the evening in a red gown. Her blonde curly hair was piled high on her head. She was relaxing on the arm of one of Alex's formidable escorts. Keep that image in your mind, Sir Scholars, when you speak to her. It will help. Maynard savored the view and stored a few images. He was certain he would need them in the future. You spoke of 3 people who I would serve, Sir Racine. Who's the 3rd? Me, Alex said with a quick grin. Is it too late to go back to Daylon? Maynard replied, half joking and half serious. It's actually quite simple. Mickey drives the engineering and Tatia gets her mix of ships. It's the Admiral who will choose which ships we build? Maynard asked. Yes, Sir Scholars. We'll be building warships, but that's not approved for dissemination yet. And what will be your part in this, Sir? That's where it's simple, Sir Scholars. You keep the 2 of them happy, and I'll have no part. Ah, understood, Sir. Content subordinates make a happy leader. Just so, Sir Scholars. It appears that I'm to be part of your inner circle, Sir. If so, then I'd like to be addressed as Maynard. Then I'm Alex. That you might be, Sir, but never to me. Maynard extended his hand in the new Terran tradition, and the slender Meridian did his best to pump Alex's hand in appreciation. Maynard excused himself and walked away with a newly found, confident stride, which gave Alex a moment of pleasure before other thoughts intruded. Alex turned to look for Renee, who was saying goodbye to the family she'd been entertaining. When Renee saw Alex alone, she glided sinuously toward him, a playful smile on her face. Her wrap was in the true Meridian style, a meld of subtle colors, nearly sheer, and extremely short. Ah, that's a look that's been absent recently from my lover's face, Renee sent to Alex. Perhaps from my face, my love, but never from my heart, Alex sent in reply. Renee languidly wrapped her arms around Alex's neck and kissed him warmly. Is it too early to retire? Alex whispered into Renee's ear, which made her laugh. Yes, my love, especially when you've been in the park for less than a half hour. The Independents want to see you, Alex, to celebrate with you. You mustn't disappoint them. Wait until Cordelia changes the music. In the meantime, we'll circulate, and I'll entertain you with thoughts of what I'll do to you this evening. When Alex grinned at her, she took his arm and guided him down a pathway, leading him toward a group of hopeful faces. Before the event was handed over to the young, Vivian sought out Cordelia and was able to locate her because the Sade was dressed in her captain's uniform and stood out among the Fates participants. Captain, the little girl said in a worried voice, I can't find my plaid man. Is he in the park? The Confederation Sades did attend the event and were scattered around the grounds. Most stood fixed in place and monitored the humans, fascinated by the free-minded independents. Cordelia located Killian across the park. Come with me, young sir, Cordelia said, and sent a quick message to Vivian's parents to let them know of their daughter's request. When Vivian saw Killian, she released Cordelia's hand and ran to him, crying out, Plaid man! Killian caught Vivian when she jumped at him. Repeating what he'd learned, he positioned her on his arm, and Vivian threw an arm around the Sade's neck. Dance with me, Vivian pleaded. Killian implored Cordelia for assistance, and the captain responded with a vid of 2 people dancing to ancient music performed on stringed instruments. Killian studied the motions, programmed the steps into his kernel, and noted that his movements must coincide with the music presently playing. I would be honored to dance with you, little sir, Killian replied gallantly. He switched Vivian to his right arm, settled her firmly, and took her right hand in his left hand. Then he initiated the newly created application to guide his steps, coordinating his movements with the abstract layout of the park. The dance program quickly became routine, and Killian found he enjoyed the movements. He augmented them, adding a twirl or a quick leap over an obstacle. The more he danced, the more Vivian laughed. At one point, the pair swirled past Vivian's parents, and she yelled out, "Look, Mommy, Daddy, we're dancing!" The images of the dancing pair quickly circulated through the park. The fun the two were enjoying was infectious. Sades linked to Killian to study the program, intrigued by his ad hoc interpretations, and more than one Sade was invited to dance by an independent. Glenn, the Bay control manager, who was known to be a loner, despite his Meridian culture, saw Miriam swaying gently to the music, the Sade absorbed in the entrancing stringed instruments. Gathering his courage, he approached Miriam, saying, "Excuse me, sir. I haven't any idea how to dance in this manner, but I would love to learn." "And I would love a partner to teach," Miriam replied, smiling graciously. Glenn proved to be an atrocious student, but there could be no more patient instructor than a Sade. At one point, Glenn, frustrated with his lack of progress, was close to calling a halt to the embarrassing performance. "Sir, your efforts are focused on your feet," Miriam said. "Perhaps if you let me lead while you relax and enjoy the music, you'll be pleased with the result." Glenn nodded, settled his mind, and concentrated on the music. He felt the power of Miriam's avatar as she moved him in gentle steps around the deck. Soon Glenn was lost in the music and following Miriam's lead. It had been a long time since the fears that governed much of his life had taken a back seat to the pleasure of the moment. Miriam had observed Glenn's furtive eyes when he first spoke to her. The human exhibited none of the confidence of most of the independents, and she wondered why he was exiled on Daylon. That he wanted to learn to dance and had asked a Sade rather than a woman spoke volumes to her, but she was unprepared to extrapolate on what that meant. In addition, that Glenn had struggled to overcome his concerns about how dismally he acquired the steps made Miriam wonder even more about the human's unsettled mind. Miriam recalled something Alex Racine once said, and it seemed most applicable here. He had spoken of Sades wishing to join a world of independent-minded humans, but noted that, like the Sades who had endured incarceration, not all humans were prepared to face the world head-on. The thought made Miriam more determined to help Glenn succeed, and when Glenn chose to stop struggling and gave in to her lead, she witnessed his success. There came a moment when Glenn closed his eyes as they whirled around the floor, and Miriam smiled. "We have more to give humans than technological prowess," she thought. Renee glanced at Alex as he watched humans and Sades engage in what they knew was one of Muter's ancient waltzes. He wore one of the most contented expressions she'd seen in a while. A child's innocence contains such great power, Renee thought. An hour later, Cordelia signaled the controller to shift the music, increasing the tempo and the volume. Parents and children retired for the evening, and the youthful sought partners or groups to dance to songs supplied by Christy Racine, Alex's younger sister. "Now," Alex sent to Renee. "Now," Renee affirmed, and the couple exited the Grand Park with many others. The following morning it was noticeable that nearly everyone was humming the waltz that had accompanied Killian and Vivian's dance. Chapter 5. Z. Soon after Alex left Celis 5 aboard the Reaver to return to Hurricane and procure the needed resources for the planet, the Sades, Z, Miranda, and Rosette, who stayed behind, held a virtual conference. "While the peace planetside is maintained and the survey mission continues, we must consider Alex Racine's priorities," Rosette sent. "Our first priority is obvious, dear," Miranda replied. "It's the green." "Yes," Z agreed. "Sale must know whether the Dishnia and Sui offers to us to live on Celis 5 are legitimate. They would be if there weren't sentience in the forest. Then we're in agreement, Rosette sent. How will the investigation be achieved? It will have to be Cedric, Z sent, referring to his massive new Terran-styled avatar, engineered with heavy metal alloy plating and an assortment of weapons hidden around the avatar's cavities. Whatever lives in the forests has successfully prevented groups of Dishnya hunters and the enormous Sui from returning to their peoples. We can only surmise that they're incredibly deadly. The Cedric Broussard avatar should be able to withstand any assault. 2 days later, Z and Miranda stood at the edge of the forest, north of the Tawas Soma nest, which was ruled by the Dishnya queen Nislara. They held hands and regarded the dark interior of the thick forest. The dry plains where the Dishnya dug their tunnels gave way over the course of several hundred meters to ever taller grasses and shrubs until small trees were more common. Beyond that, huge trees of red, browns, and greens towered high into the sky. The belts of dry plains that ran around the planet's center were an oddity, and the Herricans had yet to spend enough time on the planet to discover why the equatorial area was so dry compared to the northern and southern regions of verdant forests. "I expect you back, dear," Miranda said casually. Z attempted to release Miranda's hand and turned to her, but her hand held his tightly. "I expect you back," Miranda repeated, more forcefully before she let go of Z's hand. "I would never wish to disappoint such a formidable woman," Z said with aplomb. "If you need assistance, Z, you must request it. A traveler can hover, and I can drop to your position. You can be recovered extremely quickly." Z linked with Miranda and flooded her with intense emotions generated by his kernel's algorithms. Miranda savored the rush, even while Z waded through the brush, headed toward the forest. "You better return, dear one," Miranda thought, as she watched Z disappear into the undergrowth. "I'm only learning to live with the new me, and I need you." Miranda was referring to the fact that not more than a few years ago she was only a persona, an invention of Z. However, under extraordinary circumstances, a young Sade, Alora, who had been sentenced to live in isolation by the Confederation Council, chose instead to give her kernel, her essence, to Miranda, so that she could have a complete existence. When Z reached the tall trees, he slowly penetrated the forest. The flora showed unusual protective mechanisms. Thick tree trunks displayed incredibly long, sharp thorns. Several beautiful flower blooms were carnivorous, closing on unsuspecting insects and dissolving their flesh. Insects, not wanting to be left out of the aggressive hierarchy, sported heavy mandibles, poisonous fangs, or stingers. Hours into his search, Z was already attacked by a host of dangerous insects and reptiles. His trousers dripped with a collection of poisons which worked on breaking down the clothing's fibers. Throughout the day, Z recorded an amazing ecology of flora and small animals, which were cleverly adapted to living in the competitive environment. He observed a small rodent-like animal chew a carnivorous flower off at the stem. Then the creature dragged it backwards, spilling its acidic contents. The little animal hauled the flower up a spiked tree, pinned the flower upside down to continue the draining process, and stopped to chew on a wilted flower of the same species. Dusk came early to the forest due to the heavy canopy, and Z chose to lock his avatar, wait, and watch. Soon after night descended, the forest came alive with more fauna species, every one of them carnivores. A large cat-like species with dangerous fangs slunk past him, stopped to sniff at his poison-covered pants, growled softly, and urinated on a pants leg before silently padding on. The cat's actions would have caused Z to smile, but he refrained so as not to give away his position. For the same reason, Z kept his eyes forward, never turning them. Throughout the night, Z used his thermal imaging to watch other species come out to hunt. The majority hunted individually, or at best as a pair. But in Z's estimate, none of the carnivores seemed capable of taking down a group of Dishnia warriors, as had been reported, much less a massive Celis 5 Sui-Sui. The first day's accumulation of poison on his trousers, plus the cat's urine, did have one beneficial effect for Z. The next day's insects and reptiles avoided him after sensing the potent compounds. Z moved silently through the forest each day, cataloging species of plants and animals, but never spotting the dangerous adversary he sought. He'd halt in the evening and watch from a vantage spot to continue his observations. Apps cataloged and cross-referenced the habits of the ecology's residents. On the sixth evening, an app chimed a warning, and Z focused on the data it offered. The app had accumulated a series of unexplained phenomena, unidentified sounds at low threshold levels, which repeated nightly, and subtle shifts in the moon's light that didn't correlate to the visible flora or fauna. Z analyzed the data and carefully monitored the app as it assimilated more anomalous points. He swung his eyes to the latest visual data location and waited. An unnatural and subtle shift in the light moved slowly along a branch high overhead. Z locked in on the anomaly's pattern and ran a search. Nearly 30 other locations matched the pattern, and they surrounded him high in the trees. Several times during the night, Z caught glimpses of the creatures. Their skin was covered in fine beads, which reflected their surroundings. Large eyes allowed them to collect the details of their surroundings. Prehensile tails and small, sharp claws clung to the branches. As interesting a species as they were, Z still didn't consider them to be his targets, but he decided to observe them for a while longer. During the next day, Z built a hide and stayed inside it for the remainder of the day, waiting for the creatures, which he named Nascasto, hidden ones, to reappear. When night fell, a tribe of the Nascasto populated the branches around him. On thermal imaging, he observed a rodent crawling along a branch straight toward one of the creatures, which remained absolutely still. The rodent paused several times to sniff the air. It twitched its head left and right, trying to spot the potential adversary, but after every pause it continued on its way. By the time it sensed the body heat from the Nascasto, it was too late. The hidden ones struck extremely quickly. The rodent squeaked, fell to the forest floor, kicked several times in a death throw, and lay quiet. Another of the Nascasto scurried to the ground, snatched the fallen animal, and hurried up the tree to resume its place of safety. Z enlarged images from the vid recording of the creature's strike on the rodent. Under extreme magnification, the Nascasto's jaws opened to reveal 2 long fangs. After the strike, drops of liquid glistened at the end of the fangs. Venom, Z thought. It explained the rodent's rapid death. Suddenly, a band of camouflaging poisonous tree dwellers seemed to be exactly the adversaries that Z sought. Selecting a dart in one of the Avatar's fingers, Z fired the tiny missile at a nearby Nascasto and embedded a tiny tracker in the creature's haunch. The animal leapt up but managed to hang on to the branch with his tail. It snatched the offending item from its skin, leaving the tracking head lodged under a bead, and righted itself. Then the creature deserted its hiding place and followed the troop of Nascasto to a new location. Z tracked his quarry through the forest during the following day, coming upon a rudimentary collection of domiciles laid into the forks of huge trees. The simple enclosures were made of twigs and leaves, woven tightly to offer shelter from the rains and cool night air. There was time before nightfall, which Z made use of by investigating a wide circle around the Nascasto's home site. He discovered the proof he was searching for on the far side of their nests. A deep rift had opened in the forest floor, possibly created by a sinkhole, the ground drilled away by an underground river. Peering over the edge, Z examined the bones of an assortment of forest animals. Utilizing his visual magnification, Z searched the pile of remains for evidence of the Dishnia and Sui-Sui before he realized the error of his intent. The skeletons and carapaces of those species would be buried deep under a century's worth of the graveyard's new additions. What was obvious to Z was that he'd found the terror of the plains and oceans species, who made their final mistakes when they entered the green and encountered the Nascasto. Z created another hide to observe the creatures after they returned from a night's hunt, but before the troop left in the evening, a male discovered him. Screeching its outrage, the animal dropped down from the branches above and attempted to drive his fangs into Z's neck. The single creature's screams summoned the tribe to join in the attack. While the Nascasto swarmed over Z, biting and scratching, he covered his face to protect his eyes, nose, and mouth. His synth skin registered an enormous amount of poison, and Z shut off many sensors to isolate himself from the alarms. As suddenly as the attack began, it ceased. The Nascasto jumped free of Z and formed a rough circle 3 meters away. They chittered and displayed their fangs. Their camouflage was off, and their beaded skin glinted in rainbow colors by the moon's light. To Z, it was obvious the Nascasto were waiting for him to fall over dead from their venom. He watched as portions of synth skin surrounding the bite wounds turned green, then black, and some patches surrounding his fingers sloughed off. The Cedric avatar will need an entirely new covering, Z thought with lament. Rather than let the stalemate continue, Z swept his hide aside and stepped toward the Nascasto, who shrieked and ran for the trees. He walked around their small enclave and stared up at them. They continued to scream their anger. The more Z observed the species, the more it became clear that the Nascasto were not a sentient species that could offer or refuse the Herricans a place on Celis 5. Completing his observations of the Nascasto, Z made his way out of the forest. Before he'd gone too far, his comm registered a nearby traveler's controller and Miranda aboard the ship. She'd taken up an overwatch position in a traveler soon after he'd left her, although she was careful to stay at a distance so as not to frighten animals away from him. When he'd turned to leave, Miranda calculated that his efforts in the green were complete. Z took a direct line from the Nascasto's enclave to the edge of the forest. He was followed by the primitive creatures, which were strangely silent and foregoing camouflage. The females and young that clung to them stayed in the trees, while the males scampered at a distance from him. Crossing a small glade, a cat broke from cover, and the troops scattered for the trees. A young male, which the cat had targeted, clambered up the only tree in reach, Z. The male Nascasto quickly attained Z's shoulders, ducked behind the massive knob that was a new Terran head, and screamed his defiance at the predator. The cat made the easy leap for his prey, but was brushed aside. Twisting in air to land upright, the cat snarled and launched itself again, hoping to gain the tasty kill that was trapped on the stunted tree. But when it was mysteriously repulsed again, it snarled in anger and raced off into the heavy brush. After the attack, the young male animal realized its precarious position and abandoned its perch. Z continued, but after the cat's attack, the Nascasto stayed behind, safe in their trees. Z sent Miranda a comm and watched the traveler race skyward. By the time he'd traversed most of the distance to the forest's edge, he saw the traveler overhead again. "I'm ready, dear one," Miranda sent. "There's only the pilot, Orly Sadner, me, and your new suit aboard." Z smiled at the thought that Miranda called his exchange director's avatar a new suit. The synth skin and clothes of his Cedric avatar were torn, blackened, dripping with poison, and altogether missing in some places. In addition to the dangerous compounds, the missing synth skin exposed his metal alloy avatar, and Z wished to conceal that aspect of Asaid from human eyes. At the Traveler, Miranda waited for him with an extra-large containment suit, which would prevent the various poisons on him from contaminating the interior of the Traveler. "You've seen better days, dear," Miranda said by way of greeting. "I take it that a walk in these woods isn't recommended for human or Said." Z grinned at her while he climbed into the suit. "Everything in the green fights to live, flora and fauna. I've never conceived of such a hostile place, and having experienced it once, I'd prefer new adventures of any sort, rather than revisiting that dark place." Once in the containment suit, Z clambered aboard, and Miranda presided over the transfer of Z from his Cedric avatar to his director's. Then Z closed up the suit entirely, concealing the distressed Cedric avatar from prying eyes. Orley, who was told to stay in his pilot's seat and had his controller's interior sensors shut off after landing, received Miranda's order to launch. What's with all the secrecy? Orley thought. He was dying to know what Z found in the forest. Chapter 6. Willem. Willem, a Said and the mission's original co-commander, postulated various futures based on Alex's return with the resources necessary to placate the Dishnya and bring peace to Silas V. While the survey team proceeded with their analysis of the plains and oceans, careful to stay clear of the forests, Willem determined his priority was to understand exactly what constituted an above-ground structure for the Dishnya. Every furred, snouted, long-tongued, hawk-legged Dishnya had lived their entire lives underground, in a labyrinth of tunnels and rooms with only rudimentary services. In addition, they were omnivorous, feeding on the small animals, tubers, and wild grains of the plains. As the Said of a highly advanced civilization, and who once had flown a starship, Willem had no idea how to begin to elevate the aliens from primitive conditions to modern ones, but he did know who to ask. "What would be your advice, Ginny?" Willem asked when he met with the junior crew member. "Willem, I grew up with the Sui-Sui, but I just met these aliens. How would I know how to help them?" Ginny objected. "As a child of Sol, Ginny, you encountered many drastic changes when you immigrated to Hurricane, first aboard our ships and then later on our planet." "But I was young then." "Precisely, Ginny," Willem replied. "As a child, your challenges would be similar to those the Dishnya will face when they move into the structures we build for them." Ginny thought back to those early days when, as an orphan stranded on a huge orbital station, she had been adopted by Julian and Cordelia. Everything aboard the Hurricane ships was different but relatable. She, in concert with the entire fleet, had witnessed the vids of Queen Nislara's visit to the Sojourn, the survey mission ship. "I don't have any specific ideas, Willem, about the structures you should build. My advice is to let the Dishnya choose, but they can only make those choices once you've demonstrated their options." It took Willem only a few ticks of time to map out a strategy based on Ginny's advice. "An excellent thought, Ginny. You're relieved of long-range telemetry duty. You're now my assistant for this project. We'll travel planet-side to request assistance from Nislara." Willem swiveled around and marched off, seemingly pleased with their prospects, but Ginny scratched her head, bouncing her blonde curls. Part of her was energized about the idea of helping Willem, but another part was lost as to how she would add value to the project. The next morning, a traveler landed on the plains of Silas V, near Nislara's nest. The passengers waited out the customary time, while the lookouts, hidden under their tunnel entrances, sent word to their Wasat, Pusiro, the warrior commander, who notified the Queen of visitors. Lookouts bounded out of the nest's disguised tunnel hatch, and Nislara and Pusiro quickly followed and loped toward the ship. It was the cue for Willem, Ginny, and Corporal Kira Daubner, their security escort, to exit the ship. There existed a close familiarity among these individuals. The Hurricanes were 3 of the 5 who were first captured by Pusiro's warriors. Teague, Alex Racine's son, and Captain Xavier Escobar were the other 2. The Hurricanes had made the most of their incarceration time by learning the Dishnya language and customs. The process was encouraged by Nislara once she'd observed the Hurricanes' vastly superior technology. She wished to create a bond between her Soma and the aliens in hopes of preventing the decimation of her nest. "Willem, Ginny, Hera," Nislara greeted the Hurricanes, her pronunciation of the alien names impeded by a muzzle full of viciously sharp teeth and a long tongue. "Greetings, Nislara," Willem said. We wish to work with a male and a female of your Soma, whom you will appoint, to help us design the facilities you'll require in the Dishnya's new structures." "How would my Soma know what you offer?" Nislara asked. Ginny chuckled and slapped a hand over her mouth. It was bad manners among the Dishnya to point a finger, lift a hand high, or bare your teeth. All were signs of aggression, and the Dishnya needed no encouragement in that department. "I know this expression," Nislara commented, baring her teeth in reply. It was something she'd learned while in the company of Alex Racine, Dasada to the Dishnya. "I said the same thing to Willem," Ginny replied. Known as Little Singer to the Sui-Sui, Ginny was adept at languages and had studied the Dishnya tongue extensively in her spare time, quickly becoming proficient. Nislara chuffed in humor. "Females think of these things," the Queen replied, and both Ginny and Kira were forced to cover their mouths to hide their grins. "We could show your Soma the facilities on our ship, some of which you've seen, Nislara," Kira volunteered, and Willem translated her comment. "But your ships aren't the same as the structures we will inhabit," Pusiro replied. "The facilities your Soma will see aboard the ship will give them an understanding of those things that can be created in your buildings," Willem replied. "We can design the final structure in a holovid, the imaging device on the bridge which Nislara observed." "Yes," Nislara hissed, "a marvelous tool. When do you want your male and female?" "We can start at any time. Today would be preferable," Willem replied. Nislara barked a command at the lookouts, who nodded their understanding and dashed back into the tunnels. "We're ready, Phelim. Pusiro and I will learn the choices. Come, Commander," Nislara said, and marched toward the traveler. Pusiro exchanged a surprised expression with the Hurricanes, and then hurried after his queen. Aboard the traveler, Nislara advanced to the front of the main cabin. To her, it was the rightful place for a queen to ride. Unfortunately, she was forced to stand in the aisle for the flight. Female Dishnya kept their long, scaled tails throughout their lives, as opposed to males whose tails were truncated when they were young. The appendages didn't serve any useful purpose for the nest's hunters and warriors. Unable to sit while the queen stood, Pusiro took a position beside her, and the Hurricanes, not wanting to be rude, declined to sit too. When the traveler landed aboard the Sojourn, Nislara took a small measure of pleasure at Pusiro's discomfort. He had yet to experience much of the Hurricane's technology. When the traveler's lights brightened, Nislara knew it was time to disembark, and she had to shoo Pusiro down the aisle with a wave of her fingers. Having felt no motion aboard the shuttle, Pusiro assumed there was a failure of some sort, but as he exited the shuttle, he stepped onto the hard metal deck of the Sojourn's bay, and his legs momentarily faltered. "This is my indomitable warrior commander," Nislara teased. But she felt sympathy for Pusiro. It occurred to her that before the aliens arrived, she probably wouldn't have extended the courtesy to her Wasat. "Much of what we see will be strange, Pusiro. Don't try to comprehend. Simply observe. The Hurricanes are willing to educate us, and we'll avail ourselves of their knowledge." Their movements through the survey ship became educations for Pusiro and the crew, most of whom hadn't been planetside. Pusiro was fascinated by the ship, and the humans were entranced by him, especially the heavy scars on his muzzle and areas of exposed torso. The claw rakes on Pusiro's body were testimony to the brutality of the nest's combats against one another, and the click-clacks of the Dishnya's great claws on the metal deck were a reminder of the killing capabilities of those feet. In a cabin set aside for Willem's demonstration, Ginny ran water in the sink, washed her hands, and took a sip from a cupped hand. Nislara indicated her Wasat should imitate Ginny. Pusiro found the hand-washing easy enough, but had difficulty using his long, slender tongue to drink from a cupped hand. His poor attempt at lapping up the water sent most of it splashing back into the sink. Kira held up a portable holovid and activated it, which brought a chuff of pleasure from Nislara. She'd been instrumental in laying out the nest locations for Dosida, as she understood them, using the bridge holovid. Kira displayed a Hurricane sync, and Nislara reached a hard-nailed finger into the image and drew a horizontal circle in the air over the sync. Willem turned the circle into a saucer-like bowl and connected it to the sync's faucet within the holovid display. Ginny added a simple valve that could be used to direct the water into the sink or into the bowl, and Kira demonstrated how the bowl could be swiveled aside. Nislara glanced at Pusiro, and the Wasat grunted his approval. The group continued to move around the washroom's facilities. Changes were made at every point to accommodate the Dishnya physiology, especially the generous female tail. When Ginny indicated the refresher with a wave of her hand, Nislara hissed her displeasure, and Pusiro growled, stepping protectively in front of her. "It's their water phobia," Ginny commented privately to the Hurricanes. "Let's see how far it extends," Kira sent in reply. The corporal handed the holovid to Ginny, stripped out of her uniform, and stepped into the refresher. She activated the mist and proceeded to leisurely clean herself. Pusiro stepped up to the open door of the enclosure. He sniffed the air and extended a hand into the mist. When he brought it close to his muzzle, Willem told him not to drink it. Pusiro glanced at his queen, who was studying Kira. "We must test this," Nislara said to Pusiro. "We or me, my queen?" Pusiro asked. "Would you choose to risk your queen with alien technology, Commander?" Nislara challenged, a bit of her former imperial temperament resurrecting. Pusiro eyed the floor of the enclosure. He wanted to ensure that the liquid was draining away and that he was in no danger of drowning, a horrendous fate in the eyes of the Dishnya. Pusiro blew out a breath in resignation and stripped out of his commander's bandolier and waist sheath. He hesitated at the doorway, and Kira beckoned him inside. "If Kira is in no danger, I should be safe," he thought. When the mist struck his fur, Pusiro would have jumped clear, but Kira held on to an arm. He kept his eyes closed, trying to manage the odd sensations. He felt Kira's hands massaging his upper arm. It was a pleasant experience. Her hands moved from his arm to his shoulders. For a slender alien, her strength was surprising. Pusiro relaxed under Kira's machinations. When she tapped his chest, he opened his eyes. She pantomimed closing her mouth and her eyes, and then she ducked her head under the sprayer and washed her hair. Pusiro glanced at Nislara anxiously, and the queen flicked her muzzle toward the nozzle. Gathering his courage, Pusiro closed his eyes and held his breath, ducking his head in and out of the spray. The mist barely penetrated his thick fur, and he shook his head to clear the wetness. Kira burst out laughing as the spray from Pusiro's actions slapped her in the face. When Pusiro realized what he'd done and that he was unharmed by the mist, he barked in humor. Emboldened, he ducked his head back into the spray and shook it again, managing to make Kira squeal. Pusiro continued to play in the mist, and at one point stopped and eyed his queen. "Time to exit," Kira sent to the Hurricanes, recognizing the intent in Pusiro's eye contact with Nislara. She quickly stepped from the refresher and demonstrated toweling off, even as she made for the washroom's exit, dripping wet. Ginny grabbed Kira's clothes, and Willem and she followed, not stopping until they gained the ship's corridor, where Kira finished drying off and then dressed. "How long do we give them?" Ginny asked. "I believe they'll be doing more than trying out the refresher," Kira replied. Oh, Ginny stuttered. "I wondered why we left in such a hurry." The threesome waited in the corridor, the two women willing to be guided by Willem as to when they should return. For his part, Willem wasn't prepared to depend on fortunate timing. He'd placed tiny vidcams in the cabin's main room and the washroom, which beamed images and audio to him. If Dosida was to be successful in his endeavors on Celis 5, Willem considered he would require as much detailed information about the Dishnya as he could get. When the Hurricanes left the cabin, Pusiro beckoned Nislara into the refresher with the same hand gesture as Kira. and Nislara chuffed in amusement. That her commander seemed to enjoy the strange mist, which hadn't accumulated in the bottom, mollified her. But it was the look in Pusiro's eyes that beckoned her, despite her fear. Nislara had yet to mate and give birth to an heir, a queen's critical duty. It was her scent that bound the Soma into a unified nest. Her absence from the nest could only be tolerated in a measure of days. Afterwards, the Soma's psychological health would suffer. Of all the males in the nest, Nislara had considered mating with only one, and he was urging her to join him in the alien's water device. Pusiro reached out a hand, and Nislara took it. When the mist struck, she sought to yank it back, but Pusiro held on. As a queen, she should have been aggravated, but her mating instincts drove her, and she succumbed to Pusiro's entreaties. The mist was warm, as opposed to the coolness of the great waters, and its subtle pulsing massaged her, altogether unlike the disturbing crashing of waters against the sands at the shoreline. Knowing that at any moment Nislara might retreat from her tentative consent, Pusiro treated her with the greatest care. He worked the mist into her fur from the queen's shoulders to her feet. The heat burned inside him for her. Pusiro had never courted his two mates. They were given to him by the previous Wasat when their warriors were lost, and he accepted the duty of protector. The females had been grateful, and he had been an attentive mate. Throughout his life he'd eyed the previous queen's heir, Nislara, and thought many times of being the one she'd choose to mate with to birth her heir. The great privilege aside, he wanted to be the one by her side when she walked the corridors. The Tawas Soma warriors openly admired their Wasat's fierce courage, but Pusiro had chuffed in humor, in private, of course, when he thought of his warriors' praise. It wasn't courage that kept him in the forefront of every attack. He fought for recognition, first from his sub-commander, then his Wasat, and then his queen. Nislara couldn't recall ever enjoying attentions, such as applied by Pusiro and the mist. "My Soma must have these devices," she thought, "but I'll keep Pusiro for myself." Her lips wrinkled in mirth at the thought, and she turned to embrace Pusiro. "You're mine, my Wasat," Nislara said in a husky voice, as her long tongue licked his muzzle. "I believe we can return," Willem said to Ginny and Kira, when he witnessed an end to the Dishnya's coupling. Ginny and Kira stepped into the cabin and proceeded to the washroom, to find the Queen and the Commander looking like two wet, bedraggled creatures, but both of them bared their teeth in imitation of human smiles. "Some of my turns in the refresher have gone equally well," Kira quipped. Ginny ducked into the main salon, opened a storage cabinet, and grabbed more towels. She attempted to help Nislara dry off, but Pusiro's low-pitched growl halted her, and she handed a long towel to him. "A little possessive, aren't we?" Kira sent over the comm. "I believe that this was an important, if not critical, mating of the Queen," Willem commented. "Ah, yes, for an heir," Ginny said. While Pusiro attended to his new mate, Willem instructed Kira to hold up the holovid. He projected a refresher and added an image of a wet Pusiro. The lips of the Dishnya muzzles rippled as they stared at the Wasat's image. Willem created a downdraft over Pusiro, showing the fur rippling as it dried. He included a sound effect from the holovid to indicate what was happening. Both Dishnya whipped their heads toward the washroom's refresher, expecting to see the device installed there. Nislara twigged to it first. "Yes, Willem. The Soma will need your whirlwind when they finish enjoying the wetting." She barked harshly. When the Harricans looked at her with quizzical expressions, she added, "It will be the cause of much amusement when we introduce our Soma to these devices." When the Dishnya finished drying, Willem started to explain about another facility choice, but Nislara held a palm toward him. "Wait, Willem. I would witness my Wasat experience the room's palette." Pusiro wasn't sure he was altogether pleased with the expression on his mate's face, but he dutifully followed her into the main room. "Lie there, my Wasat," Nislara said, pointing at the cabin's bed. Not wanting to show any sign of trepidation, Pusiro lay on the bed, but when it moved under him, he launched upright, landing on the floor, uttering a surprised yip. Nislara barked and yipped in delight. Pusiro regarded his queen and the Herricans, who were covering their mouths, and he growled softly. Nislara strode over to him and licked his muzzle. Then she reclined on the bed, wrapping her great tail over her legs, sighing with pleasure as the nanites accommodated her body. Pusiro ventured as far as placing a hand firmly on the bed, feeling it respond, but he refused to go further. Midday meal was another adventure for the Dishnya. Food was delivered to the table for Willem, Ginny, Kira, Nislara, and Pusiro. Pusiro sniffed at the plates, and saliva dripped from his muzzle as he smacked his jaw. "Dining with aliens," Kira remarked privately to Ginny. Before Ginny could reply, Nislara picked up a piece of food from her plate and tossed it high toward Pusiro, who tilted his head back, opened his jaw wide, and let it fall down his throat. Both Nislara and Pusiro chuffed in pleasure. "And it gets better and better," Ginny sent to Kira. After the meal, the Herricans continued the tour of possible amenities for the Dishnya. One ticklish moment occurred when Pusiro pointed at Kira's stun gun and asked, "For warriors?" "That's not for us to decide," Willem replied diplomatically. "Who decides?" Nislara asked. "Dasita," Willem replied, which effectively ended that conversation. When the tour was complete, the group assembled around the large holovid on the Sojourn's bridge. Willem created a rudimentary structure which had Nislara and Pusiro shaking their head in denial. Willem nodded toward the holovid, and Nislara, who had some experience with the device, began touching the image. Her actions were tentative, but Willem intuited what the Queen was attempting to do and manipulated the screen for her. Pusiro caught on to the idea and joined in the process. Together, Dishnya, humans, and Said created a new above-ground domicile for Anest's Soma, and Nislara couldn't have been more pleased. She could envision the Dishnya freed from their tunnels and impoverished existence. That had become her goal from the moment she realized the aliens preferred communication over domination. Chapter 7. Dasita. Aboard the Herrican survey ship, Sojourn, Ginny was reassigned to telemetry duty, scanning the sealess system for anomalies. She froze when her board displayed a huge ship's entrance, millions of kilometers outside the system. The extreme distance limited the object's visual clarity, but its similarity to the Nual sphere kicked her heart racing. "Be at ease, Ginny," Rosette said. She was the mission's Said who supported Captain Asu Azastau. She stood behind the journey crew member and had picked up on the teenager's elevated biorhythms via her implant. "I've run algorithms to clarify the image. It's disc-shaped, not spherical. Considering the vector from here to the ship's transition point, I would judge it, despite the improbability, to be a Herrican city ship." Ginny regarded Rosette, her eyes wide at the Said's supposition. Alerted by Rosette, Captain Azastau strode onto the bridge. "What's your assessment, Rosette?" he asked. "Based on the visuals and entry direction, Captain, I would have assigned it a 73.4% probability that it's Herrican. However, considering it was Alex Racine who went for support, I would revise that estimate to a near 100% that he's returning with a city ship, and I would surmise it's the Freedom. He has a personal preference for that vessel over the Our People." Asu calmed Reiko Shimada, the captain of the Sting ship Tanaka, which protected the Sojourn. The Sting ship supplied the travelers that were on station keeping the peace. "A city ship," Reiko echoed after hearing Asu's report. "You send Alex Racine for resources, and he returns with an enormous city ship. You sure he's not hauling Herrican behind that vessel?" Asu smiled at the image. If it was possible, I wouldn't put it past Alex to try, the captain thought. Word of the city ship's entry into the Celis system circulated swiftly throughout the fleet's ships and planetside. The pilots and crew aboard the travelers, which guarded the coastline for the Sealess 5 Sui, were thrilled that their boring duty would soon be over, as were the Sades monitoring the Dishnia nests to ensure the peace. Only a few troubling incidents had occurred for the Sades, and those took place at the easternmost nests. In the early days, Dishnia warriors from those nests made nightly forays to attack the Sades on duty, but none of them came to fruition. With their thermal vision, the Sades tracked the warriors as they exited their lookout posts and stunned them before the warriors knew what happened. In the morning, their Soma recovered the bodies, surprised to discover that their warriors later revived without wounds. After the attempts failed several times, they ceased. What the lookouts at every nest noticed was that at one point, the Hurricane sentries, who stood their watches with virtually no movement day after day through all sorts of weather, momentarily bared their teeth. Had the 41 Dishnia nests been able to communicate with one another, they would have discovered that the sentries flashed their teeth at precisely the same time. Only a few Dishnia, those of the Tawas Soma nest, would have understood how that was possible. The advisors of the Tawas Soma nest had kept their one and only precious telescope trained on the Hurricane ships ever since the first one's arrival. Of special interest to them was the ship the Hurricane known as Phelum described to Chona Nislara as a nest killer. Days after the Sojourn's telemetry had recorded the Freedom's entry into the system, and as the city ship neared Sealess 5, two of the Queen's advisors collided with each other, reaching for the comm handset at the same time. Their hurried call was directed to Pusiro, and the Wasat relayed the message to Nislara. Nislara swept out of her underground chambers and met Pusiro on his way to see her. "Come, my Wasat, I believe Dasata returns," Nislara said, giving Pusiro a warm glance as she loped past him. It was uncharacteristic to see the Queen running through the nest's tunnels, and Pusiro was caught off guard, but he quickly recovered, spun around, and with the aid of his powerful hocked legs, he sprinted after her. Both Dishnia were anxious to see Dasata, the peacemaker, return to Sawamesa, the Dishnia's second and ill-fated homeworld. The first nests, each ruled by a queen, which made the journey to Sawamesa from the homeworld Sawa, descended into tribal warfare and buried themselves in the ground for protection. When future shuttles loaded with vital equipment and more nests failed to arrive from Sawa, they stayed underground and fought one another for the scarce resources of the plains. The landing of aliens had shocked Nislara and her Soma, but events had unfolded in a most unlikely direction. Instead of being subjugated or decimated, the Hurricane, who Nislara termed Dasata, struck a bargain to bring peace to the planet. But Nislara wanted more than an end to the fighting among nests. She wanted to see the Dishnia raised out of their tunnels and elevated once more to a robust technological society. Nislara and Pusiro hurried to the telescope post, which was concealed in the top of a small knoll and offered the advisors an unobstructed view in all directions. At the Queen and Wasat's entrance, the advisors leapt aside, freeing the path to the telescope. "The view is limited," Nislara said with disappointment, after examining the ship through the telescope. "And the ship is already in orbit. Not timely news, my advisors." "Forgive us, my Queen. We thought the scope required repair. That's why we delayed calling you," an advisor commented. Nislara grumped, not pleased with the excuse. Her view was of a section of the new ship. Nislara desired to see the vessel in its entirety, so she turned the magnification ring at the eyepiece, but it failed to move. "Yes, I see the problem with our telescope. Can it be repaired?" "At first, that's what we thought too, my Queen," a second advisor said. "If I may," he added, stepping to the scope when Nislara granted him permission. The advisor eyed the viewfinder, swung the telescope a few degrees. "This view is at the same magnification, Chona Nislara, a view of Dasata's ship in which he first arrived and which has returned." Nislara was treated to an image of Dasata's slender ship, which was similar in size to the Nest Killer commanded by Captain Shimada. A striking difference in the new view was that the scope's image was filled primarily by the day's empty sky. The Dosita's ship would need to be laid end to end many times to fill the view. "Commander, observe the Dosita's ship," Nislara commanded. In the presence of others, Nislara and Pusiro kept up the pretense of Queen and Wasat. She'd yet to announce her mating with Pusiro, but her soma would soon detect the change in her scent. She couldn't delay the news much longer, but she had hoped Dosita would return first. After Pusiro examined the telescope's image of the Reaver, Nislara ordered her advisor to shift the view to the new arrival. Pusiro took his first view of the giant oval-shaped ship, or at least a portion of it. He spared a quick glance for Nislara and then re-examined the vessel. His comment was, "I wasn't aware Dosita intended to bring all of his soma to Salwamesa." "Captain Shimada, I'd like to address the fleet," Alex sent via a link from the Freedom to the Tanaka. "Since when do you need to ask my permission to address the fleet?" Rieko replied. The pause that followed her question troubled Rieko. "Alex, what did you do?" "Renee and I have renounced our Herakan citizenship, Captain. Consider us independents of the universe," Alex said, laughing softly at his joke. Rieko tried to parse the incompatible elements that confronted her. Alex returned with a city ship, but he was no longer a Herakan. "Does the Assembly still maintain ownership of the Freedom?" "No, Captain. The ship belongs to Renee and me. This would go much quicker if I might speak to everyone at once." When Rieko granted permission, Cordelia sent out a fleet-wide introduction to Alex's forthcoming message. It allowed the captains time to relay the link throughout their ships and to the travelers holding station planetside. Crew members accepted the link in their implants and were connected to their ship's controllers. The Saids, who stood guard over the Dishnya nests, picked up their comlinks from the travelers over the shoreline. Everyone got a preview of the unusual nature of Alex's comm when it was introduced by Captain Cordelia of the city ship Freedom. If Said chests could have swelled with pride, they would have done so. When ship controllers signaled to the Freedom that comlinks to the fleet's crew were ready, Cordelia relayed to Alex that the fleet waited. "Greetings, everyone. I have several items of note for you," Alex sent. "First, the obvious one. Renee and I own the city ship Freedom. Second, the two of us are no longer Herakan citizens, and this was done at our request. The reason for this was to give the Assembly an element of deniability for any of my future actions, and the first of those was my decision to rescue the Independents again." Raucous cheering reached Alex from those around him and in the nearby corridors. Cordelia chose to relay much of the fleet's reactions to him over the bridge speakers. The combined output was as deafening as it was unidentifiable, composed of human accolades and unusual sounds which only Saids could generate. When the noise died down, Alex continued. "This time I found 18,289 Independents on a dead moon, and they've agreed to assist me. In addition, every ex-Confederation Said has employment with me. The customary annual stipends will be funded by the SIF. It's each Said's choice whether they wish to accept the SIF's offer." Before Alex could draw his next breath, the Saids reached consensus and communicated their decision to him. "Apparently, the Saids have already accepted the offer," Alex sent, which came as no surprise to the fleet's humans that the Saids would wish to be part of Alex's machinations. Many humans were wondering what part they might play. "It's not my intention to live on this planet," Alex said. "I have other plans. But I do intend to use the resources I've accumulated to accomplish several things. This planet needs peace. Herakans need permission to live here. The Saids want to build a universal city. The Queens want domiciles for their nests. And the planet needs an economy. I believe we can accomplish every one of those goals, and I look forward to achieving them with those who want to be part of these plans. May the stars protect us." Immediately after Alex's announcement to the fleet, he reached out to Z and Willem. "What news, my friends?" Alex sent. "We've conducted extensive tests with Nislara and Pusiro," Willem sent in reply. and we've successfully designed a domicile structure the Dishnya are anxious to inhabit." "How rudimentary will it be?" Alex asked. "Amazingly, Nislara wants everything Hurricane, although Pusiro has reservations about a palate that refuses to lie still under him." Alex detected Willem's humor in the comment about Pusiro, and it made him smile. The Sade had progressed far from his initial stage of anger and despair to co-lead a scientific exploratory mission and find his place in the world of humans. There was one request that was necessary to sidestep, and must be addressed by Dasata, Willem sent. "Which was what?" "Pusiro admires our stun guns and wants them for the Dishnya." Willem expected an immediate dismissal from Alex, but all he received was a soft, "An excellent job, Willem. Please forward the design to the Freedom's controller and notify the Sades, Trixie and Miriam, to follow up with me." "Will I be involved in any aspect of the construction, Alex?" Willem asked. The request pained Alex, but he approached the question head-on, which was his style. "Willem, I no longer have any influence over the survey mission, or for that matter any Hurricane operation. I'm a man of the universe, unencumbered by world government restrictions." "But you are seeking permission for Hurricanes and independents to live here," Willem sent. "Yes, but their living here does not make this a Hurricane or a Meridian world, Willem. And speaking of this world, Z, I heard you ventured into the forest." "I did, Dasata. After my foray into the Dishnya screen, I conclude that there are only two sentient species on this planet, the Dishnya and the Sui-Sui. I've completed my upload to the Freedom's controller of my investigation. Here's the link. The information is coded under the name Nascosto, which I call the Little Primitives. The word means hidden." Alex grabbed some vids from the folder and watched Z track a rodent along a branch. The animal shrieked, jumped up, and fell to the ground. He replayed the sequence, zeroing in on the aspects that Z had examined in detail, the shimmering on the branch and the strike of the Nascosto, its quick action betraying its camouflage. "Poisonous?" Alex asked. "Deadly, and the Nascosto travel in a large group of 30 to 40, Z replied. "And these are the killers of the Dishnya hunters and the Sui-Sui? I've seen their bone graveyard, a deep crevice filled with the remains of every creature in the forest. I've issued a fleet-wide announcement. Everyone, Dasata, and I mean everyone, should stay out of the green. If you review the files in detail, you'll see that nearly every species of fauna and flora in these forests is well prepared to kill. The rest of us will have to content ourselves with the wide swath of plains surrounding this planet's equator." Alex needed to address one more group before he descended planetside. He assembled the Freedom's entire entourage in a single empty bay, while Cordelia broadcast his message to the Sades below. Alex grabbed an empty packing crate stacked against a bulkhead. He hauled it over to the waiting crowd and jumped on top of it. "This message is for the Daylon Independents and the Confederation Sades, and it concerns how to work together," Alex began. "Hurricanes, humans and Sades who are with me have already learned these basic concepts and embellished them. To our new human guests, I would say, Sades are capable of offering you a great number of alternative choices, and they can advise you as to the most efficient means of accomplishing a task. You, of course, will presume to direct the course of events, and these newly freed Sades will accede to your requests. But this is wrong. Humans and Sades must work together, find solutions together, and balance the priorities of every sentient creature on this planet. Do that, and you'll have succeeded beyond your wildest imaginations. Don't do it, and you'll wonder where you went wrong for the rest of your long lives." Chapter 8. So It Begins. Knowing renewed communications with the Queens was imminent, Alex requested Tatya to recover the Confederation Sades who'd been acting as guards for the Dishnya nests to ensure the peace in Alex's absence. While he was gone, Willem had monitored the power cells of the planet-side Sades. Locking their avatars and using minimal power consumption had drastically slowed their energy consumption, but they needed to be recovered or charged soon. "I have some ground rules for the Sade's recovery, Admiral," Alex said to Tatia in a private conversation. "You'll need 3 travelers to handle your passengers, and I want 3 pilots with the right dispositions." Tatia frowned at Alex, unsure of what he was asking. "Sorry, Alex, you're going to have to be blunt on this one. The Sades have been standing in this planet's weather, day and night, sun and rain, calm and stormy, for the entire time I've been gone. What would you look like after that period of time and exposure?" "Me? I probably wouldn't have much skin left where it was exposed," Tatia replied thoughtfully. "The Sades are going to show sand and grit caked in every crevice of clothes and synth skin." "Precisely, Admiral. I'll have a separate bay readied with Claude, Julian, Cordelia, Z, and Miranda standing by to assist. Have your pilots land in the bay, wait in their seats, and exit when cued. Their main cabin vid cams will be inaccessible via the controller during the flight." Tatia didn't have to give it much thought to understand what Alex wanted. He was being careful not to expose the rigorousness of the Sades' avatars to the humans aboard the Freedom. There were enough differences to work through between the disparate individuals who followed Alex without adding that aspect of the Sades. In the heat of the day, Svetlana, Deirdre, and Lucia descended planetside. They were alone on their travelers and expected to land at a series of nests to collect their lot of Sades. However, the moment the Sades were alerted of the travelers' descent, they ran calculations over their comms on the quickest recovery points. Nearly 200 Sades deserted their posts and sprinted toward 3 points on the plains, and Trixie sent the coordinates to the pilots. "They do tend to make our lives easier," Deirdre sent to Svetlana and Lucia, as she vectored off to head for her assigned landing point. "Really makes you wonder why the Confederation never truly admitted them into their society," Lucia replied. "Fear," Svetlana sent. "If Meridian society couldn't tolerate our kind, decreeing us independence, why should they feel greater kindred for non-humans?" After landing, each pilot had only a few moments to wait until their respective passengers arrived. They received the word when all individuals were aboard and made their way back to the Freedom. Once the bay was pressurized, the pilots waited while the Sades exited. When they received the all-clear, they promptly left their travelers and made their way through the bay's airlock, receiving the thanks of the Sades on the way. "I've got my wish," Svetlana thought. "Life is about to get much more interesting." Alex needed permission to operate on the planet, and he was prepared to deliver what the Dishnia and Sui wanted, in exchange for their approval to grant humans and Sades the right to live on Celis 5 or Sawa Mesa, or whatever everybody agreed to call the planet. As Celis crested the horizon, Alex landed at the edge of Nislara's nest. The Queen must have been expecting him because, as the traveler touched down, Nislara and Pusiro bolted from the tunnel hatch and loped through the dried grass to meet him. Alex exited his ship with his entourage in tow and halted while the pair raced to him. Nislara skidded to a stop, her clawed feet seeking purchase on the hard ground, and threw her arms around Alex. "Dacita returns," she said, her voice characterized by the Dishnia's soft tones. Alex's surprised expression mirrored Pusiro's own. Nislara and he had only exchanged the human greeting once before, but apparently the Queen wanted to communicate her relief at his return. As for Pusiro, he stifled the growl that threatened to rise in his throat. If there were an alien he dared not challenge, it was Dacita. "I've brought the resources required to build your structures, Chona Nislara," Alex said formally. "I wish you to call a Fisla. My Soma will build when the Queens agree to peace among the nests and with the Sui. "It will be done, Dacita. Might my emissaries travel aboard your shuttles?" "Yes, Nislara, but mind you, I require all 41 Queens to attend." "Did your Soma meet with the 7 Queens who didn't present themselves at the last Fisla?" 4 Queens understood our purpose in standing as sentinels against the attacks of other nests. 3 did not. Nislara regarded Pusiro. As her Wasat, he understood the use of force against a nest, but she was responsible for the strategic decisions that guided the fate of her Soma. More important, if Dacita was ready to afford the Dishnia the opportunity to climb out of their tunnels, Nislara decided she would do whatever was necessary to grant his requests. "I will gather some queens and their wasats, Dasata, and we will travel aboard your ship to meet with these 7, who would halt the progress of our combined soma. Your other ships need only visit the remaining 34, not including the nests of the queens who will travel with us." "Be ready tomorrow, Nislara, when Nessala rises," Alex said. "One question before you depart, Dasata," Pusiro asked. "Are all your soma real?" "Alex, the nest's lookouts probably observed the Sade's loss of clothes and skin due to their prolonged exposure," Julian sent. "They're all real, Pusiro, in that every one of them thinks and feels. Some are made of flesh and bone as we are, and some are not." Pusiro could feel the heat from Dasata's stare, daring him to disagree. The nest's lookouts had called Pusiro to their scopes when they witnessed the flaying of clothes and flesh from Dasata's soma while they stood guard. Pusiro would have thought the sentinels had died, locked somehow in an upright position, except their heads continued to scan left and right. When Pusiro shared his observations with Nislara, they assumed the sentinels were technologically sophisticated machines. At the time, it was Nislara who recalled that Willem had no scent. That Willem and the sentinels were machines explained the reason why they didn't have the expected odors of their comrades. However, it was also Nislara who warned Pusiro that the simple explanation was incomplete. "Recall, Pusiro, Dasata treats all of his soma equally, and other than his mate, Ine, his closest advisor is Julian, who also has no scent." Nislara and Pusiro let the subject lie about Dasata's mysterious soma, but the Queen cautioned her wasat to walk carefully and leave no claw marks around the subject. Unfortunately, Pusiro's curiosity got the better of him, and now he faced the result. "It's understood that Dasata values each of his soma. The Dishnya will too," Pusiro said, as diplomatically as he could. The answer seemed to mollify Dasata, who continued to stare at Pusiro for a little longer before the heat went out of his eyes. Then he wished them well and stalked back to his ship. "If we weren't mated, Pusiro, I would strike a welt across your hindquarters with my tail that wouldn't soon heal," Nislara hissed, and Pusiro had the decency to duck his head in regret. "Ready," Alex sent to Julian, who lightly touched Cordelia's hand and exited the bridge. The two, human and Sade, met up when Alex left his suite, their location apps, as a matter of habit, having tracked each other. Most humans would have been awed by the extent of the communication that flew between Alex and Julian, who bantered, argued, and often simply wondered about the future. Julian noticed Alex's strong, relaxed stride. He matched it, projected an ancient tricorn hat, and issued the sound of fifes and drums to keep cadence with their steps. "That's a new one," Alex commented, sending his thought rather than attempting to be heard over Julian's music. "An ancient warrior's march," Julian remarked via comm, maintaining the sound of his fifes and drums. The Daylon Independents had yet to become accustomed to Julian's creative behaviors, but the Sade's mannerisms made Alex Racine smile, and he'd freed them from their incarceration on the Dead Moon. Therefore, no sleep was lost over their wonderment. Julian attributed Alex's easy manner to the many pieces of his plan coming together, which allowed him to make gains toward his personal goal, locating the Nual homeworld, or at least the next Nual sphere. That Alex's people, who had supported him for years, were once again in close alliance with him, allowed Alex to delegate with confidence, and it showed in his demeanor. To Julian's eye, Alex seemed to have accepted the fact that a life of leisure and relaxation would not be his for many decades to come, if ever. The pair entered a bay where Tatia stood by with 4 travelers, the ship's pilots and those who would accompany Alex planetside. It was an example of Julian's previous thoughts. Alex told Tatia what he intended to do, and she took care of the details. She was the perfect interpreter between Alex's needs and those of his people, who often had contrary opinions to Alex's plans, especially where it concerned his safety. "Going with us, Tatia?" Alex asked. I thought I should meet the Dishnya. Between your comments and the rumors circulating around the fleet, we might be working closely with the queens and their warriors, Tatia replied. You never know, Alex quipped, and climbed aboard. That's what worries me, Tatia mumbled behind Alex's back. Julian, who heard Tatia's response, smiled at her, and Tatia replied sarcastically, Nice hat. Julian, who had shut down his music in the airlock, returned to playing it. The four travelers exited the bay, and within a half-hour Darius Gamata set Alex's traveler down on Julian's coordinates, and the other three pilots arranged their ships as the Sade directed. The warriors of the Tawas Soma, Nislara's nest, were busily preparing for the second Fisla, the Queen's Conference, when they witnessed the landing of 4 Hurricane shuttles, a fewer number than had previously carried the emissaries to invite the queens to the first Fisla. Nislara barked to Sisya and Homsaf, 2 queens whose nests bordered hers and had journeyed quickly to join Nislara at the request of her emissaries. The 3 queens, with their wasats in tow, hurried to greet the Hurricanes. "Only 4 ships, Dasata?" Nislara asked. "The giant ship above, the first ship I brought to Sawamesa, and 6 shuttles, Nislara, are all I own," Alex replied. "What of the other ships above and their shuttles, Dasata?" Pusira asked. "I'm not Hurricane anymore, Pusiro. I've left the world of my people." The lips of the Dishnya principals wrinkled in confusion. Dasata is more alien than his own Soma, Nislara thought. "If the Dishnya and the Sui allow the Hurricanes and my Soma to live on this planet," Alex continued, "I have the necessary resources to build more ships and bring our technology to this world." Alex's words calmed Nislara. The Queen realized that the Dishnya's limited way of life had them thinking of technology as a constantly dwindling resource. In contrast, Dasata spoke of creating ships as easily as hunters and females gathered roots. Homsaf eyed Tatia, her body shape similar to Dasata, but expressing an obviously robust feminine figure and topped by curls of fur in Nessila's color. She whispered a comment to Nislara and Sisya, which set Alex laughing. When Tatia raised an eyebrow at Alex, he translated. "Young Queen Homsaf is impressed with you, Admiral. She believes that if you had tail and teeth, you could be a Dishnya queen." "Obviously the queens of this world have a finely tuned sense of female worth," Tatia sent to Alex, who shook his head, smiling softly, but insufficient to expose his teeth. "Queens and wasats," Alex said, "allow me to introduce Admiral Tatia Tichenko. An admiral is what you would consider a wasat, except that she commands our fighting ships and our warriors." The queens and wasats spared a second look for Tatia. A wasat who commanded alien ships and warriors was impressive, but a wasat who commanded such power and was female was astounding, and yet delightfully illuminating to the queens. In that moment, Homsaf got a glimpse of her future, that of a warrior queen, and she chuffed in pleasure. Tatia sensed the young queen's favorable reaction to the introduction and smiled broadly in response, forgetting the admonishments concerning Dishnya amenities. 2 wasats bristled at the affront, but Nislara growled a reprimand. In response to the Admiral's expression, Nislara chuffed in humor and broke out her teeth. "Now, that's an impressive display," Tatia commented privately to Alex. "It's meant to be an imitation of a human smile," Alex sent in reply. "Or so you hope," Tatia sent back. Tatia's teeth were no match for the Queen's. Instead, she made her point in her own way. She stepped forward and extended a hand to Nislara, recognizing this time that she was ignoring another restriction, and smiled again. Amid the wasat's soft snarls, Nislara glanced at Alex, who clasped his hands together and nodded. Nislara twigged to the Admiral's invitation. The female wasat was testing her, as queens often did to each other. She reached out her hand, and hard-nailed furred fingers were enclosed by pink hairless ones. Nislara felt the crushing power of the Admiral's grip, which stopped short of hurting her. Her lips curled even farther from her teeth, crediting the female's display of strength. "Admiral," Nislara acknowledged with a dip of her head. "Chona." Tatia replied, dipping hers. "If you two are finished with your female bonding," Alex commented dryly, "I have business to conduct," which caused both females to give him their version of smiles, both eerily similar in their lupine nature. "Are you ready, Nislara?" Alex asked. "We are, Dasata," Nislara replied. "My emissaries need only know when the Fistula will be held so they might inform the queens." "Later today, Nislara," Alex replied. When the brows of the Dishnia wrinkled in confusion, Alex added, "The emissaries will invite the queens and their wasats to board our ships and return here. Your tents and preparations must be ready by then." "Dasata is in a hurry," Sisya said. "There is much to do, Sisya," Alex agreed. Pusiro stepped back a few paces and barked commands at his warriors. Most blinked in surprise at the orders, but then they hurried to obey. A warrior loped over to an open tunnel hatch and relayed the command. Soon more Soma poured out onto the plains and hurried to help set up the tents. Tatia eyed Pusiro when he stepped back into the group, and nodded politely, and Pusiro nodded in return, accepting the admiration of one wasat to another at the competence of command. "When Dasata is ready, my emissaries will board his 3 ships and collect the queens," Nislara said. "Have you an idea how long this Fistula might last?" "The queens will be returned to their nests by the setting of Nessala on the following day." The answer was entirely unexpected, and the queens exchanged glances of concern. But Nislara sought to support the sense of urgency. "The emissaries will be informed, Dasata. We will travel with you to request Posnosa join us before we speak to the 7 queens who chose not to join the last Fistula." When Alex nodded, Pusiro stepped back, barked a series of commands, and 30 Dishnia warriors poured out of various tunnel entrances, carrying their oversized blue and white, jagged striped emissary masks. They lined up at a respectful distance from the queens, and Nislara addressed them. Her instructions were clear and simple, but that didn't stop a good many great-clawed feet shifting in discomfort. Nislara was about to bark at her warriors, but a touch of Pusiro's hand on her elbow halted her. The wasat glanced toward Alex, who had monitored Nislara's orders. Alex was frowning, recognizing the hesitancy of the emissaries to direct the queens and wasats of other nests to board alien craft to attend a Fistula. They were simple messengers, not equals to the exalted Dishnia they would address. "Might I say something, Nislara?" Alex asked, responding to Pusiro's implied invitation. When the queen agreed, Alex stepped over to walk the line of assembled emissaries like he was addressing troops, and the twins kept pace with him. "A queen will need to hear a valid reason from you to climb aboard our ships to come immediately to this Fistula. In this case, your message is simple. Please tell a queen that the choice is hers. If she wishes an end to the fighting among nests, if she wishes to bring her Soma out of the tunnels and into Nessala's light, so that they might live in comfort, and if she wishes to possess the facilities which we can offer, then it's necessary to board the ship now, and you have one final message for any queen who chooses not to agree. If the Fistula is short one queen, Dasata will take his Soma and great ships and be gone before Nessala rises again, and all will be lost to the Dishnia." The queen's sharp intakes of breath caused the wasats to stare at them with concern. Nislara glanced toward the admiral, whose returning stare was stone-cold. Nislara walked over to stand beside Alex, who had finished walking the line of emissaries. "Your Chona adds these instructions," Nislara said. "If a queen fails to heed Dasata's request, you're to inform his Soma, and they'll communicate this to him. Then the queens will pay a visit to this foolish Dishnia female." The lips of the emissaries wrinkled in humor in response to Nislara's comments. The underlying message was that every queen would attend the Fistula one way or another. Nislara divided the emissaries into 3 groups and sent them to board the shuttles that Alex pointed out to her. The warriors raced across the ground to the waiting ships, and Tatia took note of the speed with which they moved. When she commented to Julian, the sage sent back, "Please be aware, Admiral, our people have witnessed those legs and claws employed as lethal weapons." When Nislara rejoined the other queens and wasats, she whispered to Pusiro, "Dosita's command of the Dishnya tongue has greatly improved, yet he's been gone from us." Pusiro tapped a dark-nailed finger to his head. It was their equivalent of the means by which the Dosita's soma spoke through their minds. They had discussed this concept many times, late into the evening. It was their opinion that if the aliens could communicate their thoughts, then they could learn that way too. In fact, the two Dishnya supposed that more than words might be shared. Pusiro had chuffed at Nislara, saying, "A wasat could be a great commander with this technology." Nislara had replied, "But who would you be fighting, my mate, if peace comes to Sawamessa?" "None on this planet, my queen," Pusiro replied. "But who does Dosita intend to fight? He speaks of the great sphere that landed on Sawamessa before the Dishnya came." "You would fight for Dosita?" asked Nislara, a combination of interest and trepidation in her voice. "I've been a warrior all my life, my queen. The Soma who report to me are warriors. When peace comes, what will we do? I've given this much thought. The Dishnya's future lies with our hunters, our females and their pups, who will learn the Dosita's technology. Who knows what worlds they will visit and what cultures they will create? But for many of us who've spent our lives fighting other nests, what life is there for us in peace?" "Warriors without a war," Nislara lamented. When Julian requested guidance to Posnosa's nest, Fossum Soma, Nislara informed him that it was the place where her emissary, Hafas, was killed by the former queen. Julian accessed the Sojourn's data archives, pulled the coordinates, and relayed them to Commander Gautama. The trip to Posnosa's nest was quick. When the traveler landed, only Nislara and Pusiro exited the ship to wait in its cool shadow. Sisya and Homsaf stayed aboard with their wasats. It wasn't long before Posnosa bounded out of a lookout tunnel hatch and stretched her long legs to cover the distance to the ship. Her wasat loped beside her. After a brief conversation, Posnosa barked a few commands to her lookouts. Then Posnosa and her wasat followed Nislara and Pusiro aboard the shuttle. Alex then directed their flight to the first of the 4 nests whose queens had acquiesced to the aliens' presence, even though they'd refused to attend the first Fisla. When Darius set the traveler down at the nest's edge, only the queens and their wasats exited the hatch, and the 8 Dishnya waited until the resident queen, her wasat, and several warriors climbed carefully out of a tunnel entrance. The two groups met in the middle of the open ground, and a lengthy conversation ensued. The nest's queen argued with Nislara, and her warriors tightened their hands on their weapons. Finally, the resident wasat barked several commands, and the warriors retreated. Now 5 queens and 5 wasats stepped quickly toward the shuttle, although at the last moment the local Dishnya did need a bit of coaxing to climb aboard. And so it went for the next 3 nests. The original 4 queens and 4 wasats would exit, a discussion would take place with the local queen, and then she and her wasat would join the group. Each time Nislara returned aboard with the newly enrolled Dishnya, she'd march to the front of the ship, stand beside Alex, and deliver a feral grin of success. At the first of the 3 nests whose Soma fought against the alien invaders until the Hurricanes retreated, Alex changed the procedure. He joined the queens and wasats when they exited, standing beside Nislara while they waited. The twins stood slightly in front of Alex and Nislara, as there was no room left between the 2 leaders. The wait stretched for nearly an hour before fully 20 warriors, armed with crossbows, leapt out of a tunnel hatch and arrayed themselves against the invaders. Slowly and carefully, a grizzled warrior eased out of the lookout opening and gazed around. The view was intimidating. Arrayed in front of them were queens, wasats, aliens, and a strange ship. The local wasat stepped free of the hatch to help an aging queen and a young female climb out. When the warriors advanced alongside the nest's elderly queen, Pusiro barked harshly and the group halted. Nislara added her commands and the tableau was frozen. The queens with Alex thrashed their tails, impatience exhibited in the frenetic motions. In Homsaf's exuberance, the young queen who stood at Dosita's side swung her tail dramatically, and its tip struck Dosita's calves. She knew the strike would mark his flesh, despite the coverings he wore, and her eyes were wary and wide as she gazed up at him. To her relief, Dosita bestowed his strange bearing of teeth on her, and laid a hand on her neck, shaking it lightly in remonstration, but not in a hurtful manner. Afterwards, Homsaf was careful where she swung her tail, not wishing to repeat the offense. She considered the possibility that Dosita might not be so forgiving the next time she marked him. A decision made, the nest's elderly queen hissed at her Wasat, who handed off his weapon, and his warriors backed away. 3 local Dishnya came forward alone, a queen, a Wasat, and a young female. The local queen attempted to rise fully on her legs, but they shook with the effort, and she had to be content with settling back down. A soft snarl of disgust issued from her muzzle. "I'm Chona Silam, Mos Nos Soma," the queen said. "This is my heir, Choslora, and my Wasat, Hesmas." Both Dishnya rose to their full heights at the introduction. "It was my fear that you would return," Silam added, and her stare was directed at Alex. "Chona Silam, I'm Chona Nislara, Tawas Soma. This is Dosita, leader of the aliens. We come to invite you to a Fisla to end the fighting and lift our Soma out of their tunnels." Silam directed her rheumy eyes to Nislara, who had been gracious enough not to rise on her hind legs to announce herself. "So I heard from your emissary the first time, Chona Nislara, and still I chose not to attend." Silam returned to observing the alien leader. "I feared many of my warriors dead when your kind raided my tunnels, but they recovered. I knew then that your weapons were more powerful and yet more kind than the Dishnya's, but I'm much too old to embrace your ways, Dosita." Silam hissed to Hesmas, her Wasat, and the battle-scarred commander unclasped the queen's robe and drew it from her shoulders, exposing her frail body. "Choslora, attend me," Silam directed. The young queen turned to face her mother, warmth and pain in her eyes at the sight of a mother she knew would soon be gone. "I pass the robe of power to you, Chona Choslora," Silam announced in a wavering voice. The queen waited for Hesmas to drape the robe over her heir's shoulders and connect the bone clasp. "Hesmas, I charge you with the safety of our nest's queen. Protect her as you have always protected me. To you, Chona Choslora, I say, join this Fisla and listen carefully to what is said. Our nest's future is in your hands, but don't be afraid to embrace a new way of life for our Soma, if what Dosita offers has value." Mother and daughter embraced briefly, and Silam hobbled back to the tunnel entrance. An old warrior dropped his bow and hurried forward, offering his arm to Silam to lean on, which the elderly female gratefully took. Hesmas watched his queen leave. They had grown up together, and he was torn between what he felt and what he knew he should do. Silam's last command had called him to a new duty, and he turned to his new queen, Choslora, and nodded his obeisance. Choslora's confusion was evident. Thrust into the position of queen, her mother abandoning her in the face of a Fisla attended by aliens, and protection from a Wasat not of her choosing. She gathered her courage, unwound her tail from her legs, and boldly faced Nislara. "I would hear more of the Fisla. When should we attend?" "We would go now, Choslora, aboard Dosita's ship," Posnosa said gently, stepping forward. She was similar in age to Choslora, and neither of them were as old as Sisya. Together with Homsaf, they were the youngest of the 39 known queens. There were 2 more nests that neither the Dishnya nor Alex's people knew who ruled the nests. Witnessing the peaceful passing of the robe had struck Posnosa to the marrow. Both Homsaf and she were unfortunate enough to have executed their mothers. Posnosa was forced to prevent her mother, who had dared to kill an emissary, from doing the same to the Herricans when they attempted to recover the emissary's body, and Homsaf delivered the final blow to Chafwa, her mother, who was judged guilty of trying to kill Dacita and nearly succeeding. Hesmas drew breath to speak, but Choslora stood high on her hind legs and barked a command for him to follow. The young queen nodded quickly to Nislara and Alex, then marched toward the ship, her tail in a high arc behind her. In triumph, Nislara flashed her bared teeth at Alex, and for the briefest instant, he regretted breaking the Dishnya taboo and teaching the human expression. The presence of queens, Wasat's aliens, and a foreign ship forced the capitulation of the last two queens. Nislara stood at the front of the main cabin with Alex after the last queen and Wasat had boarded. Her emotions ran high, and she itched to swish her tail. Instead, it stayed carefully wrapped around her legs, and she contented herself with the occasional baring of teeth in Dacita's direction. Chapter 9. Fisla and Peace. By the time Alex had collected the 7 reticent queens and their Wasats and returned to Nislara's nest for the Fisla, the other pilots and crew had retrieved the remaining queens and their warrior commanders. 30 queens and their Wasats waited under tents as Alex and company disembarked, bringing 11 more queens and their Wasats. All 41 nests were present, as if anyone couldn't tell that by the manner in which Nislara covered the ground to the tents, muzzle tilted up, high on hind legs, and tail cutting swaths of dried grass. As Nislara approached the gathering, a thought struck her about the 7 queens she had collected. Before she met Dacita, Nislara would have threatened the 7 errant queens with the combined forces of the 34 others of her kind. They were prepared to remove the disagreeing female from her nest and absorb her soma if she didn't cooperate. Instead, Nislara found herself willing to sway the 7 by virtue of appealing to their duty as queens, saying, "If you choose not to take part in this opportunity, you and your soma will be left to inhabit your tunnels, while the rest of us enjoy the rays of Nessala with the help of the aliens' technology, which my Wasat and I have witnessed." Nislara and the other queens took to their pallets. Only the 7 queens who were new attendees to the Fisla were surprised that it was the alien leader, Dacita, who opened the ceremony. "I've asked Nislara to call this Fisla," Alex said. "It was agreed by the queens at the first conference that if my soma provided opportunities for the Dishnya to return to the light, the queens would agree to end the fighting among the nests. Furthermore, no sentient creature on this planet would be harmed, now or in the future, without dire consequences. This would include Dishnya, Sui, who you call Sina, my soma, or any others who are invited to live on Sawa Mesa. In return for these things, the queens must invite the soma of my people to live among them." "Are you ready to build, Dacita?" Sisya asked. "Aboard the huge ship that your telescopes have observed are more than 10 times the number of soma of all the Dishnya on Sawa Mesa, and more technology than you can imagine. We're ready to help the Dishnya," Alex replied. "What of the green, Dacita?" Nislara asked. "Allowing my soma to live on this planet is conditional on the invitation of 2 species, yours and the Sui, which have been hunted by Dishnya. Leaders of both groups who have lost soma in the green have wondered if a sentient species lives there. Here's your answer." Julian stepped to the forefront holding a portable holovid. Slung over his back was a power cell. It was determined that the holovid would be put to good use for several hours during the Fisla. When Julian activated the device under the tent's shade, hisses and growls arose from many present. Nislara briefly bared her teeth at Alex. She, for one, was pleased that the queens and their Wasats were experiencing Dacita's technology. As an edited vid of Z's encounter with the Nascasto played, the queens left their pallets and crowded around the holovid. Julian dropped a set of legs from the bottom of the holovid so it could stand on its own, and backed away to allow the queens an unobstructed view. When the rodent shrieked and leapt off the branch, the queens and wasats, who were crowded behind their principals, snarled. It was an instinctual Dishnya response to witnessing an attack. The vid ended when the troop attacked Z in force. "You lost your Soma, Dasata," Hamsaf lamented. "His name is Z, and he's fine," Alex replied. "But do not your images show these creatures to be poisonous, Dasata?" Posnosa asked. "Highly so," Alex agreed. "Is Z one of your Soma without scent, Dasata?" Nislara asked. "Yes, he is." "Dasata's metal Soma," Busiro hissed into Nislara's ear, and she lifted a hand from her thigh to silence him. "So these creatures have no voice in whether your Soma stay or go?" Nislara asked. She wanted to be sure of this point. "None," Alex agreed. To the assembly, Nislara said, "Every queen has heard from her matriarch of the dangers of the green, and now we've seen the evidence for ourselves. The green is a deadly place for the Dishnya, and you might be asking how the Dasata's Soma survived an attack by these creatures that have decimated many groups of our hunters." Nislara's comment had the queens and wasats nodding in agreement, and she knew it was time to start adding her voice to Dasata's. "There is not enough time to tell you of all the wonders that my wasat and I experienced aboard Dasata's ships. And be aware that their technological superiority is not limited to devices. For those who were not present at the last Fisla, know that Chona Chafwa and her wasat breached the rules of the Fisla and attacked Dasata. He received grievous wounds to the chest and head from Dishnya weapons. Every queen present was sure that he would be dead before he reached his ship above, where his people flew him. But he lives, as you can see. We can have these things for our Soma." "Chona Nislara, is Chona Chafwa banned from the Fisla?" the newly elevated queen, Choslora, asked politely, and silence descended over the assembly. "I'm Chona of the Mawas Soma," Homsaf said. She stood high on her hind legs, although she barely reached the height of most of the mature queens in their relaxed stances. "My mother, her wasat and emissary, were judged and punished for their breach of the Fisla." The new queens and wasats turned their eyes on Alex. Many were wide, and Alex could guess the reason for their concern. "I don't hold the Dishnya accountable for the attack of a few individuals," Alex said. "Chona Chafwa was frightened by the changes that a future with us might bring to her Soma, and she was jealous of Chona Nislara's contact with us. Understand that her way is not my way." "Dasata," Nislara said softly. "Dasata," Homsaf echoed, and one by one the queens added their voices. When there was quiet, Choslora said, "What of our ways, Dasata?" "Name your concern, Chona Choslora," Alex said. "If the Dishnya enjoy Nessala's light, there's an opportunity for our Soma's number to grow, but only if we have more food. Unfortunately, the plains barely support the nests now. Will you provide meat for the Soma in addition to what our hunters gather?" "My Soma don't hunt and gather food anymore," Alex replied. When Nislara threw a confused look at Alex, he nodded to her to speak, and she said, "But Dasata, I sat at your table, I ate your food, the same food that your Soma ate." "Did you enjoy it, Chona Nislara?" "It was an enjoyable meal," Nislara admitted. "And we dined on meat, I'm sure of it. The taste and texture were unmistakable." "My Soma make our food and create dishes, such as the ones you enjoyed. I repeat, we don't hunt and we don't gather. There's no need to do this. If the Dishnya choose to live above ground, then this is the way you will eat, and over time your Soma will learn to make your own food." Alex watched the queens and wasats murmur among one another. The discussion had traveled further afield from the consensus he'd hoped to quickly build on the subjects of peace and an invitation to stay, but if he didn't respond to their concerns, he knew he'd never get to his objectives. "How will we live above ground, Dasata?" Sisya asked. "Julian," Alex said, and his friend activated the holovid for another viewing. The final plans for the structures the Dishnia would inhabit sprang into view. Both Alex and Julian felt twinges of regret that Willem wasn't present to display the results of his efforts, but the Sade was buried in the planet's survey research, and he'd yet to decide on his future allegiance, to Hurricane or to Alex. However, Julian did the next best thing. He relayed the Fisla proceedings to Willem. Nislara and Pusiro's eyes lit up at the familiar designs. The two closed on the display and proudly exhibited their proficiency with manipulating the view, with a small amount of covert help from Julian. The two Dishnia conducted a show and tell about their experiences aboard Dosita's ship, concerning the various facilities and how they related to the building plans. The Queens and Wasats were mesmerized, not only by the structures and their facilities, but by the stories of Nislara and Pusiro. Alex waited patiently for the presentation to end, but it dragged on and on. At one point, he took a seat on the ground and soon nodded off. "Time to go back to work, Dosita," Julian said to Alex, whose eyes popped open. He felt the leg of each twin release the pressure on his back. They had braced him while he slept. He stood up and yawned briefly, catching Nislara's chuff of humor. "Dosita, the Queens want these structures for their nests, and request to share in your technology," Nislara announced proudly. "My Soma are ready to build," Alex said to the assembly of Queens. "You must commit to peace among one another and with the Sui-Sui, and you must invite my Soma to live here." "We are ready to give you our bond, Dosita," Nislara replied. Then she started to chortle, and soon every Queen and Wasat was doing the same thing. "I'm missing the joke," Alex sent to Julian. "I regret I have no conjectures for you, O supposedly omniscient one," Julian sent back. "Dosita, this is the manner in which two queens seal a bond," Nislara said, and nodded toward Sisya. Facing each other about 1.5 meters apart, they swung their tails from behind them. Each came from the Queen's right side, and the tails met between them, snapping together and intertwining with each other. Then the tails slithered apart and were swung behind the Queens again. "Should we wait until Dosita has one of his own?" Posnosa asked innocently, but her wrinkling muzzle betrayed her remark's facetiousness. Alex's laugh boomed out, and the Dishnia were momentarily taken aback, but soon joined in with their soft chortles and barks. "We will make the bond as I've seen Dosita's Soma do," Nislara said. She walked over to Alex and held out her hand. Most of the Dishnia were shocked at the affront to the alien leader, and they held their collective breath. Alex reached out his hand and shook Nislara's. As the Queen revealed her muzzle of sharp teeth, Alex grinned back. Homesaf didn't miss the opportunity to be second in a line that quickly formed behind Nislara. She extended her hand and did the best she could to display the entirety of her fangs, while she shook Dosita's hand. Despite their trepidation at the audaciousness of the alien mannerisms, each queen dutifully bared her teeth and shook the hand of Dosita. "You should be pleased, Alex," Julian sent. "But there is a small frown on your forehead that I know only too well." "The Fisla is proving to be a success," Alex conceded via his thoughts. "But I'm wondering how to purge these images of 41 displays of incredibly dangerous fangs from my memory, not just my implants." "Such are the weighty consequences of successful peace negotiations," Julian replied. "One treaty concluded, one more to go." The next morning, Long Eyes, a member of Wave Skimmer's hive, spied the Star Hunter's blue-green traveler landing on the shoreline, and he stroked through the shallows to meet whoever exited the ship. He'd hoped to greet Little Singer, but it was Star Hunter first who stepped onto the sands. The meeting was short. Long Eyes bobbed a greeting, and Alex whistled his request to the Sui-Sui, who dove back into the water and hurried to deliver the leader's message to his hives first. On the following morning, 4 travelers returned to the site of the Fisla, and Alex once again addressed the Queens. "You've promised peace among the nests, and you've invited my Soma to share your planet with you. There's one more task to complete before this can take place. You'll ride our shuttles to the edge of the great waters. The leaders of the Sui-Sui, who are called firsts, are assembling. A ceremony will take place on the sands." "What will the ceremony entail?" Homsaf asked, with a small amount of trepidation. "One leader from each side will be required to participate," Alex replied. "That will be me," Nislara said, rising on her legs, her tail swishing to and fro. It was a signal to the other queens not to disagree with her. "My nest has committed grievous harm against the Sui-Sui, who we once called Sina. Whatever the ceremony entails, it is my duty to represent the Fisla." "But Mawasoma was also guilty of offending the Sui-Sui," Homsaf said. Her eyes implored Nislara, but the Tawasoma queen could read the young one's mind. Homsaf was offering to shoulder the blame, as was her duty, but at the same time she was terrified as to what that meant. "You were not queen when the offences occurred, Chona Homsaf. I was. This is my duty," Nislara replied firmly, and she saw relief flood through the young queen's eyes. "You are not informing Nislara that the ceremony is merely a sharing of a meal," Julian sent to Alex. When Julian received no reply, he sent, "I gather you wish Nislara to feel apprehensive about the ceremony for the injustice committed against the Sui-Sui." Still, there was no response from Alex. "Don't let your heart harden because of your anger, Alex," Julian thought. "Once it does, it might never soften again." The queens and Wasats boarded the shuttles for the short flight to the shore. The travelers were forced to land on the bluff. There wasn't sufficient room for them on the small beach. The assembly made its way down to the shore via a path worn throughout the years by Dishnya hunters. Alex was the first to set foot on the sands, and he quickly spotted the telltale sign of a multitude of Sui-Sui waiting in deeper water. Eyes perched on stalks, peeking above the surface. He whistled shrilly, and dark carapaces broached the water's surface, tails and legs stroking, as the Sui-Sui responded to the ancient call to assemble. The firsts and a key male of their hives stopped in the shallows and stood on extended legs, while Wave Skimmer, Long Eyes, and Dives Deep waded ashore. Queens and Wasats trembled at the sight of the monstrous creatures who loomed over Dosida, but they took heart from Nislara's stalwart stance, the queen standing next to the alien leader. They were intrigued by the whistling and tweeting manner in which Dosida communicated with the Sui-Sui who faced him. Never could they have believed that this was a means of speaking. Wave Skimmer whirled around and relayed Alex's offer to the firsts. An end to the land hunters' attacks, the opportunity to build along the cliffs, and, most important, a new period of prosperity for the hives. In exchange, Star Hunter First asked for one gift from the firsts. They must give permission for his people to live on the planet. When the queries came, Alex replied he had only the one offer for the Sui-Sui. If they did not approve, he and his people would be gone. That comment ended the questions, and the firsts whistled and warbled among themselves. "These Sui-Sui leaders make up their minds no faster than the queens," Nislara whispered to Alex. She was disappointed when Alex didn't reply. She had hoped for some conversation which might steady her nerves for what was to come. Wave Skimmer whistled for attention, interrupting the other firsts, and restated the offer, asking for approval or denial. He reminded the firsts that Star Hunter First's presence was their only hope for a return of their traditions and living in peace. Several hive leaders whistled their acceptance, and then others joined in, until every first had added their approval. "The firsts accept," Wave Skimmer whistled. "Rather than have every first greet every queen, I wish one first, one queen, and me to participate in the greeting ceremony," Alex whistled. Wave Skimmer whistled the proposal to the firsts, who agreed to let Wave Skimmer stand for the assembled firsts in the greeting ceremony. Long Eyes darted into the shallows, but a male deeper in the waters snatched a tasty prize and hurried to present it to Long Eyes, who speared the twisting eel-like creature and hurried back to shore. Wave Skimmer warbled his thanks, accepting the tribute, and neatly snipped off the head. Not that it stopped the wriggling of the muscle-laden body, but the first knew the jaws of the creature would lock tightly once it clamped on its prey or predator. He slit the skin down the entire body and peeled it away. Then he stripped a long piece of meat from the vertebrae and offered it to Alex. When he peeled the next piece of flesh, his eye stalks split. Two focused on Alex, and the other two roamed to gaze over the queens. "Jonah Nislara," Alex said, and the queen stepped forward and took the offering from Wave Skimmer. The first tore a final piece from the carcass and flicked the remainder over his carapace into the shallows. Nislara watched Dasida and the Sui tear into the creature's raw flesh, chewing heartily and swallowing chunks of meat. Having always consumed cooked meat, the queen was reticent to taste the raw flesh, but this was the peace ceremony. Her sharp teeth easily bit through a chunk of the meat, and she was surprised that the flavor didn't offend her. Energized, she joined the other two, ripping and tearing into her portion of the creature until she'd consumed every bit of it, even licking her fingers to enjoy the juice. Then she eyed Alex's portion, which he was still consuming. "If you want more, Nislara, you have only to swim out and get some," Alex said, in response to Nislara's attention. Observing the queen's shock at the thought of venturing into the great waters, which terrified the Dishnya, Alex whistled a translation to Wave Skimmer, who warbled at the queen's discomfort. Alex couldn't prevent his lopsided smile from forming. Realizing she was the butt of the exchange between the two leaders, Nislara shot back, "For a creature without a tail, you're bold, Dasita." Alex translated the queen's reply, and Wave Skimmer loosed a high-pitched whistle as he caught the joke, two of his eye stalks bending to observe Nislara's twitching tail. When all were finished with their portions, Alex said to Nislara, "Watch carefully what I do with my fists after they are struck by Wave Skimmer." The queen didn't understand the message, but she paid close attention when the Sui extended his claws, and Dasida struck them with his fists. The heavy smack of flesh on shell was disturbing. Then the two reversed the order, and she saw Dasida swing his hands down and away from his side when the claws hit them. That Dasida was the first to strike was not lost on Nislara. So when the Sui extended his claws to her, she placed her fists below his. Wave Skimmer's eye stalks bent to examine the face of the land hunter leader, and he warbled. Before Nislara could ask what was said, the Sui's claws slapped down on her fists, and only her quick reflexes saved her from broken bones. She thought to return the favor, but the creature's size and formidable power made her think otherwise. Besides, Nislara thought, do not the Sina have a right to feel angry? When it was her turn, she smacked her fists on the claws and considered her decision well thought out. She thought she had struck stone with her hands. Dasida turned to Nislara, and the queen immediately placed her fists in a subordinate position. He struck hers lightly, and she did the same in return. Sui whistles split the air. Momentarily taken aback, the queens sensed the jubilant atmosphere and joined with howls and barks. When the celebration died down, Alex whistled to Wave Skimmer. "Where will you build?" "There are cliffs along the shore, several bays in that direction," Wave Skimmer replied, pointing a claw. "They're tall and solid, and the waters are rich." "Will all the Sui reside there?" Alex asked. "No, there will be many sites. So the election of a first to govern all the hives will be difficult." "Yes, we have lived separately for a long while. It will take time for the people to return to the old ways, if ever." "You have peace now, Wave Skimmer, and my people will ensure that you are safe until such time as you develop your own rapport with the Dishnya." When the Star Hunter leader mentioned the land hunters, the first swung his eyeballs over the assembly. A tweet of derision nearly escaped his breathways, but he held it back. It would be a poor beginning for the peace, Wave Skimmer thought. He whistled farewell and hurried into the shallows. Soon the entire collection of Sui was no more than a disturbance of the surface, as they dove for the safety of deep water. "Is that the end of the ceremony?" Nislara asked, confusion written in her eyes and on her muzzle. "Yes," Alex replied. "You have sworn peace with the Sui-Sui. It's a solemn oath that can't ever be changed or broken," Alex said, staring hard into Nislara's eyes. The Queen thought to point out that Dasida had let her think the event was to be more onerous than that, and she yearned to be indignant and criticize him for his cruel joke, but his eyes smoldered with a deep anger. Instead, Nislara deflated, settling on her hind legs and wrapping her tail around her legs. Seeing the Queen's reaction, Alex berated himself for his own behavior and said, "Perhaps, Nislara, I might have been more informative about the greeting ceremony, but I fought a war and lost Soma in an effort to save this species, only to find them hunted for food on your planet." "Your words and your anger are understood, Dasida," Nislara said humbly. "One day I hope to earn your forgiveness," she added, and turned to climb the path to the waiting travelers on the bluff above. Chapter 10. Omnia. As Alex's traveler made for the Freedom, he knew announcing to the fleet of their success was unnecessary. Julian had notified the Saids, who communicated to their favorite humans, and soon everyone knew that the Dishnya and the Sui-Sui had consented to peace and offered them an opportunity to live on the planet. Once the queens and their wasats were returned to their nests, Alex began making arrangements for a meeting with many of his senior people. However, he signaled Emil and Ben to meet with him immediately, one after the other. Ben linked with Emil to ensure he knew when to appear before Alex after Emil was finished. Emil Billings met with Alex outside the Freedom's Bay. "Congratulations, Alex, or should I say Dasita. I would hate to be out of step with the accepted proprieties." Alex would have replied tartly, but there was the hint of a smile on Emil's lips, and his mind was too absorbed with other thoughts to bother with a response. "I have a priority task for you, Emil, something you can put that overactive imagination of yours to work on immediately." "Then this supersedes the Fochelle operation. Can you hand that off to Mickey for a while?" "I suppose so, Alex, if it's that important." "It is. I need a queen's spray." "A what?" "A nest's soma requires the constant scent of their queen. We know that she can't be absent from the nest for too long. The problem is that I need some queens to help me with my future plans, and they'll need to be absent from their nests for an extended period of time. Make me a spray or some delivery mechanism that imitates a queen's scent and can be distributed in her absence. Start with Nislara." "Does the Queen know I'm about to do this?" "No time like the present to introduce yourself to her," Alex said with a grin and a wave as he walked off. Benjamin Little Ben Diaz received Emil's signal, and he queried the Freedom's controller to vector in on Alex's position. Alex had exited a lift on the bridge deck, and Ben guessed Alex was probably headed for the owner's suite. He started to quicken his pace and belatedly realized his diminutive partner, Simone Turin, couldn't keep up. So Ben, a massive new Terran, slowed to Simone's pace and glanced down apologetically at his partner. Simone was a pale, blonde, blue-eyed, slender example of Meridian genetic templates. She was a stark contrast to Ben's massive stature, dark hair, and warm brown skin. Ben wasn't your average new Terran. He was 6 centimeters taller and more than 30 kilos heavier than Alex, and known among Herricans as Rainmaker. When he was the Minister of Mining, he supplied copious amounts of water-ice asteroids for the land-thirsty planet. Ben and Simone caught up with Alex before he entered the owner's cabin, and Alex invited them inside while he cleaned up, knowing the smell of raw fish he had consumed would be offensive to a Meridian such as Simone. "Are we going to add moisture to this world's atmosphere now that we're invited to stay?" Ben asked, standing in the doorway to the sleeping quarters and calling out to Alex. "Not this time, Ben," Alex yelled back. "The forests are already plenty wet. Any additional rain would disturb the ecological balance. What I need is a great deal of refined ore and compounds." "Any idea how much?" Ben asked, stepping away from the doorway to make room for Alex to pass through and enter the salon. "If you're asking for details, such as the total kilos of each type, I have no idea. That's for the engineers, humans, and Sades to work out, and they've yet to get their marching orders. Have you checked out the Freedom's bays?" "Did that the first thing when I came aboard, Alex. All the ore haulers and mining rigs are still on board. A bunch of my engineers have been running them through their maintenance checks. They're in fairly good shape for not being used in about 16 years. "How about targets?" "Did that too. Accessed the Sojourn's survey information on that asteroid belt out past Celis 6 and the moons circling that planet. Heavy metal content and frozen gases of the type we need are out there." "Good to hear. Pick your people from the Independents and Confederation Sades in the same proportion as they're represented." "Is this relationship of numbers important, Dasada?" Simone asked. Ben thought of the same question, but it wasn't in his nature to ask why. "It is, Simone. When you believe you have the answer, send it to me," Alex replied. Ben worked to keep the smile off his face, not for any concern about Alex's reaction, but for his tiny Meridian partner. She could be much fiercer than her size indicated. "I can tell you this, Ben, since it will soon be common knowledge. We need refined metals to build a city planet-side, 41 structures for the Queens, and an orbital platform with passenger and ship construction facilities." "We're going to build the old-type ships, Alex?" "No, Ben, we're going to build a whole new generation of ships with something that Emile and company invented, a spray-on faux sui-sui shell." "Black space," Ben whispered. "Consider your language," Simone admonished, swatting Ben's arm. She might well have been striking a tree trunk for all that Ben felt it, but he pretended that he did. This time it was Alex who had to hide a smile. "Quite true, Ben," Alex allowed. "You'll need to coordinate with Captain Cordelia. She'll accumulate the needs of each group and centralize the refined ore and compound amounts for you." "Just like the old days," Ben enthused, holding out a meaty hand, which Alex clasped. "Not quite my more than significant other," Simone cautioned. "There was a reason I insisted on accompanying you to this meeting. I wanted Alex and you to hear this directly from me. This time I'm going out in the beyond with you. I'm not sitting it out planet-side again." After speaking with Ben, Alex hustled to one of the Freedom's large conference rooms where the remainder of his senior staff had gathered. Present were Tatia, Mickey, Edmus, Jodlin, Claude, Julian, Cordelia, Z, Miranda, Ophelia, Perrin, Maynard, Miriam, Glenn, Trixie, 5 commanders, and a good many more individuals. "Let's get to it," Alex said, when his app collected bio-IDs and signaled everyone was present. "We're going to initiate several projects at once, people. You'll consider the Freedom as your hub. Your requests for personnel, equipment, and materials will be coordinated through the ship's controller and will be managed by Captain Cordelia." Alex scanned the audience to ensure they understood his directive. No one seemed bothered by it. Once again, you're the fool in charge, Alex thought, but he swamped the mocking judgment before it could take hold. The first of these major projects is a dual-purpose orbital platform to handle passenger ships and ship construction. Every one of you has been introduced to our incredible new invention. When the assembly applauded, Alex motioned the foursome to stand up and accept their due. Mickey, Edmus, and Emile nodded, while Jodlin delivered a cute curtsy. Several of you will be driving the specifications for this project. For instance, Admiral Tachenko and her commanders are selecting the ships, which will determine the bay requirements. The ships must be enclosed for the shell to be sprayed. Mickey and his team will be converting those requirements into the orbital's construction design. With regards to ship construction, travelers, considerably sized warships, and possibly a medium-sized carrier are my priorities. There's a backlog demand for our shuttles, and they're going to be our credits supply, which we need in order to hire a larger labor force. Alex took a sip of water and regarded the faces. Heads were nodding, and many were smiling. And no need to construct the facilities to manufacture myriad sophisticated technological components if we have the credits to purchase them, Mickey said. Precisely, Alex replied. Next major project is to build a city below, but I don't want it on the same continent as the nests. That's too much for the Dishnya to handle. They'll need time to assimilate with us. In addition, the Queens will need their 41 structures. Julian has Willem's building designs, and as you would expect, they're quite complete. And what are the priorities for these projects? Perrin asked. Everything starts at once, Alex replied. First thing, don't consider any team that you put together will stay with you. Some projects will require more individuals sooner than others as they progress. That's why everything is coordinated through the Freedom and Captain Cordelia. This time Alex could see confusion forming on the Independents' faces and suspected that the Confederation Sades probably had questions too, but Cordelia stepped into the discussion. You'll be surprised how easily this will work, people, Cordelia said, and Alex had to grin at how the captain copied his style when addressing those around the huge table. If you'll recall, we've done this before when we successfully accelerated the completion of 2 city ships with a combined mass that equals, if not exceeds, that of our present projects. And let's not forget the time constraint under which we worked. Cordelia's last comment brought soft laughter and chuckles from her audience. No matter who you were or where you were from, everyone knew of the city ship's timely escape from the Arno system in advance of the onslaught of the Nual sphere. Well said, Captain, Alex sent privately to Cordelia. I had a good teacher, Cordelia replied. And Alex received a new version of Julian and Cordelia's trademark explosion of ever-evolving colors that quickly faded away, the sound of tiny silver bells tinkling in the background. Who would you like to see in charge of each project? Ophelia asked. That's up to everyone around this table. There's a tremendous amount of brain power in this room, and I'm sure you can work that out among yourselves. Except, I do have one request, if she's so inclined to accept the role. For the architect of the city, I would like to nominate Trixie. Trixie dropped into a fugue, her avatar absolutely still. Embrace the dream of the Confederation Sades, Trixie, Alex sent gently. They imagined a city that would welcome all, and you can do no wrong if you hold that ideal centermost in your plans. Trixie rose from her seat. The congratulations from Sades poured into her calm. She nodded, saying softly, Dasada, I will do my best, and sat back down. Well, figure out who's doing what and get started, people. You need a good site for the city, and you need to finalize your choice of ships. You will need to produce metal and compound requests for Ben. He'll be mining at Celis 6 and the belt beyond to deliver your raw materials. Alex stood up to leave, but halted. There's one other thing. We have more than one name for this planet, depending on who you talk to, Heracans or Dishnya. It's unfair to choose one over the other. I suggest you come up with a better name. Trixie stood up. Dasada, if you please, the Confederation Sades have been calling this planet Omnia. It's an ancient word meaning all or everything. Omnia, Alex repeated, rolling the word and its meaning around in his mind. His implants received assent after assent from around the table. I like it. Consider it adopted, Alex said, smiling at Trixie, and her grin lit up her electric blue face. Chapter 11. Inventive Minds. After Alex left them, the group divided the projects among themselves, and Cordelia recorded the supervisory summary. Alex, don't go too far, Mickey sent. I'm headed for the Freedom's old engineering labs, which are still situated in the original bay. Alex affirmed he'd join Mickey there, and in turn the engineers signaled Cordelia, Edmus, and Jodlin, requesting they join Alex and him. I've had a crazy idea and need some opinions, Mickey sent, and took off at a brisk walk. When the small group cycled through the bay's airlock, the hatches keyed open via Mickey's implant, Alex commented, Familiar territory. The opening of the inner airlock hatch triggered the overhead lights on, illuminating the cavernous space. "Traveler frames," Edmus said, marveling at the skeletons of 2 shuttles hoisted on fixed lifts. The Sui-Sui's original shells had long since crumbled under the continuous prodding and poking of engineers and techs. "Dark travelers, Edmus," Alex replied. "These were gifts from the Libran Sui-Sui. They were the engineering basis of our reproductions, which you help build today," he added. They threaded their way through empty workbenches toward the frames. "We already have full-size models to test our spray technique," Edmus enthused. "That we do, my young friend," Mickey replied. Mickey crossed his arms and supported his chin with one hand. Edmus drew breath to speak, but a quick signal from Alex told him to wait. "You gave me this idea, Alex, when you talked about spending credits to buy items that Hurricanes were easily producing," Mickey said after staring at a traveler frame for a while. "If we look at the timeline for producing a single finished traveler, we're talking about a lengthy process. Once the hulls are ready, we'll need the components. But if we haven't delivered any finished units, where are the credits coming from to buy the components? And if we wait until we build the manufacturing capability, we're adding a huge amount of time until we complete the first traveler. My thought is this: who says we have to assemble an entire traveler?" Mickey felt Alex's eyes bore into his. Suddenly, his good friend broke into a broad grin, and Mickey grinned back at him. "We sell shells!" Alex and Mickey yelled at each other simultaneously, and their laughter echoed off the bulkheads of the huge bay. Edmus smiled at the men's antics, but his forehead was furrowed, and he looked at Cordelia for help. "Patience, Edmus," Cordelia sent to Edmus. "The final concept will soon take shape." Cordelia marveled at the workings of human minds. A Sade could calculate the permutations of a traveler's cost at each stage of construction to determine its potential trade or sale value in mere ticks of time. But the creative leap to the idea of selling shells was truly a human exercise in thinking outside the box, as Alex called it. "So what do you think, Mickey? Frames and shells only?" Alex asked. "That's the way I figure it," Mickey replied. "Shells are the one element holding up the entire production line on Hurricane. We trade or sell our shells for the components we need to complete travelers for us. Which means we can complete travelers for ourselves within 6 months instead of a year or more," Alex mused. "I was going to object that the Hurricane companies wouldn't have access to the interiors," Edmus said, a little embarrassed to confess his initial and erroneous thought. "But then it dawned on me that they can cut the hatches and access ports in any manner they choose." Mickey clasped a big hand on Edmus's shoulder and said, "Right you are, young man." Alex turned to Cordelia, but she anticipated him. "We can run estimates as to the proportional value of a shell and frame to the remaining components, Alex. But how do we value Sui-Sui labor and the acceleration opportunity we're presenting to Hurricanes?" "What was the backlog for travelers when we left?" Alex asked. This was one item the exchange directors tracked carefully. The exchange was heavily invested in companies that either produced components for grav-drive ships or were instrumental in assembling them. "Approximately 31 years' worth," said Cordelia, smiling sweetly at the human's dumbfounded expressions. Mickey whistled slowly. Edmus and Jodlin stared open-mouthed at each other, and Alex whispered, "Black space." Absolute quiet followed as every entity considered the opportunity to sell traveler shells to fill 31 years of accumulated orders. "Okay, we don't offer to sell the shells outright to Hurricane," Alex said, breaking the silence. "The demand is an enormous number of credits waiting to be earned." "Yes," Mickey exclaimed. "We go into business with Hurricane companies." "The greater profit margin could be negotiated with a consortium of Hurricane companies rather than individual agreements," Cordelia said, which gave Alex and Mickey pause. "Okay," Alex replied, drawing out the moment to order his thoughts. "What if, instead of pushing Hurricane to form a collective that could exclude other companies in the future, we made a deal with the assembly representatives? We tell them that we'll supply the government with frames and shells, and they'll have to negotiate contracts with the suppliers and fulfill the orders with the completed travelers. Hurricane companies and the government make credits, and we're paid a portion of every sale." "I like it," Mickey replied. Alex glanced at Cordelia, who said, "It's the optimum arrangement for us and the social needs of Hurricane. It's well considered, Alex. The Sades will work to determine the value of our offering prior to negotiations." "We'll need an organization for the agreement with the Assembly," Mickey said. "Omnia ships," Alex replied with a smile. "I have a thought too, Alex," Edmus said, and he was slightly intimidated when his seniors focused intently on him. "Anyway, I think it's worth mentioning." Jodlin nudged Edmus's elbow to encourage him. "Well, Alex, you mentioned building a medium carrier. Was its purpose to transport the shells to Hurricane?" "Originally, no, Edmus," Alex replied. "The need for a carrier would have depended on which warships Tatia and her people selected, and how many fighters those ships could carry. If I had my preference, we wouldn't have one. That said, when we started talking about delivering traveler hulls to Hurricane, I thought the carrier a good idea for that purpose. Why?" "I was asking myself why we should be responsible for transporting travelers to Hurricane. I mean, why should we have to wait to build a carrier to deliver what Hurricane companies are hungering to possess? Why not request Hurricane send a carrier to load up every shell we've built? All we need to kick our process in gear are girders, metal alloy nanites, and faux spray." Edmus's mistake was to be standing between Alex and Mickey, who simultaneously slapped him on the back, congratulating him on his brilliant idea. Alex and Mickey did have the grace and the reflexes to catch the young Sol native as he shot forward. "We were correct in our assumptions," Cordelia thought, watching the threesome grinning at one another. Wherever Alex went, he and his people generated economic opportunity. The exchange and the SIF would be reaping huge returns for decades to come, if not longer, from their investment in Alex's expedition. Alex and Cordelia left the engineers alone in the bay, and Mickey looked thoughtfully at Edmus and Jodlin. "What we need to do, my friends," Mickey said, "is access the interviews that were completed with the Independents and talk with Ophelia, Perrin, and Maynard to see who we can recruit. We need ship architects, engineers, techs, chemists, biochemists, and anyone else we can think of who can help us design and build industrial ships and warships." "What about the platform's construction?" Edmus asked. "Recruit first," Mickey replied. "Why are you listing the soft sciences?" Jodlin asked. Recall several things that Alex said. Originally, he told Willem to consider what it would take to accommodate the Dishnia aboard our ships. Then he told Tatia that the count of independents was less than he anticipated, and he suggested that Dishnia warriors could make up the crew shortfall. And now he's asked Emil to create a scent to allow the queens to travel with him. "Where's he intending to go?" Jodlin asked. "Who knows? Besides Alex, maybe only Sarah and Julian," Mickey replied. "But the point is, my young friends, if Alex has mentioned this several times, we better be prepared, which means we'll need help figuring out how to accommodate those warriors." Edmus slowly shook his head at the incredulity of the thought. One moment Alex is hugging a queen, and the next he's recruiting her warriors. "That's our Alex, going where every human in Sade believes it's unwarranted to go." "Do you think Emil will figure out how to make the queen's scent work?" Jodlin asked. Mickey sighed and placed a heavy arm around the shoulders of each of his young engineering partners to guide them toward the bay's exit. "This is the world of Alex. Don't ask if someone can or can't do something. Ask yourself how it can be done. That's what Alex is always doing, and if we're going to be contributors to this little expedition of his, then that's what we'll need to be doing." When Emil requested transportation planetside from Cordelia, Julian took charge of making the arrangements for him. The biochemist's value had increased exponentially to Alex's expedition with the invention of the faux shell spray, and it only grew greater when Alex depended on him for a solution to extricate a nest's soma from their dependence on a queen. A tiny connection between programs within Julian's kernel had become persistent, and he chose to act on it, initiating a query to the Freedom's database to search the backgrounds of Daylon independents who might be potential assistants for Emile. Emile, accompanied by Jodlin, boarded a traveler to find Julian, Etienne, and Alain waiting for them. "Are we expecting trouble, Julian?" Jodlin asked. "Expecting it, no. Prepared for it, yes," Julian replied, and the twins smiled at her. The traveler settled on the outskirts of Nislara's nest, and the passengers continued to chat happily while they waited for the lookouts to summon the Queen, or Wasat. As it was, both of them climbed out of the tunnel and used their long-legged gaits to close quickly on the ship. After the brief greetings, Jodlin uttered, "Uh-oh." The others followed her gaze, and the Queen cheerfully rubbed the small bulge in her belly. "By my scent, I will be producing an heir," Nislara said, and she gazed proudly at Pusiro, who rose slightly on his hind legs. "Congratulations, Chona Nislara and Wasat Pusiro," Julian said formally. "Dasada will be pleased to hear of your good fortune." "Pardon, Nislara," Emil said in his poor Dishnya. "Baby changed scent?" "Emil wishes to understand how the pup you're expecting has changed your scent," Julian translated. Simultaneously, he sent the Dishnya phrase and its translation to the humans to help them with their education in the language. "A queen's scent often changes," Nislara replied. "First when she comes of mating age, again when she's fertile, and another when she's expecting. The scent will be different still if one of the expected will be a female pup." "How do these changes affect the Soma?" Julian asked. "Dishnya accept every scent change of their Chona, but they are most content when they have a mature queen who is not carrying pups." "What's the purpose of your visit, Julian?" Pusiro asked protectively. "Dasada wishes to travel to Sawa, and requests the company of one or more queens. The trip might involve many cycles of Nessala," Julian explained. The Said didn't require Nislara's reply to understand how his request was being received by the Wasat. Pusiro's lips were rippling in agitation. Nislara touched her mate's hindquarters with the tip of her tail to calm him, and replied, "My Soma would be greatly discomfited if I traveled any distance from our nest in my condition. I may not even visit your ships above." "This is where Alex would say something about Plan B," Emil sent to Julian. "No, Emil, this is where Alex would propose a Plan B," Julian replied dryly. "Dasada would not wish to see the Tawas Soma nest discomforted in any manner," Julian said diplomatically. His answer had a calming effect on Pusiro. "Emil Billings," Julian said, indicating the biochemist, "is a man of the sciences. Dasada has asked him to discover a means by which a queen might leave the nest for an extended period of time, and leave her scent for the Soma." "This is possible?" Nislara asked. Emil nodded enthusiastically, and Nislara and Pusiro exchanged glances. "What would Emil require?" Nislara asked Julian. "He would take small samples of breath, hair, skin, and oils from a queen to examine and duplicate. And he would require 2 of the queen's Soma to act as test subjects, who would reside on a ship above for some number of cycles, but not enough to harm them," Julian replied. "Could this scent you create, Julian, be given to another nest?" Pusiro asked. "There is nothing to stop the deliberate spread of the scent to another nest except the queen's commitment to the Fisla," Julian said. He could see where Pusiro's thoughts were headed. The Wasat was worried that warriors from one nest would use their queen's scent to disturb or even take over the Soma of another nest. It would be an act of aggression, contrary to the peace agreement. "I imagine Dasata would not tolerate such behavior from a queen or her Soma," Nislara said. "You imagine correctly, Chona Nislara. He definitely would not," Julian replied, and he gazed pointedly at Pusiro. "Who would hold these scents?" Pusiro asked, undeterred by Julian's implied promise. "That would be up to each Chona whose scent we create. This is not planned for every queen, Julian explained. Pusiro opened his muzzle, but another touch from Nislara's tail halted him before he could ask his question. Dasata needs queens to guide him during his visit to Sawa, Nislara said, thinking her way through the issue. Yet none of the Chona have ever set claw on the homeworld. One queen would be as good as another in that regard. More important, Dasata would need Chona who would be willing to risk the trip and are ardent supporters of the new ways. Nislara is correct in her analysis, Julian commented. In that regard, I believe you're indicating that we should visit Sisya and Posnosa. You're insightful, Julian, as I would expect Dasata's close adviser to be, Nislara replied. However, I would add Homsaf and myself to your experiment. When Emil heard the translation, he queried Julian. I understood Homsaf as a juvenile, he said. That she is, Julian replied. Emil requests to understand how Homsaf's immature state would be of help in his efforts to understand a mature queen's scent, Julian said. Nislara and Pusiro shared quick glimmers of recognition. Both of them were fascinated by how Dasata's soma could speak their thoughts to one another. They had discussed many times how this technology might aid the Dishnya. Explain to Emil, Julian, that after me, there is no fiercer supporter of Dasata than Homsaf. She would risk much to be part of his efforts. Julian paused and tilted his head to focus. Then he said to Nislara, We wonder why you would want to be tested when your scent will change after the birth of your pups. The soma would live on your ship while Emil experiments with them, Nislara said thoughtfully. Recall, Julian, no other Dishnya but Pusiro and I have set claw aboard your ships above. At least Simlan and Hessan, who I would volunteer, are familiar with your kind. They will calm the other soma. Wise advice, Nislara, Julian acknowledged. It's in every Dishnya's favor to see Dasata succeed with his plans, Nislara commented. So it is for all of us, Julian agreed. It was an insightful moment for Nislara. She had perceived the Dishnya as chasing after Dasata and his soma. Now she considered that Dasata's soma were chasing their leader too. You have 4 sample sets to collect, Emil. Nislara, Sisya, Posnosa, and Homsaf, Julian said to the biochemist. Chona Nislara, we appreciate your advice. I've informed Dasata of your condition, and he requests that I inform you of his sincere wishes for the safe birth of your pups. Jodlin dropped the sampling kit to the ground and unpacked a set of tiny vacuum tubules. Pusiro barked a command to the lookout, who yipped in reply and ducked below. By the time Emil and Jodlin had collected their samples under Pusiro's watchful eye, Simlan and Hessan came running from the tunnel entrance. Nislara gave the 2 warriors their instructions, adding, Don't let the alien technology overwhelm you. You'll be safe, and if you're patient, you might enjoy your time above. However, she couldn't resist a jibe. But don't let their palates eat you. When Pusiro's warriors turned wide-eyed stares on their wasat, he shook his head in negation. They glanced at Nislara, and the queen chuffed, her lips wrinkling in humor. While Jodlin coded and packed the samples, Julian nodded politely, and the group headed for the traveler. Watching the aliens and her soma retreat to the ship, Nislara said, Julian spoke to Dasata, who was far above us with his mind, while he was conversing with us. The metal soma are indeed intriguing, my queen. I wonder if the Dishnya could ever possess some of them. You're thinking in the old ways, my mate. You don't possess ones like Julian or Z. However they're created, they have a will of their own. It's their choice who earns their allegiance, and you should note well, they give it to the likes of Dasata. Nislara turned and strode back to the tunnel entrance. She was hungry again. As the queen walked, she wondered when the time would come that she no longer had to descend into the ground's darkness. Following the collection of 2 warriors from each nest and samples from the other queens, Emil and Jodlin's traveler landed aboard the Reaver, and the Soma were greeted by Miriam and Glenn, who were assigned by Alex to be responsible for managing the Dishnya. The 8 warriors descended the ship's hatch steps carefully and were disturbed to discover a deep, dark cavern on their exit. When their great clawed feet found no purchase on the metal alloy deck, they cringed. A warrior's safety depended on his ability to move quickly, and the hard surface denied them purchase. For Miriam, the assignment of translation for Emil wouldn't interfere with her work, which entailed developing detailed engineering plans for the various projects. When Alex contacted her, he'd asked if she could recommend a human to accompany her. The Sades were aware that Alex was constantly mixing humans and Sades on work details. It was apparent to them that he was doing all he could to prevent the formation of another Sadesville. Miriam immediately thought of quiet, introverted Glenn for her human companion. The fact that he'd asked her to dance, and later gave in to her lead rather than quit in embarrassment, told Miriam that there was much more to the human than met the eye. In this case, Miriam understood a secondary reason that Alex requested the presence of a human. Willem and Julian had detected the confusion on the Dishnya's part when their sensitive noses failed to pick up animal scents from the Sades. Miriam and Glenn led the warriors to their cabins and pointed out that their 4 domiciles were clustered together. The doors were locked open, and privacy curtains were hung across the openings to make the warriors feel more comfortable. "Emil is expecting them in the lab now," Miriam said to Glenn. "I think that can wait," Glenn replied. "I've heard more than one stomach growling. An early midday meal would do more to calm them, and it's a good time. The meal room is empty." "I'll inform Emil," Miriam replied, as Glenn gestured to the warriors to follow him, pantomiming eating with his fingers. In the meal room, Miriam seated the Dishnya at a table close to the dispensers. She had Julian's notes on what Nislara and Pusiro had enjoyed on their visits, and she programmed the menus accordingly. Then Miriam and Glenn sat back and watched the warriors demolish the food on their dishes. At first, the Dishnya had sniffed the plates and eyed one another. Then the early, tentative dips of fingers into the meal resulted in a rash of gulping, as large chunks of food were thrown down their throats. To finish their meals, the warriors held the plates to their faces and sucked and licked them clean. "A most impressive display of appetite," Miriam said to Glenn. "Second only to Dasada." "Thorough, if not pretty," Glenn sent back. The warriors eyed the food dispensers with interest, but Miriam informed them that it was time to do their queen's bidding. Her comment quickly changed the Dishnya's expressions, and they hopped up from the table. Miriam had taken the opportunity to discuss with Willem the various techniques she might employ to motivate and manage the warriors. While the group walked through the ship, crew members and Daylon passengers were notified by Miriam to clear the way, so that the warriors would be less likely to be disturbed. Simlan and Hessen walked behind Miriam with confidence, whether they felt it or not. This gave the 6 other warriors, who followed Nislara's Soma, the courage to stay in step. It was known that Nislara's nest had extensive contact with the aliens. Glenn protected the group's rear from inadvertent contact. In the lab, Jodlin took samples from each of the warriors. They would serve as a baseline to help Emil discover what made a queen's scent different from her Soma. Unfortunately for Emil, his research would prove to not be as simple as he hoped. After the samples were taken, Miriam and Glenn led the warriors to a conference room with the holovid installed at the center of the table. It was Glenn's idea to entertain the Dishnya, but not in a passive manner. When the warriors weren't eating, sleeping, or being tested with Emil's new concoctions, they were in school and the education became bidirectional. Glenn was given an opportunity to practice his Dishnya language skills, and the warriors learned to use the holovid for myriad uses, including viewing their planet from above. Miriam procured a portable holovid and carried it around with her, while Glenn took the warriors on a tour of the ship, explaining many aspects of the vessel in a simple overview. When Miriam questioned Glenn about the reasons for the tours and education, he replied, I've understood that Alex once challenged Willem to find a means of enabling the Dishnya to crew his ships, and his senior people have been saying Alex told them the same thing, although they don't seem pleased by the idea. I thought I would try to discover how well the warriors might adapt to shipboard life. "And what are you perceiving, Glenn?" Miriam asked, fascinated by this line of thought. "Well, you'll notice that they're entirely comfortable with this ship. Cabins, corridors, and meal room, except for the metal decking in the bay. I think the rever mimics their tunnels and rooms. However, I think we should prevent showing the Dishnya any view of the stars and space. That might be going a step too far." Testing the warriors hadn't occurred to Miriam, and Glenn's comments made her examine his instruction of the Dishnya in another light. And she uploaded her entire record of Glenn's activities to the Freedom's controller and earmarked the files for Alex, Julian, and Cordelia. Eventually, crew crossed the Dishnya's paths, and the warriors nodded greetings to the men and stepped aside courteously for the women. Despite warnings to the contrary, the crew manifested the occasional faux pas where it concerned Soma courtesy. It was Simlon and Hessen who came to the rescue, baring their teeth in response to a crew member's smile, and explaining the human gesture to the other warriors. Those early mistakes by the crew soon ended any attempt by them to smile at the Dishnya. The crew's pleasantries had elicited the flashing of 8 deadly-looking displays of fierce, sharp teeth. Unfortunately, the crew's renewed commitment to the guidelines came a little late. Now the warriors wished to impress the aliens with their cultural knowledge, and bared their canines at everyone they passed. Chapter 12. Face of Omnia. Once the warship designs were refined, Mickey and his team built test models. The harmonics data results were used by the SAIDs to refine the models, and a second test set was built. The process continued until the later iterations of each design displayed minimal improvements in the shell's efficiency of converting the input of a grav wave generator to energy. When Mickey pronounced a shell design complete, the SAIDs on his team turned their attentions to designing the interiors, concentrating first on the dual-drive engines and the power cells, which needed to supply both the grav engines and weaponry when in system. After the data on the ship's capabilities was provided, it brought Tatya and her people into the picture. The Admiral and her commanders were discussing their ship preferences in a Freedom conference room. The table was populated with holovids, displaying the various ship models and the early data projections. Interestingly, the only individual who remained seated was the Admiral. The commanders, who were leaning against the bulkheads or pacing, had broken into 3 camps, arguing over the mix of warships that should be constructed. The most vocal of the commanders was Svetlana, naturally enough. She was fervently making a case for a squadron of Trident warships. "Why are you so adamant about the Trident series, Svetlana?" Darius asked. "Why aren't you?" Svetlana retorted. "Because the fewer of your monstrous tri-hulls we build, the more less powerful ships we can build. More ships make a better defensive net," Darius fired back. "A better defensive net?" Svetlana scoffed, incredulous at the thought. "Is that what you think Alex is doing, building an enormous defense shield?" Svetlana demanded, leaning stiffened arms on the back of a conference chair. "Well, is it?" she pressed, and punctuated her question by focusing on Tatya. Tatya had abstained from the discussion because she wasn't sure of her own opinion. She excelled at designing attack strategies when she knew the target. In this instance, Tatya and her commanders were asked to design a fleet in a fog of information. Several commanders spoke at once in reply to Svetlana's challenge, but Tatya requested quiet, holding up a finger and saying, "Wait one." "Greetings, Tatya," Renee sent pleasantly in response to Tatya's calm. "I need to know, Renee, about Alex and the sphere," Tatya sent perfunctorily. Her request produced an awkward silence, a rarity for Renee. "It's not good, Tatya." "How not good, Renee? I need to know." There was another pause, and Tatya could imagine Renee was wrestling with her conscience as to whether to divulge personal information about her partner. "He's having dreams about the Nual sphere. It's gone so far as to interrupt his sleep. Thank you for telling me, Renee. I needed to know, and I will keep your confidence. I know you will, Tatia, Renee replied, and closed the comm. Okay, people, Tatia announced in a command voice. Take your seats. She waited until everyone was settled, then she added, Do not presume a defensive posture in your ship selections. Anticipate building an attack force of considerable power and maneuverability. For what purpose, Admiral? Ellie asked. We'll be hunting the Nual, Tatia replied firmly. Darius was about to question the concept of designing a fleet to attack an enemy who might not exist, but the other commanders were quiet, some even nodding their heads, having accepted the Admiral's pronouncement. What did I miss? Darius sent to Deirdre. Tatia reached out to someone, Renee or Julian probably, Deirdre sent back. About what? Darius queried. Wanting to know what Alex's intuition was telling him. Guess we have our answer. Alex thinks the Nual and their spheres are out there. Alex sat comfortably behind his desk in the owner's suite aboard the Freedom. His eyes were closed, but he wasn't sleeping. Instead, he was monitoring the progress of various production teams via the SAIDs. It wasn't that Alex was checking up on his human compatriots. It was simply that observations and progress reports were more thorough and more efficiently shared by the SAIDs, and it prevented him from interrupting his human workers' focus. As for the SAIDs, they were pleased to be of service, often linking with other SAIDs on the team to give Alex a better overview. They went so far as to record crucial moments in their phases and store them on the Freedom's controller for Alex's viewing. Alex opened a vid recorded by Trixie. Standing on a second continent of Omnia, in the middle of the grassy plains, a geologist who was among the Daylon independents had shared details with the SAIDs as to the mineral formations they would need to seek for the materials necessary to build the Dishnya's structures. The SAIDs had grabbed their ground-sounding equipment and exploratory tools and spread out so fast that the geologist could only gawk in confusion at his assistant. The SAIDs located a heavy granite-like formation near the surface. Trixie organized the construction of small temporary accommodations at the site, and excavation had begun. Mickey and Julian designed nanites that could be mixed with the granulated mineral to form slurry. Within a half-hour after pouring, a solid slab was set up and removed. In the meantime, Miriam's report recorded her efforts to design the processes by which their available equipment could be used to process the rock, mix in the nanites solution, and pour the slurry into slab forms. As the first slabs set up, slings laid at the bottom of the forms were hitched to the underside of travelers and lifted free. It was the same method that Mickey and Julian had devised for moving 2 dark travelers aboard the Freedom 20 years ago. As one step of any project became a routine operation, it freed humans and SAIDs to move to new assignments. Paying heed to Alex's primary motivation, Cordelia ensured the new projects received a fresh mix of individuals, guaranteeing that no one group stayed together. Day by day, she witnessed the small changes evident in the way that humans and SAIDs treated one another. Interdependence slowly replaced what, at best, could have been called wariness. There will be no Saidesville on Omnia, Alex, she thought. One group, to whom Alex had no direct access, was scattered across several mining posts out by Celis 6. Ben was in constant communication with his people, and he did transmit daily summaries to the Freedom, which Cordelia dutifully logged and linked the files to Alex. Alerted by her advisors, who watched the skies via the Nest's telescope, Nislara and Pusiro emerged from a tunnel to observe the landing of a strange ship. With heavy engines blasting, it landed at the edge of her nest. One of Dasida's silent shuttles landed nearby, disgorged a host of his soma, and left again. The individuals from the shuttle spread out and used tools to measure the ground and plant small devices into the soil. Then the odd ship transformed before the Dishnya's eyes, bending, groaning, and screeching as it reshaped itself. Massive metal treads bit into the ground and drove a wide tool in front of the machine across the ground, like a female's snout searching for tasty tubers. During the course of the day, hunters, warriors, females, and pups came out of the tunnels to watch their new home grow. Once the ground was cleared, the excavator launched skyward with a roar of jets to resume its work at Trixie's construction site. Then shuttles arrived, dangling great pieces of flat-shaped rocks, and the Dishnya yipped and chortled at the aliens' display of power and technology. Slabs were laid, and Sades joined them with an injection of nanites slurry into the crevices. By the day's end, the Omnians had completed the domicile's floor and begun the walls. When Nessala set, Nislara expected the work on the nest's new home to cease, but reports from the lookouts told her it continued. Dosida's Soma had erected bright lights to illuminate the entire area, and the silent shuttles continued to arrive. Curious, Pusiro and she ventured close and confirmed what Nislara surmised when Dosida's Soma passed close. Those continuing to work had no scent, except for the plains, grasses, and soil. They were Dosida's metal Soma. Before Nislara turned to her pallet for the evening, Pusiro paid her a visit. He'd yet to move into her quarters, but with Dosida's plans and the nearby construction, Pusiro had deemed the time inappropriate to transfer his mates and pups to another, although 2 sub-commanders, who were without mates, had asked for the honor. "Their efforts continue, my queen," Pusiro said, squatting next to Nislara's pallet where she lay. "I was thinking of our future, my mate," Nislara replied. "Of ours?" Pusiro asked. "That too," Nislara chortled. "But most important, of the future of the Dishnya. Dosida's plan to borrow the queens for his journey to Sawa has led me to think that my dreams have been small. When my heir takes the robe of power from me, there may no longer be a nest for her to rule." Pusiro's head snapped up in alarm, and Nislara commanded he sit beside her. She wrapped her tail around his waist and squeezed gently. "We are of the old ways, my mate," Nislara said softly. "Dosida will change the lives of the Dishnya forever, and I can't say that I regret that. We would have died in these dark tunnels in another generation or 2. Dosida will lift the Dishnya into the light and into space. Much will change, but for now we have each other and a bright tomorrow." Pusiro looked unconvinced of the wondrousness of the future Nislara described. She chuffed, pulled his head toward her with her tail, and licked his muzzle with her long tongue to ease the deep frown in his forehead. In the morning, after a full meal, Nislara collected Pusiro, and they hurried to observe the progress. The work had never stopped. The structure was now fully enclosed, and individuals were busy cutting openings in the walls. What Nislara envisioned, the creation of 41 new homes for the nests over the course of many seasons, would probably be completed before her pups were born. The rudimentary structure that Nislara saw forming fell far short of Willem's final design. The bare roof had yet to be planted with plains grasses, and the walls hadn't received their solar cells. Shields would cover the face of the panels when night fell or gritty winds blew. Power cells would be hidden in sealed chambers that vented to the roof. In time, the Dishnya would be trained to care for the technological prowess of their structures, but no one knew how long that might take. Ben Diaz was ecstatic. His mining teams had confirmed the Sojourn's telemetry survey of plentiful deposits of the moons and asteroids surrounding Celis 6, of the minerals and compounds that they sought. Ben's team had cleared the Freedom's bays of stored ore excavators and processing machines, which were left there years ago after using them to help launch Hurricane's manufacturing and housing base. During the early days at Celis 6 and its near satellites, Ben oversaw the completion of temporary housing for the teams and the establishment of the first mining sites, ore recovery plants, and transportation system. The central cavities of 4 huge barges were filled with raw aggregate from the moons or asteroids, destined for the processing plants, and the barge's exterior tanks contained frozen gases. Each evening, Ben would return to his cramped personal quarters to enjoy the company of his partner, Simone Turin. He was pleased that Simone insisted on being given a day job, and he offloaded the accounting of the ore and compound processing quantities to her. It did free him to focus on the production processes. One evening, Ben arrived at the living quarters and asked Simone for the latest totals. When she updated him, he swore briefly, and then said, "I'm sorry, Simone. I should have told you that we need to give Captain Cordelia a few days' warning for her to schedule a trip out here with the city ship. Based on those figures, our tanks will be full by the end of tomorrow's second shift." "And the Freedom will arrive here the following morning," Simone replied nonchalantly. "I received a message from Cordelia 6 days ago. She'd analyzed our production trends and anticipated you would need her to offload our accumulated materials." Ben grinned and picked up his partner, hoisting her high in the air. When he lowered Simone, he kissed her, and she threw her arms tightly around his neck. Ben played some music over their implants, swaying them gently to the music, while Simone's toes dangled 40 centimeters above the ground. Despite Ben's formidable skills as a mining engineer, he had been an abominable adopter of his implant. It was the singular reason that he encountered his partner, the diminutive Simone. He blocked her exit from a meal room because he couldn't use his implant's location app to determine that someone was about to pass through the doorway from the other side. Simone had taken the soft-spoken new Terran aside and helped him employ his implant's basic apps. One day, 2 decades ago, in celebration of his newly acquired proficiency, Ben connected privately to Simone in his cabin and held his first complete implant conversation. Simone applauded his efforts, and then heard music playing in her mind. Ben held up his arms to Simone in a dancer's invitation, but she was unsure what the gesture meant. Recognizing Simone's confusion, Ben swept her into his arms and danced her around the small cabin. That was the day Simone knew that she would never leave her gentle giant's side. 56 days after Ben established his mining sites near Celis 6, the Freedom, loaded with the miners' cumulative output, was headed back to Omnia's orbit. The processing plants had poured the refined metal alloy into girders for the orbital platform, as specified by the engineers. Small construction boats, piloted by humans, offloaded the girders and hauled them into position. Saids ensconced in extravehicular activity, EVA suits, to protect them from the cold vacuum of space, used their strength and visual acuity to align the girders and pin them in place. That the Saids required a minimum of air except to flush the heat from their suits meant they could work much longer than humans before requiring new tanks. Not to mention, the Saids simply changed their tanks and hurried back to work, while after a single shift humans returned it to the Freedom to change pilots in the boats. The Freedom had offloaded the full tanks from Ben's mining barges and left his crew empty ones. The full tanks were anchored to the orbital's skeleton of girders for eventual processing or consumption. Emil and Jodlin's first order of business with the samples they collected was to identify every compound. Interestingly, the Warriors' samples were nearly identical, enough so that Emil considered the differences insignificant. Not so in comparison to the Queen's samples. Close to 90% of the compounds were similar to the Warriors, but the remainder were unique, and to each Queen, too. Their focus for the next days was identifying the right mixture of those unique compounds, which told the Soma their Queen was present. Unfortunately, Emil's elementary mistake was in assuming that the compounds he identified as unique to the Queens were all that he had to reproduce to elicit the proper response from the Warriors. His first test, after duplicating Nislara's compounds, drew distasteful snorts from Simlon and Tessin, and Emil didn't bother processing the other Queen's samples and testing their Warriors. At morning meal, Emil and Jodlin sat eating and discussing the previous day's abysmal failure. "Detecting the scent triggers of a Queen should be a simple thing to resolve," Emil complained. "We've isolated the Queen's special compounds and combined them in several ways, but the response is always the same. Not always, Emil. Sometimes they sneeze and sometimes they snort, Jodlin replied, trying to tease Emil and cheer him up, but her efforts fell on deaf ears. Jodlin decided a direct approach was necessary. Aren't you always saying, Emil, that trying to match the outcome to your assumptions leads to failure? What if we're looking at this whole thing the wrong way? Jodlin replied. Obviously we are, Jodlin, but then I'm left with no idea how to proceed, Emil grumped. Well, I was thinking that the problem might lie with the samples we collected. When the biochemist started to object, Jodlin raised her hand to finish. Emil, hear me out. The final arbiter of our manufactured scent is the Dishnya's sensitive nose, correct? True, Emil agreed. So we're supposed to believe that every individual in that warren of tunnels is supposed to pass by the Queen every few days and take a whiff of her? I would presume that isn't possible, Emil replied, frowning. Now add to that another consideration. Nislara spent a considerable number of days aboard the Freedom, then returned planetside with no ill effects on her people. Emil placed his utensil down and leaned on his forearms. He was intrigued by Jodlin's line of reasoning. What's your idea, Jodlin? He asked. I think the Queen gives off a scent that impregnates everything around her, including her people, and it's taken up by her soma, which eases some sort of primordial need. But the effect fades over time, and a fresh dose from the Queen must be inhaled. This leads me to believe that the scent isn't created by the unique compounds she possesses, which we've isolated and have been working to reproduce. And my final point, Emil, is that we need the specialized compounds and the base ones to create a Queen's specific scent. We tried that sequence early in the testing, Jodlin. Remember, it had no effect on the warriors, Emil replied. I remember, but I think the critical element we've been missing is timing. It's the simplest explanation. We created Nislara's compound for Simlan and Hessen, but Glenn was touring them for his schooling, and afterwards they went to evening meal. We didn't test them until late the following day. Ah, I see what you're driving at, my young associate, Emil replied, his eyes lighting up. We're thinking there is at least some amount of shelf life to our mixtures, but it might be the Queen's immediate release of her scent that's the key, and calms some aspect of the Dishnya physiology until their bodies need another dose. Precisely, as Julian loves to say, Jodlin enthused. This means we'll need to prepare our solutions from the full list of compounds we've isolated from the Queen's, seal them, and present them to the warriors as soon as possible, Jodlin said, summarizing their next steps. Suddenly hungry, she dug into her food, anxious to finish and get to the lab. Agreed, Emil replied, almost absent-mindedly. But rather than finish his food, he sat quietly, his mind already at work in the lab. It took a few tries before Emil and Jodlin hit on a successful test. The trick was to form the base compounds that were shared by the Queen and the Soma, allow a short period of maturation time, and then add the Queen's unique ingredients. The final concoction was capped and presented to the warriors within hours afterwards. Emil still wasn't sure which compound or compounds the warriors were reacting to, but on the successful test, Emil released the stopper on a vial behind Simlan and Hessen, who sat patiently waiting for the experiment to begin. Jodlin wafted the air over the vial toward the warriors, who, in response, jumped up, spun around, and came to attention, their eyes scanning the lab for Nislara's location. Jodlin giggled, and when the two warriors focused on her, she pointed to the small container in her hand. Simlan reached out a dark-nailed furred hand for the small glass tube, which Jodlin gave him. He sniffed it and said, "Nislara." Hessen leaned and stuck his muzzle over the vial. "Nislara with pups," he added. The proof of Emil's work was too critical for Alex not to personally witness. He couldn't afford to endanger an entire nest if the compounds Emil created weren't absolutely reliable. When Emil finished describing how they had discovered the answer, Alex asked, "Do you have fresh samples for each queen?" "Yes," Jodlin replied, hurrying over to a small rack with labeled vials in it. "Excellent," Alex replied. "And please provide me with some sort of dummy sample." "We have some of the base mixture, which is common to every individual in a nest," Emil suggested. "That'll do nicely," Alex replied. "Add it to a vial, just like the ones in this rack." Alex turned to leave the lab with the samples, and Emil and Jodlin followed, but Alex halted them. "Stay here, please. This won't take long." At Alex's request, Miriam and Glenn returned the warriors to their cabins, and Alex visited each pair, guided by a link with Miriam, identifying which cabins held which nest's warriors. First, Alex held out the base sample, which elicited shrugs or some other simple reactions from the warriors. Then he held out the vial corresponding to the warrior's queen, and the result was always the same, a snap to attention and eyes searching for a queen. Alex returned to the lab, smiling. "It was a successful confirmation of your results, Emil and Jodlin. Please forgive me for needing to prove the quality of your work, but the piece would be at risk if nests were endangered, because I took their queens with me and the compounds failed." "Understood, Alex," Emil replied. "So here are your marching orders, people," Alex announced. "Number 1, I need you to relocate your lab to the Freedom. Number 2, I need you to produce a large quantity of these mixtures." "That won't work, Alex," Jodlin interrupted. "The compounds have to be released soon after they're made. We've discovered the key is to ensure the scent is fresh." "Interesting," Alex replied thoughtfully. "Okay, after your lab is relocated, we'll need to perform site tests for 3 queens. Exclude Nislara. How do you intend to distribute the scents?" "I'm not sure of that yet," Emil replied. "Not having detailed knowledge of the tunnels, the extent of their reach, air circulation, etc., I would welcome your advice on this matter." "Don't look to me, Emil," Alex said, laughing. "I've never been below ground, but it looks like Jodlin and you are about to be. Visit Nislara's tunnels first to study the tunnel system in detail and figure out your dispersal system. Then visit the tunnel systems of our young queens to ensure there's nothing unusual about them. When you're ready to deploy your tests, I'll invite Posnosa, Sisya, and Homsaf aboard. We're aware the queens stayed at the first Fistla for 17 days before they became anxious. So to be safe, you'll have to run the test for 24 days to ensure the efficacy of your substance and the efficiency of your dispersal mechanisms." When Alex left, Emil stared at Jodlin. "I thought traveling with Alex would be an adventure," Emil said. "I have to admit that my imagination pales when compared to our reality. The idea of investigating these tunnels leaves me with the feeling that I should have stayed on Hurricane." "Relax, Emil. You'll be with an expert. On the space station, tunnel rats had to crawl the entire time through the ventilation system. It'll be a joy to explore these tunnels standing up." Chapter 13. Young Queens. Emil, Jodlin, Julian, and the twins exited their traveler and met Nislara and Pusiro at the tunnel entrance to the Tawasoma nest. The 8 warriors who had been the test subjects aboard the Reaver had been returned to their nests days earlier. After Julian explained their purpose, the Dishnia quickly disappeared down the tunnel hatch. Etienne and Alain followed, and then Julian. But Emil froze at the entrance, his hand on the hatch. Realizing Emil had understated his concerns about descending underground, Jodlin sought to encourage him with a tart remark. "You can hold my hand if you wish, Emil." Emil glared at his young assistant, but her comment achieved its purpose. Goaded into action, Emil hesitantly climbed down into the lookout's small room, but his claustrophobia worsened as he exited the lookout room, illuminated by the shaft of Silas's light, and stepped into the darker main tunnel. Jodlin recognized the phobia. Many orphans aboard Saul's orbital station, where she grew up, wanted to join the tunnel rats who crawled through the vent shafts to attack the station's militia. But a significant number of teens were rejected when they froze mere meters into the station's dark, close air vents, where only glow strips marked the way. Sympathy overwhelmed Jodlin, and she slipped an arm through Emil's, whispering, "You and I are taking a late-night stroll. The stars are occluded by rain clouds, but it's a beautiful evening." She sent some of her favorite images of storms in the night, stealing silently over the ocean toward Espero, and lit by Hurricane's moons. Emil gave Jodlin a shaky smile and concentrated on her images. He let her guide him while he concentrated on controlling his fear. He was failing to do so when he recalled a different image, that of Alex lying on a medical table, the side of his head swathed in a gel to allow drainage from his injured skull. If you can't support Alex, maybe you should go home, Emil thought, and anger flooded through him, sweeping away the fear for now. The group toured the tunnel, and Emil, Jodlin, and Julian collected data on the tunnel layout and airflow. They walked the tunnels for 2 hours, and Emil and Jodlin were flabbergasted by the extent of their convolution and complexity. The tour completed, Jodlin signaled Julian to lead them directly to an exit, and Emil brushed past everyone, including a surprised lookout, to gain the bright daylight. "Not like the dark," Jodlin explained to Nislara in her abbreviated command of the Dishnia language. "We not like the dark either," Nislara replied, imitating Jodlin, which caused Julian to smile to himself. Up top, Emil made some calculations with Julian's help, and he updated an app on a device attached to a small container, which he showed to Nislara. Without a proficient command of the Dishnia language, Emil spoke through Julian, who explained to Nislara that the Soma of the young queens, while they were gone, would be responsible for turning the device on and walking through the central corridors at a pace Emil demonstrated. Julian explained that the individual carrying the device need not enter the rooms. The doorway's curtains wouldn't prevent the scent from penetrating. The Sade added that the procedure should be carried out during the night while the Soma slept, and the device would be replenished every 6th day by Dosita's Soma. When Julian finished the translation, Emil asked in his poor Dishnia, "Wasats can do, no mistakes?" The biochemist was forced to pull back from Pusiro's snarl. Despite Emil and Jodlin's shock at the Wasat's aggressive gesture, Julian and Nislara exchanged amused expressions, and the queen's tail touched her mate on the hindquarters to indicate he should control his temper. "A little knowledge seems dangerous, no matter whose hands carry it," Nislara said, her lips rippling in amusement. "I believe, Sir Billings, you owe Pusiro an apology," Julian said. Nislara noticed the wrinkling of the scientist's forehead and said, "Emil, do you do as Dosita directs?" "Yes, Nislara," Emil replied when he heard the translation. "Do you perform these actions true to his requests?" Nislara continued. When Julian helped with Nislara's words, Emil replied, "Yes." "And so it's the same for a nest's Soma, on hearing their queen's commands," Nislara replied. "You will explain your requirements to the young queens. She'll direct a sub-commander to carry out your instructions, which he will do without fail." Nislara's explanation, which Julian provided, made Emil realize the depth of his insult. He turned to Pusiro and offered a leader's salute as he'd been taught by the Meridians, touching his hand to heart and dipping his head. Pusiro was mollified by Emil's gesture, but he stood proud, accepting the apology as his due. Nislara noted Emil's head stayed bowed, and she glanced at Julian, who tipped his head down and directed his eyes toward Pusiro. Once again the queen's long whip-like tail was put to use when she tapped the back of Pusiro's head with its tip. Pusiro stared quizzically at his queen, who nodded toward Emil. With a huff, Pusiro acquiesced to Nislara's request, although he still considered himself the injured party, and therefore wasn't required to display any deference. Nonetheless, he nodded, which brought the scientist's head upright. "I think each of our Soma will require more time to become familiar with the other's ways, Julian," Nislara said, chortling. Nislara's pregnancy prevented her from going to Alex, so he dropped planetside to visit her, with Emil and Jodlin in tow. It was a sign of quieter times that Alex exited the traveler by himself and met Nislara and Pusiro at the tunnel entrance. The threesome spoke for almost 2 hours about Sawa. The Dishnya knew much of their homeworld's history, but nearly nothing of its present circumstances. When Alex thanked the pair for their assistance, Nislara asked, "Do you leave for Sawa soon, Dosita?" "Yes, once Emil's tests prove successful," Alex replied. "Take your metal soma and the pair who guard you, Dosita. I don't think you will find Sawa hospitable, even walking in the company of queens." After the shuttle lifted, Nislara continued to stare into the bright sky. "What worries you, my queen?" Pusiro asked. "The Dishnya's future depends on Dosita, yet he hungers to find the sphere, a source of great danger. Finding it might mean his life, and that could end the Dishnya's future." "Do you not think his soma will continue to build on this planet?" "What happens to a nest when the queen dies without an heir?" Nislara replied, and turned to descend below. Alex's traveler stopped at the nests of Sisya, Homsaf, and Posnosa, in that order. With Alex's help, Emil explained to each queen how to distribute the solution. The Wasats presented their sub-commanders, who would be responsible for the process, and Emil was introduced to each one and repeated his directions. When each sub-commander acknowledged his instructions, the nest's queen and Wasat boarded the traveler. With 3 young queens and their Wasats aboard, Alex's traveler landed in an empty bay aboard the Freedom. This was intentional on Alex's part. He signaled everyone to exit the ship and the bay while he stood in the aisle beside the queens. Posnosa, Sisya, and the Wasats were calm, but Homsaf's twitching tail indicated her eagerness to start. The Dishnya would be hosted aboard the Freedom for a period of 24 days while the tests ran. It would also give Alex an opportunity to see how the queens and their Wasats adapted to a ship's environment. The trip to Sawa, the investigation on planet, and the return trip might involve a much longer period of time. Planetside, the Sades set up simple comm devices outside a lookout hatch at the nests of the 3 queens. They were protected by small enclosures whose sides were layered with solar panels. The sub-commanders at the 3 nests need only press an overly large button and a call would be sent to Cordelia, indicating which nest was requesting contact with their queen. A 4th comm device was installed for Nislara. The Tawasoma calls would be routed directly to Alex through any controller. After Alex's people exited the bay's airlock, he led the Dishnya off the traveler. Their reactions were as expected. The metal alloy deck and the cavernous space disconcerted everyone, except Homsaf, who walked around seeking purchase for her claws. Alex had no sooner led them into the airlock than Homsaf spoke her first request. "Where are those who drive the ship?" Homsaf asked. Pleased that at least one queen was taking an active role in learning about her new surroundings, Alex led the Dishnya to the bridge. It took a little while to reach the bridge because the bright, wide corridors, the lift, and myriad other items warranted Homsaf's individual attention. While the group negotiated the Freedom, Alex signaled Miriam and Glenn to meet him on the bridge. He'd learned that the pair had done a wonderful job escorting and schooling the 8 warriors during Emil's workup of the Queen's sense. Once on the bridge, Alex introduced the Dishnya queens to Miriam, Glenn, and Cordelia. "What does captain mean?" Homsaf asked Cordelia. "It means I'm in charge of the ship," Cordelia replied. "You drive the ship?" Homsaf asked, craning her neck to the left and right of Cordelia's head. "What do you search for, Chona Homsaf?" Glenn asked. "Where is the captain's gourd?" Homsaf asked, turning to Glenn. Alex's people were aware of the story of Homsaf and the pilot's helmet. "I need no gourd, Homsaf. I drive the ship with my mind," Cordelia replied, tapping her temple. Queens and Wasats alike opened their mouths in awe. Landing in the monstrous bay and walking for a quarter-hour to reach the ship's bridge, they had experienced some of the ship's awesome size, and the thought that Dosita's Soma could move the ship with her mind was stunning. But young Homsaf wasn't deterred for long, and she moved on to her next request. "We are high above our world, are we not? Among the stars?" Homsaf asked, looking around at her audience for confirmation. "The stars are far away," Alex explained, "but we are above your world in what my Soma calls space." "Can we go see this space?" Homsov asked. "Careful, people," Alex sent. "Obviously, this queen's level of curiosity will tax us, but I'm interested to see how well we can encourage her. So be careful and encouraging in your responses." "Homsov, space is a dangerous place," Cordelia replied. "It is extremely cold and there is no air to breathe. We are careful to keep our ship's doors closed to keep our warmth and our air inside." Alex could see the young queen digesting that thought while the two other queens stepped closer to their wasats, seeking some comfort at the thought of floating above their world where there was no air. "If we can't go outside to experience this space, can we see it?" Homsov asked. Cordelia signaled Alex, and he agreed. "On these monitors, Homsov, I can show you images taken outside the ship. Up here," Cordelia said as she pointed to the central monitor, "is a view of space." Homsov stared at the monitor, approached it, and stretched her hind legs until her muzzle was close to the monitor. Then she sniffed it. "It isn't space itself, Homsov," Miriam said. "You've looked through your lookout's scopes, have you not?" When Homsov agreed, Miriam added, "We have scopes around the outside of the ship, and these are views from those scopes." "The stars look the same as they do from our planet," Postnosa said. Although she was nervous about the questions Homsov was asking, she was disappointed that this first image was rather mundane. "As I said, Postnosa, the stars are far away, farther than you can imagine," Alex said gently. He signaled Cordelia and tilted his head toward a second screen. "This is a view of Dasada's first ship," Cordelia explained. The reverb filled the screen, and it caused the queens and wasats to chortle. "This can't be," Sisya said, being the first to regain control. "Dasada would never fit inside it." The Dishnya's viewpoint caught Alex and his people by surprise, and human hands went to mouths to disguise their grins. Cordelia zoomed smoothly to one of the rever's hatches. "Dasada enters and leaves the ship by this doorway," she explained. Then she slowly widened the view to display the entire ship. "How large is this ship?" Sisya asked. "As long as your nest is wide," Cordelia replied. "And this ship?" Homsov asked. Cordelia sent a diagram to a third screen behind her. It showed the relative sizes of the two ships. "Notice that Dasada's first ship, which we call Rever, is slender, while this ship is round like a plate. And it would take 7 of the Rever laid end to end to cross this ship, called Freedom. This ship can hold many Soma." "How many?" Postnosa asked. "More than 80 times all the Dishnya on Sawamesa," Alex said. The queens and wasats repeated Alex's words to one another, desperately trying to wrap their minds around a ship that could carry so many. Once again it was Homsov who absorbed the information and launched into another train of thought. "Your ships are made of metal and such, Dasada. They must be heavy. Why do they not fall to the ground?" "You'll have your hands full with this one," Alex sent humorously to Miriam and Glenn. He noticed the knees of the other Dishnya trembling at the thought of being aboard a ship that might crash into the planet at any moment, and decided it was time to call a halt to Homsov's interrogation. Fortunately, midday meal was only a quarter-hour away. "Come," Alex ordered. "I will show you to the rooms where you might rest and sleep. Soon after, you will join us for a meal." He led a grateful group of Dishnya, except for Homsov, off the bridge. Cordelia was resetting the screens to the views she required before Homsov exited the bridge. The young queen stopped in the bridge's passageway to stare at the images. Miriam gently urged Homsov to continue. "Dasada waits," she said to the queen. Glenn and she had learned that there was no stronger persuasion for the queens than to be told that Dasada needed, requested, or thought better of something. While the technique couldn't be overused, its judicious application accomplished wonders of persuasion. "It's a magic word," Glenn had enthused once to Miriam. The Independent had begun enjoying the Reverse Library and was entranced by fantasy vids. Homsov's unflagging curiosity set the pace for the Dishnya in the days to come. Miriam and Glenn took charge of their daily tours. Posnosa and Sisya exhibited patience, and their wasats followed in their wake. But Homsaf had questions at each stop for every individual she saw. Afterwards, she raced ahead to explore the next venue. Wusala, Homsaf's wasat, a grizzled and graying commander, struggled to keep pace with her. Wusala was a sub-commander who was promoted to wasat when his predecessor, Fumus, was judged for his treachery and dispatched at the Fisla. 6 days after landing aboard and following a midday meal, Homsaf finished her food in the usual quicker-than-everyone-else mode, even cleaning up Wusala's plate. She jumped up, tail twitching, an indication she was ready to proceed with the tour. In one of those interspecies moments, Glenn and Wusala exchanged glances of resignation. Miriam witnessed the exchange and signaled Glenn that they should separate the Dishnya. Glenn would take Posnosa, Sisya, and their 2 wasats. She would lead Homsaf and her wasat. While Glenn was reluctant to task Miriam with Homsaf, nonetheless he was grateful. Wusala waited until Homsaf lay down for the evening. Then, rather than return to his room, he sought out Glenn, who had a nearby cabin, and made his appeal. Glenn signaled Alex and guided Wusala to the owner's suite. The cabin door slid aside, and Wusala stepped through, immediately greeting the pair in front of him. "Dasata, ene," he said. To Alex's eyes, Wusala appeared severely discomforted, and Alex requested if the wasat was ill and offered him a chair, but Wusala declined the seat and remained standing. "How can I help you, Wusala?" Alex asked, concerned for the grizzled warrior's condition. "I'm unfit to serve my queen, Dasata," Wusala admitted, hanging his head. "She is a vibrant young queen, who requires a mature wasat to guide her, but perhaps one younger than you," Alex finished gently. "Meslan, the sub-commander you met in our tunnels and who carries the queen's scent in her absence, is the perfect choice to serve Homsaf. I appeal to you, Dasata, to request the exchange." "How is the commander's transfer normally made, Wusala?" Alex asked. "Usually on the wasat's death, Dasata, or when the wasat is unable to perform his duties." "And if the wasa is unfit to execute his duties, what happens to him?" "He asks for the queen's mercy." A short intake of breath from Renee punctuated the silence. It didn't take much imagination to realize what those words meant to the Dishnya. Alex signaled Miriam, who woke Homsaf, and told her that Dasata had need of her. Rather than wait for Miriam to guide her, Homsaf raced ahead to the owner's cabin, and Miriam was surprised at how unerringly the queen navigated the corridors and lifts to reach the suite. Miriam signaled Alex of Homsaf's impending approach, and he triggered the cabin door for her. Homsaf fairly burst through the doorway, only to stumble to a halt at the sight of her wasat standing there, a forlorn expression on his face. Her first thought was that Dasata was dissatisfied with her behavior and would return the 2 of them to their tunnels. "Homsaf, Miriam has told me of your exceptional curiosity and energies expended to learn our ways. I'm proud of you," Alex said, to encourage the obviously crestfallen young queen, and it created the intended reaction. Homsaf perked up, but still cast a wary eye toward her unsettled wasat. "We have a problem for you to solve, Homsaf, and you're offered 2 choices. You can solve the problem in the usual Dishnya manner, or you can choose our way." "What is wrong, Dasata?" Homsaf asked. Alex glanced toward Wusala, who turned to his queen and repeated his plea to be replaced by Meslan. Homsaf was struck to the core. She was responsible for delivering the death blow to her matriarch, Chafwa, who attempted to kill Dasata. It was the most terrible thing she'd ever done, and she had no desire to repeat that, even if her wasat was requesting the service. Stricken, her muzzle lips trembling, her eyes appealed to Alex. "I would hear Dasata's way," she said, and it came out a little choked. "For my Soma, it's called retirement," Alex replied. "When warrior commanders have served faithfully and can no longer fulfill their duties, they step aside and another takes their place. The valuable experiences held by those who retire guide their leaders and others. It's a waste to eliminate them. The nest has always been challenged to support Elder Dishnya, Dasata. Food is scarce, and each Soma must contribute to the nest's food supply, Homsaf said, attempting to explain the tradition. But that will no longer be the case, Homsaf, Alex replied. If Dasata teaches us his ways, so that the Dishnya can feed our Soma as he does, we will have no need for the old ways, Homsaf reasoned. Alex had a glimpse of the shrewd mind that lurked in the young body. Faced with the challenge to accept a dramatic change in her people's ways, the young queen bargained for a promise of a better future. Alex grinned, and Homsaf bared her teeth in return. The Dishnya will learn our ways and feed their Soma as we do, Alex promised. Then, Wusala, I retire you, Homsaf pronounced. I will choose a new Wasat when Nessel arises. Although pleased with her decision and the outcome of the conversation, she noticed neither her Wasat nor Dasata shared her enthusiasm. Do you remember what I said about the value of those who retire, Homsaf? Alex asked. Their words carry weight and should be heard, Homsaf replied. Then the lesson sunk in. She curled her tail about her and straightened her hind legs slightly, assuming the stance of a mature queen. I would take your advice in this matter, Usala, she said. Chapter 14. Sawa. When Alex announced to Renee that he was making preparations for Sawa, she sensed something was wrong. You don't want me to go, Renee said, taking a seat beside him on the couch in their suite. It's not that I don't want you with me, it's that one of us needs to stay here. The construction projects have barely begun, and then there are the new Saids and Daylon Independents. Who wish to see a leader, but Alex, I'm not that person, Renee objected. You're the closest thing I have to a replacement, my love. Every individual respects you. Every individual respects you, Alex. I'm admired by virtue of my association with you. Then you admit that you're admired, my love. Renee climbed into Alex's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. By some much more than others, she said, staring into his eyes before she kissed him. When do you leave? She asked. In 2 days, Emil's scent test will be concluded. So far, it's been successful. I'll be leaving the day after that and traveling light. Then come, my love. If I'm going to be without my partner for a lengthy period of time, I want to stock up on some of his attention, Renee said, jumping up and tugging on Alex's hand. Alex readied his people for the trip to Sawa, the next planet inward, and the homeworld of the Dishnya. The only ship making the trip would be the Reaver. Alex requested Captain Lumley provide a minimal crew so that more hands could remain available to work on the construction projects, as opposed to sitting aboard his ship with little to do. The Daylon families with their young ones were transferred to the Freedom, where Renee took care to house them 1 deck above the bridge and forward, where it would be easier for Cordelia, Ophelia, and her to keep an eye on the children. Miriam and Glenn were aboard the Reaver to manage the young queens and their Wasats. Said, Independent, and Dishnya had bonded well. Joining Alex would be Julian, Z, and the twins. The liner would carry 2 travelers and 2 pilots, Svetlana and Deirdre. Pia considered accompanying Alex as the medical specialist, but she had her hands full, caring for the Daylon Independents, who, for some reason, seemed to have discarded their careful Meridian work procedures, which stressed safety. Instead, Pia recommended that Alex take Miranda. She said to him, If anything ugly happens on Sawa, Alex, you'd be better served by an individual who is equally adept at putting a human or a Said back together. Among those individuals lamenting the lost opportunity to join Alex's expedition to Sawa were Willem and Franz. Willem's work on Omnia had barely begun, and he couldn't afford to divide his focus, although he dearly wished to go. Then there was that other sticking point. Willem worked for the Hurricane Assembly, and Alex no longer represented Hurricane interests. As for Franz, he itched to participate in another adventure. Sawa orbited 124 degrees clockwise on the ecliptic from Sawa Mesa. From orbit to orbit, the reverse trip took slightly more than 2 days. Homsaf spent most of the trip on the bridge with Captain Lumley, except when Meslan insisted she get some food or sleep. Francis Lumley was a patient man, and having enjoyed entertaining the Daylon children, he was happy to chat with Homsaf with Miriam's help. The Sage stood by to act as interpreter for Homsaf's questions, and Meslan was present to keep a watchful eye on his young queen. The subject of space travel was repeated many times in various guises throughout Homsaf's questions. The Queen couldn't grasp the immense distance between planets, much less between the stars. Worse, she couldn't understand how the Reaver covered the vast distances so quickly. But it had to be said Homsaf was, if nothing else, persistent. Where any other Dishnya might have accepted the concepts as too great to comprehend, Homsaf never quit. She would simply choose another way of addressing the issue. Homsaf's one true joy was that she'd learned to a point how to manipulate the holovid display, especially after Captain Lumley transferred the view of the Dishnya homeworld to the projector. After achieving Sawa's orbit, Alex ordered Captain Lumley to circle the Reaver around the planet for 2 days to collect telemetry data and build a complete picture of the Dishnya homeworld. Throughout the period, various individuals ringed the holovid display, viewing images of Sawa's surface. The queens and wasats were fascinated by the views of their homeworld. More than once, a muzzle tipped into the image to sniff. As the second day of telemetry recording was eclipsing, Alex, Julian, Z, and Miranda were fast reviewing the data of the surface, playing the imagery at 10 times the recording speed, while the Dishnya watched the dizzying whirl. "It's possible Sawa was green millenniums ago, but obviously that's no longer true," Julian said. "While we've only 2 days of data, there is a noticeable pattern to the planet's weather. The windstorms which sweep the surface increase in ferocity and strength throughout the day, as Sawa's face rotates to receive Silas's rays. If we were to collect at least 10 days of data, we would have a fair possibility of forecasting these storms to help us choose the best possible landing time and location," Z said. "However, 30 days of data would be optimal." "We'll go with what we have," Alex stated firmly. "For our first foray, we drop planetside at first light and lift off within 2.5 hours, before the winds can obscure our vision." "Is this a tactical decision, or are we following your intuition?" Julian asked. "What's your summary of the Dishnya's activity level planetside?" Alex asked. "Minimal and inconsistent," Julian replied. "Precisely," Alex replied. "Where are the cities, or for that matter, any organized activity centers?" "The data indicates that, for the most part, the Dishnya warriors are working in small bands and acting as raiders," Z added. "Thermal imagery detects them as most active during the night, and we've recorded open conflict between bands of warriors. There appears little desire to maintain a status quo, which we've witnessed between the Sawa Mesa nests," Miranda noted. "I perceive an element of desperation here." "I would surmise the prevailing storms have reduced the available surface food to a minimum," Julian said. "It's forced the nests into a constant state of war for resources." "My thoughts exactly, Julian," Alex replied. "I think our search is going to be much more difficult than we imagined." "We see no city centers, no general surface activity, because the Dishnya reside underground on Sawa, too," Miranda surmised. "Which means we'll be required to pry them out of their tunnels again," Z added. He'd been working on a project with the twins. They'd been in no hurry to complete it, but this conversation gave him reason to reconsider that. "Don't make any assumptions," Alex replied. "They might be living underground, but their access might not be through tunnel hatches. They could be using caves, but wherever they are, they'll see us as invading aliens and treat us accordingly." Julian returned to studying the pace and direction of the surface storms. His holovid view suddenly shifted when Homsaf stuck her dark-nailed fingers into the display and rotated the image. Meslon saw the frown form on Alex's forehead, and he hissed a warning to Homsaf, who quickly dropped her hands to her side, her muzzle's lips wrinkling in consternation. Alex signaled Z, who hurried off the bridge and returned shortly with a portable holovid. He set the unit on a bridge console and manipulated the output to the bridge's prior view. When the Said motioned to Homsaf that the device was for her use, she nodded gratefully. Alex and his people continued to peruse the telemetry data to determine the primary landing opportunity. Their attention was interrupted by Homsaf's bark. She was pointing at an area on her portable unit's display, and Julian shifted her view to the bridge holovid. Homsaf hurried over and pointed to a small object hardly distinguishable from the surrounding sandy color of the surface. Julian enlarged the image to its greatest magnification, and the assembled parties stared at the strange, stacked structure. "Chona Chafwa told me stories of Sawa," Homsaf explained. "She said our people had centers of great learning built of stone blocks high into the air." This was the first time Homsaf had mentioned her matriarch's name since justice had been dispensed to the Queen. "We stay in orbit for 2 more days," Alex said. "Focus on these structures. I want to know if they're being used or if they're abandoned. We need to be sure of that before we investigate them." Alex regarded Homsaf, and the young queen stared back, uncertain of what Dosida searched for in her face. Alex had a vision of a future, powerful Dishnya race, technologically advanced, and led by a formidable queen such as Homsaf. A good thing humans made friends with them first, Alex thought. "Well done, Homsaf," Alex said simply, patting her on the shoulder before he left the bridge. Homsaf cupped a hand where Dosida had touched her. She preened, lifting her muzzle and rising slightly on her hind legs. The other queens chuffed and teased her, but Homsaf didn't care. She was determined to earn more of Dosida's praise. The landing party planned to launch from the starboard bay at 4.85 hours. At a half-hour prior, only Alex, Julian, Svetlana, and Deirdre were present. The 2 commanders were lounging against the hatch steps. Julian stood with locked avatar near them, and naturally Alex was pacing the deck. "I can't remember ever seeing Alex this anxious," Svetlana sent to Deirdre, watching Alex's frenetic stride. To outsiders, posting 2 experienced fighter commanders to pilot the single traveler might have seemed odd, but as Admiral Tachenko succinctly put it to the 2 women, "You're there to do whatever you have to do to keep Alex safe, even if you have to disregard his orders." Following those types of extraordinary orders required the sort of metal alloy spines only possessed by hardened combat veterans. "I can't either," Deirdre sent in reply. "The Admiral's instructions seem much more real to me now. Good thing the bay's deck is harder than Alex's boots." The 2 commanders exchanged brief smiles. When the twins came through the airlock, Alex stopped his pacing and stared at them. Unfazed, the twins continued to make for the traveler. "Sirs, I'd have a word," Alex said, and Etienne and Alain diverted from their path to join Alex. "What are those?" asked Alex, pointing to the projections mounted on each shoulder of the creshmates. "Z's newest invention," Etienne replied. "Shoulder-mounted stun weapons with variable beam control. We're able to shift the power output and spread." "You already have your side weapons," Alex retorted. "Allow me to demonstrate the improvements," Alain said, and suddenly his shoulder weapons targeted the 2 commanders, who leapt off the hatch steps. "Not funny, Alain," Deirdre declared harshly. "Apologies, commanders," Alain replied, but the smirk on his face indicated that he really wasn't. "You'll note, sir, that not only didn't I touch the weapons, but I wasn't looking at the commanders at the time. My implant is communicating to the weapons controller, which targeted the commanders based on my visual memory of their location." "A controller?" Alex queried. Alain turned around and displayed a smooth shell that was embedded in his jacket. The clothing, weapons, and shell came as one unit. "The controller resides at the upper part of the shell," Etienne said, pointing in that direction. "The entire lower section is a power cell. It will deliver 150 times more shots to each weapon than our hand stunners. Most important, Alain added, turning back around, these implant-controlled weapons will respond faster than our hand movements. And there it was. Alex would choose to act in the manner he saw fit, and his escorts would do the same, even if those actions contradicted his. "My friends," Alex said quietly, shaking his head, "I will tell you now that one day I expect my actions will get me killed, and I've come to accept that. It might happen whether you two are with me or not, and you need to understand that it won't be your fault." "The madman wishes to absolve us of blame before the event of his death happens," Alain sent to his crèche-mate. "It was an admirable attempt," Etienne replied. "He's a strange man," Alain sent. "Agreed, but worth protecting." "Agreed." Alex waited for the twins' reactions, but his attention was interrupted when he caught sight of Z stepping from the airlock, wearing his Cedric Broussard suit. The Avatar was even more formidable-appearing than ever, with massive shoulder-mounted stun weapons, greater than those carried by the twins. The weapon's controller and energy pack bulged behind Z's back. Before a single comment could cross Alex's lips or implant comm, a second individual stepped from behind Z. Miranda, housed in another new Terran avatar in female form, as massive as Z, but curvy and sporting the same armament. The commanders burst into applause and whistles. Alex glared at them, but it did nothing to quell their enthusiasm. "I did stress to Miranda that the male shape could house more of everything, but she insisted on this form," Z explained. "It's essential that I preserve my reputation for appearing in an exotic female form," Miranda quipped. Alex stared at the robust shape. It was a caricature of Tatia in every way, except for the raven hair. Exaggerated proportions of a heavy-worlder, a robust female form accentuated by prominent breasts. "I'm wondering if the four of you think we're going to war," Alex asked. His question was asked without rancor or even much volume, but his eyes were piercing. Unfortunately for Alex, none of his audience was bothered by his determined gaze. They had been with Alex too long to be deterred from doing what they felt was necessary. "We've agreed that we need to be better prepared for future events, Alex. Your life might be in great danger, and ours too," Z replied flatly. The statement stopped Alex cold. It was one thing to risk his life. It was another to expect others to risk their lives while defending him. He nodded his acceptance of Z's words, and the twins and the Sades made to board the Traveler. "I approve," Deirdre said as the twins passed her. "Power is so sexy," Svetlana remarked, admiring Miranda's avatar. "Thank you, dear," Miranda replied. "I must admit to experiencing a certain pleasure while inhabiting this form. I can see why Z loves his avatar collection." The last to come through the airlock were Miriam and Glenn, leading the Queens and Wasats. Homsov ran ahead and leapt into the Traveler without bothering with the steps. "That's our cue," Svetlana quipped to Deirdre, and the commanders quickly climbed aboard to prevent having to navigate past a group of standing Dishnya. Mature Chona, such as Pasnos and Sisya, would stand in the aisle rather than sit on the laps of their Wasats to accommodate their magnificent tails, and their Wasats wouldn't sit while their queens stood. As for Homsov, if the other queens stood, so would she. Alex stared at the Traveler. He considered who was aboard and what he hoped to accomplish. Anger, for the briefest moment, flared, but he recalled Renee's final words to him. She said, "In order for you to come back safely to me, my love, I'll need you to think calmly and carefully before you take each step, and this includes listening to those around you." When Alex nodded perfunctorily, Renee had grabbed his face with both hands, twisting his head so their eyes locked. "Are you listening to me?" she'd asked. "I am now," he replied, realizing his failure to give her the attention she was due. Recalling Renee's words, Alex took a couple of deep breaths, blowing them out slowly to clear his head. Then he shrugged his shoulders, a lopsided smile appearing on his face, and muttered, "One careful step at a time, my love." He boarded the traveler and joined the queens, who stood in the aisle at the front of the main cabin. Posnosa and Sisya stood with their tails fully entwined around their legs, but Homsaf only managed to do that for about 3/4 of hers. The tip of her tail twitched impatiently. "Etienne and Alain," Alex sent. "I task you with keeping a close eye on our youngest passenger. Her impulsiveness might be her undoing." "More so than yours, sir?" Alain asked, tongue-in-cheek. When the twins didn't receive an answer, Etienne reprimanded his twin with a shake of his head. Nonetheless, the escorts shared Alex's request with Z and Miranda, so defensive priorities could be planned accordingly. Chapter 15. The Edifices. The light of Celis was a dim glow on the horizon when Svetlana set the traveler down 120 meters from what the team called Edifice Alpha. It was a stacked 3-story stone construction, which Julian said resembled an ancient ziggurat. He sent images and a brief historical summary to those with comms or implants to explain his reference. The Dishnya's Exalted Learning Center, so named by Homsaf's stories, stood more than 30 meters high and dominated the barren landscape. What was strange to those who could observe the edifice through the ship's controller was that it was the only structure in sight. There was no surrounding city or domiciles. It stood apart like some sort of ancient monument to a civilization that had lost its way, and its citizens had no more use for it. "Commanders, Miriam and Glenn, remain aboard while we investigate the structure. Keep your eyes out for movement," Alex sent. The team knew from the Dishnya's nightly forays that Sawa's air was breathable. It was the storms that increased in ferocity as the air was heated that had to be avoided. The wind's tremendous velocity and skin-abrading sands would be dangerous to any biological forms. Alex signaled his people and nodded toward the exit to the queens. Each Wasat stepped in front of his queen to lead the way. Z dropped the hatch and stepped out onto the ground. His heavy steps disturbed a layer of gritty sand, 4 centimeters deep. Miranda descended behind Z, and the two Sades swept left and right, separating from each other by 10 meters. The twins dropped down behind the Sades and filled the gap between them. The foursome slowly advanced toward the wide steps that led up to the edifice's primary platform. Alex and Julian exited before the queens and Wasats, and Julian signaled the hatch closed once the Dishnya disembarked. In the pale light, the structure looked imposing, and ever so briefly, Alex hoped that their trip would be quick and informative. Yet the niggling thought in the back of his mind said he was fooling himself. The closer the team got to the wide block-stone steps, the more the edifice revealed the wear of time. Sand filled many of the steps, and the massive stones that formed the walls were pitted from the ferocity of the scouring winds. Most disappointing to Alex was the absence of any signs of life. The edifice hadn't been visited for decades, if not longer. At the steps, and by mutual agreement, Z and Etienne took the lead. Miranda and Alain fell to the team's rear. The security team was unsure whether they'd confront trouble at their front and be required to make a hasty retreat, or be attacked from behind and forced to take shelter in the edifice. Passing through the primary platform's main archway, Alex's party found the interior structure open, except for massive square columns spaced evenly across the floor. The interior's walls and columns had once been deeply carved with glyphs, but many had been worn away, especially those lowest to the floor where the grinding sands were fiercest. Z and Miranda split off and used their combination of variable light-intensive eyes and algorithms to resurrect the symbols as best they could and record them. The glyphs on the back wall were the least worn, and Alex glanced at the Dishnya, who were staring up at the writing that reached to the ceiling, nearly 11 meters up. "Any of these symbols mean anything to you?" Alex asked the Dishnya. "They are entreaties to the Soma," Posnosa said. "Encouragement to respect one another, study fervently to understand the ways of Sawa, listen keenly to the words of their queens, and other such things." Chona and Wasatz, look over the walls and columns, Alex encouraged. Search for any reference to a large sphere that visited this system. I'm especially interested to know when this might have happened and from what direction it came. The queens separated and the Wasatz interspersed themselves among them. The party's search and recording of the glyphs had gone on for nearly 1.75 hours of the allotted time Alex was allowing the team to be planetside, when an emergency signal hit implants and comms. "Heads up, Alex," Svetlana sent. "You have 40 to 50 Dishnia warriors approaching your location. Already they're between the Traveler and the edifice. What are your orders?" Svetlana was ready to lift and, if necessary, start glassing the sand behind the warriors to convince them to disperse. But a tick later she considered the possibility that a beam shot at the Dishnia's back might panic them to run into the edifice. "Wait one, Commander," Alex sent back. The twins raced to the front of the edifice, staying concealed behind the grand archway stones. Etienne snapped a hurried peek at the approaching warriors, who hadn't reached the edifice's steps yet, and shared the view with the team. Z and Miranda took up positions behind the twins, and Alex hurried the queens and Wasatz to one side, tucking them behind Z. Using the imagery from the Traveler's controller, the Sades and twins divided the warriors into targets based on their weapons' relative firepower and spread capability. Then they waited for Alex's orders. "We're going to try diplomacy first, people," Alex sent. "Let's see how they react to a queen." Alex whispered into Postnosa's ear, and the queen nodded her assent. Postnosa edged around Z and Etienne and then stepped into the opening. She barked a greeting to the Dishnia, dramatically waving her tail high behind her to signal her status. The warriors were stunned for an instant, but only for a brief moment. When they hoisted their weapons to their shoulders, Postnosa leapt clear of danger, and a barrage of heavy slugs smacked into the stone columns located only meters inside the opening. Stone chips stung some of the nearest individuals, and when several struck Sisya, she hissed defiantly. "So much for talking our way out of here, people," Alex sent. "Clear the way on my go." He explained to the queens and Wasatz what would happen, impressing on them to stay close behind the four who would be in front. He eyed Meslan, Homsaf's Wasat, as he delivered his instructions, and the Wasat dipped his head ever so slightly, indicating he understood Alex's unstated message. "Go!" Alex shouted. The twins slid out on their knees into the opening and fired continuously at the middle of the warriors, opening a corridor through them. The Sades were instantly behind the twins, targeting the right and left flanks of warriors and knocking down the remaining warriors. The foursome launched themselves down the steps, dancing through the comatose bodies. Alex led the queens down the steps, their Wasats by their sides, and Julian followed at the rear. The young queens stumbled at the sight of so many Dishnia splayed out across the steps and sands, mouths slack and limbs twisted in odd positions. The Wasats, hardened by years of fighting, hurried their principals forward. Another 11 warriors appeared at the flanking fringe of the attackers, and the Sades dropped them, while the twins focused on the wedge of space between the team and the Traveler. Svetlana tracked the twins' progress and signaled the hatch to drop into a locked position as they reached it. Etienne and Alain split to the side and knelt to cover the team's boarding. Z and Miranda stopped short and spun around, scanning on all light frequencies for more attackers. When Alex reached the hatch, he stepped aside while the queens, Wasatz, and Julian leapt into the Traveler, eschewing the steps. Alex clambered up behind them, followed by the twins and the Sades. Z, the last aboard, signaled the hatch closed and Svetlana to lift. "Anyone hit?" Alex asked loudly. The answers were all negatives. Alex turned to regard Etienne, Alain, Z, and Miranda. He briefly used his right hand to cross his body and touch his left shoulder, saying, "I stand corrected." Then he dipped his head in apology. When Alex turned around, the twins grinned at Z and Miranda, who smiled quietly in return. Each of them delved into the details of the fight against the warriors: weapon response times, targeting acquisition, beam spreads, and energy expended. The key questions were how much energy was left in the power cells and how could the efficiency of the weapons be improved. "Apologies, Alex. I don't know how we failed to spot the warriors until it was too late," Deirdre said. She felt she had to apologize personally to Alex and had left the pilot's cabin while Svetlana handled the ship. They were hovering 2 kilometers above the surface, waiting for Alex's orders. "Not necessary, Commander," Alex said, and sent some images to Deirdre of the warriors before they were felled by the security team's shoulder-mounted stun guns. "No wonder we didn't see them until they were nearly on you," Deirdre replied in awe. The Dishnia warriors were covered from crown to clawed feet in cloth and skins, painted to camouflage them. Even their eyes were covered with some sort of transparent material to protect them from wind and sand. "Tough to spot them visually or on thermal, Commander," Alex said, patting Deirdre on the shoulder. Homsaf watched the pilot bare her teeth at Dasida's touch. It was a gesture she now understood was an expression of pleasure. "I've received one of those from Dasida," Homsaf thought with pride. "Dasida, a thought for you," Sisya said, which brought Alex close to the Queen. "Can your technology determine the age of that edifice?" "Julian, any idea?" Alex asked. Julian opened his hand and revealed a shard of stone that he'd scooped up when a slug tore into a column behind them. He set an app in his kernel to monitor the pressure on his fingers and began to press firmly on the shard. The Dishnia watched, intrigued by any activities of Dasida's metal soma. Eventually, the small shard shattered, shooting pieces in every direction. Some Dishnia were stung and hissed their displeasure, but even then all of them exchanged amazed glances at the demonstration of the metal soma's power. "Apologies," Julian said to the Queens and Wasats. "Alex, the stone's density indicates it has sufficient hardness to withstand the wearing of the winds and sands, as we've recorded them, for several hundred years at the very least." "Do you understand, Sisya?" Alex said when he repeated what Julian said in their language. For more complex statements, it was necessary to revert to the Dishnia language, but after spending nearly 30 days together in close proximity aboard the Omnian ships, the Dishnia had demonstrated that they had a knack for language and were quickly learning the aliens' speech, as they called it. "Dasida, the structure is too old. It would have been built and its surface is carved before the sphere came here," Sisya replied. Alex nodded his agreement. He'd come to the same conclusion the moment Julian stated his estimate of the edifice's minimum age. "Svetlana, make for the rever," Alex sent. "Time for Plan B," Alex muttered, thinking of possible next steps. Everyone else aboard was left to review the unusual circumstances of their first landing on Sawa, an inhospitable planet, environmentally and culturally. Once aboard the rever, Alex decided to order Svetlana and Deirdre to take the travelers planetside the next morning as soon as there was sufficient light. "I want close-up and detailed telemetry of every edifice on this planet," Alex said. "I take it that we're trying to get an idea of the age of each structure," Svetlana replied. "It took the warriors nearly 2 hours to show up at the first location, Alex. We could pop into a structure, take images of the interiors, collect samples, and be out before any warriors arrived," Deirdre volunteered. "Do the Dishnia have communication on this planet?" Alex asked. When the commanders frowned in confusion, Alex added, "And could they have warned others of our landing? And could they be ready the next time to respond even quicker and with a greater force?" "All excellent questions, Alex," Deirdre admitted. "You've convinced me to keep my butt in my pilot's seat." She grinned in appreciation of Alex's preference to keep her safe, rather than accept her offer to risk her life to gather more information. 2 days later, the team descended planetside again. This time they targeted an edifice that the Sades deduced from Svetlana's imagery was one of the lesser-worn structures. It crossed Alex's mind that it might be too young, although it did show some wear on its stone's faces. From the little data that Julian had to work with, he estimated the edifice was somewhere between 250 and 125 years old, which meant it could still be pre-event. "Alex, we're 2 kilometers up and awaiting your landing instructions," Svetlana sent. Both commanders had mentally switched attitudes from shuttle jockeys to fighter pilots. The first landing drove home how dangerous Sawa was to the team. Alex linked to the controller and studied the structure. It wasn't as prominent as Edifice Alpha, although it was built in the same tradition, a triple-stacked ziggurat with wide steps leading to the first level. There wasn't much choice in landing sites. The Dishnya situated this learning center amidst a field of rocks, some of which could rightly be called boulders, reaching heights of several meters and more. Scanning the terrain, Alex chose a location with the fewest number of boulders, allowing his people the greatest advantage for line of sight. Unfortunately, it was more than 2 kilometers from the edifice. "Good choice," Svetlana sent in reply to Alex when he marked the terrain in her helmet's view. Deirdre and she had worked up a new app in the ship's controller with the help of Miranda. The hull's ground-facing sensors, which could monitor the sandy terrain, would be tuned to signal subtle vibrations through the hard soil, such as a tunnel hatch opening or footsteps. Svetlana set the traveler down softly, its 3 short landing gear extending from small hatches in the shell. Immediately, Deirdre sent a ping into the ground from one of the hull's sensors, and Svetlana and she monitored the app's response. "SAID work, guaranteed to function as designed, first time every time," Deirdre sent to Svetlana, when the commanders realized the app and sensors were performing perfectly together. Her thoughts bubbled with laughter. Z, Miranda, and the twins organized their exit and waited, and it wasn't long before they received Svetlana's warning. "We have movement," she sent. "Any indication of what type?" Alex sent. "Apologies, Alex," Deirdre replied. "We haven't enough baseline data to discern what created these sounds. We can tell you that there are many of them, they've a short duration, and they're not repeating." "Most likely hatch openings or the arming of weapons," Z remarked. "Okay, people, presume we have hostile forces waiting for us and act accordingly," Alex sent. He signaled Miriam and Glenn to take the Dishnya to the front of the main salon out of harm's way, and Julian and he followed them. Z and Miranda each took one side of the hatch, and the twins crowded behind them. Z signaled the hatch to drop and waited. When nothing happened, he stepped into the opening, allowed a brief tick for attackers to sight on him, and then leapt aside. Slugs peppered the hull, and a handful struck the traveler's interior. Z signaled the hatch closed, and Alex ordered Svetlana to lift. The warriors watched from concealment as their prey disappeared into the sky, seemingly unharmed by their weapons. Nonetheless, they broke out in celebration, hoisting their weapons high and howling in victory at the sky. The alien enemy had been chased from their territory. "Black space," Deirdre muttered quietly. Svetlana grinned, which, with their heads encased in helmets, Deirdre couldn't see. It had been Deirdre's idea to search the edifice's interiors and capture imagery of the glyphs for Alex, which she'd refused. This landing proved that one or both of them would probably have been dead or captured in short order. "I'm confused, Alex," Julian asked, frowning and holding a hand to his chin as if he was contemplating a critical problem. "Would the next iteration of your superlative leadership be labeled Plan C, or if we revisit this location, would it be B2? "Some days I dearly wish you were human," Alex replied, scowling. "Contemplating violence, are we?" Julian remarked, and pursed his lips at Alex. For the briefest moment, Alex stared at his friend in disbelief. Then he smiled and barked a laugh that boomed off the traveler's interior. The Dishnya couldn't resist joining, and they echoed Alex with barks and yips of their own, even though they had no idea of the occasion, but that started everyone laughing. Alex cupped the neck of his friend, planted a big smack on his forehead, and walked down the aisle to examine the slugs that Z and Miranda were pulling from the interior bulkhead. "Any drop in our traveler's charging efficiency, commanders?" Alex sent. "Less than 1%, Alex," Deirdre replied. "We'll perform a visual check of the hull when we land aboard the Reaver." "Alex, we're at 2 kilometers elevation and awaiting your orders," Svetlana sent. "What now, Alex?" Etienne asked. "I'm working on Plan B2, or C1 as my inimitable friend would term them," Alex said to the twins, Z and Miranda. He studied a slug that Miranda handed him. It was heavier than those used against his people on Omnia. Slug throwers, but more powerful, Alex said quietly, and his people dipped their heads in agreement. Is not the primary purpose of your plan, Alex, to collect imagery of the edifice's interior? Z asked. I'd agree. Then I believe I have the answer aboard the Reaver. Plan C1 was enacted early the next morning. As far as Alex was concerned, the Dishnia had arrived too quickly and in too great a number at the site of Edifice Beta. During her reconnaissance, Deirdre had recorded a structure similar to Beta. It was about the same size and showed about the same amount of wear, and Alex decided to try the team's fortune at this alternate site. It might have been better to attempt Z's plan after the storms began to ravage the face of Sawamessa, but Alex was concerned about exposing his people to the scouring winds and the possible damage the traveler's shell might receive. Alex intended to leave the Dishnia on the traveler, especially after he learned of Z's idea, but Homsaf would have nothing to do with it. She insisted on accompanying him, and the other queens decided that if Homsaf was going, they were going. Humans and Sades loaded onto the traveler first, and then the Dishnia were escorted aboard by Miriam and Glenn. The queens and Wasats eyed the strange block of rectangular metal that sat aft of the hatch. It was so large that seats had been removed to accommodate it. The brief flight time soon had Svetlana setting the traveler down at Edifice Delta's location. Miranda, Miriam, and Julian levered the block of metal up and over until it was poised in front of the hatch. Miranda looked at Alex, who nodded, and she signaled the hatch open. As soon as the lowered hatch locked into place, Miranda placed a massive boot against the block and heaved, launching it out of the ship and onto the ground. The hatch was left open, and everyone was careful to keep clear of the opening. "We have multiple movements, Alex," Deirdre sent. "They're faint but steady. It suggests many footsteps from a distance away." A nest lookout had warned of a strange object that had suddenly appeared in the distance, and warriors scrambled to defend the nest. A sub-commander was ordered by his Wasat to lead the warriors, and they poured from the tunnels. Using the plane's boulders as cover, they worked their way toward the huge object. Wafala, the sub-commander, ordered his warriors to remain under cover, watch from concealment, and hold their fire. They saw a door in the structure open and a block of stone fall out. The sub-commander's brow wrinkled in confusion. He'd never witnessed this sort of attack on the nest. When the block began to move, the warriors growled in anticipation, and Wafala hissed at them to remain quiet. The expectation was that warriors would leap from what must be a box painted to resemble stone, but to their great surprise they witnessed it slowly and steadily unfold to reveal a small head and 6 powerful legs, which extended from a squat body. When the creature moved, Wafala ordered his warriors to open fire. Ensconced in his mining avatar, Z started forward, and shots pinged off his shell. Z chose this avatar for his foray into the edifice because it was built to withstand the enormous pressures of cave-ins, while he searched for high-value mineral deposits in underground domes and rivers. By the time the creature reached the edifice's steps, Wafala decided to ignore the colorful structure, which might house other creatures, and he ordered his warriors to chase the creature, which was about to invade their ancient seat of learning. The warriors fired shot after shot, only to hear their slugs ricochet off the stone skin. Alain snapped a quick look through the hatch opening and signaled to Miranda and his creshmate that the warriors were attacking Z in numbers. He was about to coordinate a rear attack when Miranda jumped through the hatch and started dropping the warriors. Without hesitation, the twins dove through the hatch and focused on covering Miranda. Intelligently, Miranda was stunning the rearmost warriors. Those warriors nearest the creature belatedly realized that their weapons fire was lessening. Turning around, they came face to face with 3 more creatures, and frozen by the sight, they were stunned and fell onto the steps before a single warrior could fire a shot. "I thought Sades were all about logic and thinking things through before they acted," Alain sent to Miranda. "I did think it through, dear one," Miranda sent in reply. There's human time, and then there's Sade time. The threesome scanned for more warriors while Miranda signaled Z. I think it would be wise to return this slow-moving avatar to the ship, dear. She saw the legs hesitate, and then the avatar reversed its way back down the steps. Alex, Etienne sent, the way is clear for now. There's so many warriors down, I don't think they could have many to spare. Coming out, Alex replied. He led the queens and wasats down the hatch, and they were immediately covered by the twins, who scanned for signs of attack. Miranda walked beside Z, and the Dishnya, except for Omsaf, stared in horror at the thing that moved slowly past them. Metal Soma Dasada? Homsaf asked, curiously. We call them Sades, Homsaf, Alex replied. That's Z in another body. Alex's comment caused Homsaf to halt while the team moved on. She hurried to the front of the creature and knelt down in the sand. Z, are you in there? She asked. Greetings, Homsaf, Z said through a small mouth used for mineral sampling. You must hurry and join the others for your safety. Homsaf had admired the huge, heavy-bodied human since she first saw him. To Adishnya's mind, size and strength meant power, and Z possessed them in great quantity. When she discovered he was one of the metal Soma, she became even more fascinated by him. Now the idea that Z had transferred into this creature's body made her dizzy to know more. In an emotional reaction, she licked the small metal face with her long tongue and raced after the team. Now that's new, dear, Miranda sent to Z. I believe we've witnessed the first Dishnya crush on a Sade. I've constantly projected possible futures since meeting Alex, yet somehow his realities are never ones that I've theorized, Z sent in reply, as he continued toward the ship. When Miranda was sure that Z was safely in reach of the traveler, she hurried to protect the team, who were already inside the edifice and scanning the glyphs. This time, the combination of the commander's sound-sensing surveillance and the twins scanning the grounds from the top of the steps ensured the queens and wasats weren't surprised. The queens and wasats fanned out without encouragement from Alex. They were anxious to complete their perusal of the glyphs and return to the safety of the ship as soon as possible. Posnosa followed the glyphs from the top of a column down its side when she suddenly stopped and reread the last few glyphs. She loosed a series of barks before she corrected herself and called to Dasada. The team crowded around her, and she pointed to a series of carvings halfway up the column. Alex carefully stored the entire column in his implant while Posnosa read out the meaning of the glyphs. That one, Dasada, Posnosa said, pointing at a complex carving. It states the annual and the season, but it means nothing to us without knowing the planet's record-keeping of time. Understood, Jonah. Please continue, Alex replied. Beneath it is the symbol for a ship. The center glyph is enveloped in 2 circles, which means it was round and large. The small symbol to the side means it wasn't Dishnya in nature. Anything else? Alex asked hopefully. I'm not certain, Dasada, Posnosa replied. Sisya stepped close to the column and eyed the glyphs. The carvings below the ship glyph are numbers or a counting of some sort. Because they're below and have no other symbols, they must relate to the ship. What do the numbers mean? Alex asked anxiously. I don't understand them, Dasada. Deepest apologies, Sisya replied. Alex, Julian said, perhaps the queens don't understand them because they aren't simple numbers. They could be degrees, declination, planet rotation, or some other astronomical notations. Alex stared at the column, not seeing the carvings. He needed a translator, and it had to be someone on this planet with enough knowledge to translate the numbers. Plan C2, Alex said, slapping his friend on the shoulder. Come on, people, he yelled as he hurried out of the edifice, past the twins, and down the steps. When Alex reached the mass of fallen warriors, he stopped. The long-legged queens and wasats were right behind him. Is there a wasat among these warriors? He asked, and the 6 Dishnya spread out to check the bodies. None, Dasada, Sisya finally replied. But Meslan believes the one at his feet might be a sub-commander. Take him, Alex commanded. His request didn't translate for the Dishnya, who stood rooted in place, their muzzles quivering in confusion. Miranda walked over to the body, scooped up the fallen warrior, and marched toward the traveler. The queens and Wasats followed behind, speaking softly to one another and trying to understand what Dasada intended to do with the warrior. Everyone skirted around Z, who'd followed back in his box shape to board the traveler. Then Miranda, Miriam, and Z used their incredible strength to lever Z through the hatch opening, which was a tight fit, and onto the ship. Once everyone was aboard, Alex ordered Svetlana to return to the Reaver. Chapter 16. Wafala. During the traveler's return, Homsov knelt in front of Z, who stayed folded in his avatar so he could be unloaded from the ship. She could barely discern the small head surrounded by the solid wall of metal. The discovery of metal soma with their incredible capabilities secretly fascinated her, and she yearned to explore the world of Dasata's Sades. "How many bodies do you have, Z?" Homsov asked. "We call them avatars, Jonah. I've 34 now." "Do others of your kind have many bodies?" "Most do not. My partner, who you see in the heavy body with the woman's figure, does have a smaller body." "How do you move yourself? Are you so tiny that you can fit inside and drive them like a ship?" "No, Homsov. We move our minds between the bodies." "Could you move my mind into one of these creatures? These avatars?" "No, Homsov. We can't move a biological mind." When Z saw that the Queen didn't recognize the term, he added, "A human, Dishnya, or Sui are biological. They have the minds of living beings." "So you aren't a living being?" Homsov asked, feeling as if she had lost the thread of the conversation. "Sades live, but not in a manner you would understand." If Z thought his answers would douse Homsov's curiosity by virtue of being too strange to comprehend, he was wrong. Homsov's desire to learn the ways of Dasada's Soma had exploded exponentially with her discovery of the world of Sades, who could move their minds. When Sub-Commander Wafala woke, his head buzzed and his stomach churned. Slowly the disconcerting symptoms subsided, except for an awful thirst. Lying on his back, he struggled to sit up but found his limbs bound to a table. Wafala was surprised he was still alive. His first thought was that the creatures had captured him so that he might be served up on their tables, and he hoped for a quick and painless death before they carved his body. The sub-commander took stock of his surroundings. Everything disturbed him. Gone were the smells of Sawa, his queen, his Soma, the underground, and the dusty, dry plains. Instead, he saw metal where there should be dirt, doors where there should be curtains, and light coming from strange devices. "Our captives awake," Miranda said to Alex. Both Z and she had transferred to less intimidating avatars. "Okay, people, proceed as planned," Alex said to the individuals surrounding him on the bridge. "But be careful. He may be Dishnya, but he's not from Sawamesa." Sisya tipped her muzzle in understanding and left the bridge in the company of her Wasat, Afwa, and the twins. At the medical suite, Alain signaled the door aside and stepped back. Alex had stated repeatedly that they needed this warrior's cooperation, so the plan was to approach him slowly with the familiar, one queen and one Wasat. Sisya stepped through the doorway, arching her tail high behind her, signaling a queen's dominance. Afwa stepped beside her, and they waited for the warrior to appraise them. Wafala thought he was dreaming, and he stared at the two Dishnya, waiting for his vision to clear. "I'm Chona Sisya, Osnos Soma Sawamesa," Sisya said, raising on her hind legs, tail thrashing behind her. Wafala's jaw dropped open, but quickly snapped shut. "Liar!" he hissed, and Afwa growled at the insult to his queen. "Why do you think I lie to you, warrior?" Sisya asked patiently, touching the tip of her tail to her Wasat's thigh to calm him. Dacida had coached her repeatedly to be patient and take her time, stating the need to earn the warrior's trust. "Warrior," Wafula replied, indignant at the word. "I'm Sub-Commander Wafula, Tomasa Soma." He tried to rise to declare his title, but the bindings held him fast, and he growled in frustration. "Well, Sub-Commander Wafula," Sisya said, "I await your response to my question." "The Dishnya of Sawamesa exist no more," Wafula hissed. "They died soon after reaching the planet or during the journey there. These truths are known." "Then how do you explain us?" Sisya asked. "This is a trick. You're a queen of Sawa trying to gain our Soma for your own." Sisya chortled. "I see our conversation will not be quick, Wafula. Would you like some water?" Sisya picked up a squirt bottle left by Miranda and held it up to the sub-commander. Wafula's throat burned, but he eyed the bottle dubiously. Sisya recognized the fear in Wafula's eyes, so she tipped the bottle over her muzzle, squeezed it, and shot the water into her mouth. She smacked her jaw noisily, exaggerating the freshness of the drink. The display worked. Wafula's jaw dropped down and his tongue licked his dry lips. Sisya stepped next to the table, held the bottle over Wafula's mouth, and waited. Finally he opened his mouth, and Sisya squirted a small amount to wet his throat. "More?" Sisya asked. This was another lesson from Dacida. Generosity to the warrior must be doled out in small portions. When Wafula nodded, Sisya gave him another squirt and then stepped back, pleased to see the sub-commander thirstily eyeing the water bottle. "Sub-Commander, look around you," Sisya commanded. "Have you seen the like of this structure on Sawa?" Wafula had tried desperately to ignore his surroundings, the gleaming metal surfaces, the lack of the familiar smells, and the doorway that slid aside without anyone touching it. Now this foreign queen who declared she was from the planet of the dead was forcing him to examine them. Sisya watched the fear return to the sub-commander's eyes as he examined the medical suite and its objects. "You have my sympathies, Wafula. I remember my first experience aboard an alien ship," Sisya thought ruefully. She stepped close to the table and held up the water bottle. When he opened his mouth, she gave him another squirt. This time she didn't step back. "We don't intend to hurt you, Wafula," Sisya said gently. "We need your help to translate some glyphs, some carvings, and then we'll release you back on Sawa." "What do you mean, back on Sawa?" Wafula asked, focusing on the strange phrase. "We're aboard a ship high above Sawa, Sub-Commander," Sisya explained. More lies, Wafula thought, but he kept that thought to himself. "Will you help us?" Sisya asked. "Your word as a queen, that I'll be returned safely?" Wafula asked. "Chona Sisya Osnos Soma Sawa Mesa gives her word," Sisya replied, standing erect. She stepped away from the table, saying, "Your bonds will be released by 2 of the aliens who operate this ship. Don't be frightened by them. While they're odd-looking, they mean you no harm, and are friends of the Dishnya of Sawamesa." The creatures who stepped through the doorway were indeed strange in appearance to Wafula's eyes, nearly hairless about the face, possessing blunt muzzles and pink skin like a newborn mewling. They were wrapped in strange coverings. But odder than all that, they looked exactly alike, and he wondered if all the aliens would appear the same. The thought made him shudder. Without anyone approaching Wafula, the straps suddenly released the pressure on his limbs and waist. Gently he tested to see if he could sit up, which he could, and he swung his legs over the side of the table. Eyeing the 2 aliens and the 2 Dishnya, Wafula made a hasty decision. He bolted toward the doorway, intending to exit these metal tunnels, which he was sure were buried somewhere on Sawa. Unfortunately for the sub-commander, Sisya stood in his way. Afwa leapt in front of his queen for her protection, and Etienne was forced to stun the poor frantic Dishnya a second time. Alain caught the warrior before his momentum had him slamming into something that might hurt him. Watching the entire scene on the bridge holovid, Alex was disgusted with the outcome of the meeting and swore, Black space. Dasata, space is black, or so I've learned. What do your words mean in regard to this event? Homsov asked. Alex was caught speechless, and to cover the moment he tapped his temple, indicating he was talking to his soma, and Homsov dipped her muzzle in understanding. Captain Lumley and Glenn covered their mouths to hide their smiles. I believe this next iteration should be labeled Plan C2B. I do hope there is sufficient alphabet to reach our goal, Julian commented dryly. Z, Miranda, rig a portable chair in which to strap our reluctant warrior. I want him to wake up here in the company of Dishnya, aliens, and a starship bridge. Let's see if that convinces him to help us. Send for me when he stirs. After 2 stun blasts, it'll be a while, I'm thinking. Tears ran from Wafala's eyes when he tried to open them against the blinding light. His head pounded as if to the beat of an enormous drum, and the nerves of his body itched. Once again he was bound, but more than anything he felt defeated, and accepted the fact that his impending death was due to his fate of having been captured. Wafala could hear voices, but he kept his eyes closed. An object touched his face, and he jerked away, but it continued to pat his cheeks, drying them. Then damp material was laid across his eyes, and the cool dark was bliss. Drink, Wafala heard Achona say, and he opened his mouth to receive a squirt of refreshing water. He continued to swallow and dropped his jaw again. As many times as he did, he received water until his thirst was quenched. The simple attentions helped the irritations and pains to fade, and he was content to lie quietly and recover. But Wafala jerked alert when the wet object over his eyes was removed. He blinked and waited for his eyes to adjust. When he could hold his eyes open, he was mesmerized by a painting of a unique tan and brown ball against a backdrop of stars. "Welcome back, Sub-Commander Wafala," Sisya said. "If you're wondering, that's a view of Sawa, as seen from our ship high above the planet." Wafala ached to denounce the lie, but the thought of receiving another burst of fire from the aliens' weapons kept his muzzle closed. He felt his chair rotated, and he came face to face with aliens, queens, and wasats. "I'm going to show you some carvings, Sub-Commander. I need you to identify them," Alex said. Wafala didn't know which struck him harder, the sight of the huge alien or that it spoke nearly flawless Dishnya. Before he could make up his mind, an image of a column within the sacred temple sprung up from an alien device near him. "Do you know the meaning of these symbols?" Alex asked. Wafala glanced at the alien, and hot anger made him growl. They had desecrated the nest's protected sanctuary by entering and stealing a piece of it. "Thieves," he hissed. Posnosa chortled at the sub-commander, which wounded his pride, as she meant it to do. Then the queen passed her hand through the holovid. "This is an image, a copy of what we saw, Wafala," Posnosa explained. "We stole nothing." The harder Wafala tried to muster an attack against the invaders, the more he was confused by what they presented. Doubt crept through his thoughts. "Tell us what you know of these symbols, Sub-Commander, and we'll free you," Alex repeated. "They're meaningless," Wafala replied, and his statement produced a round of chortling and bared teeth. "You're incensed we would enter and steal from your center of learning," Homsov challenged. "It's obvious that it has great worth to you, but you would ask us to believe that the carvings on its walls and columns are worthless. Your nest must be weak to allow one of your simple-mindedness to be elevated to the rank of sub-commander." Homsov's jibe hit home, and Wafala growled his resentment. "Dasada, I don't think this one should be taken below. You should open a door and let him walk out as he believes he's capable of doing," Homsov said with disdain. "This young one would make a great warrior, Queen," Miranda sent to her compatriots. "You don't know how to read the carvings, do you, Sub-Commander Wafala?" Julian asked, not unkindly. "You've never been taught to read them." Wafala hung his head with guilt. The aliens had easily discovered what he sought to hide. Only a few, the eldest among the Soma, could read the temple's inscriptions, and they closely guarded their skill. Alex didn't need Waffala's verbal response. The answer was plain to see. He blew out his breath in frustration. "Svetlana, ready the traveler. We're returning our unhappy guest planet-side," Alex sent. To Julian, he said, "On to Plan C3. On the trip below to return Waffala to his nest, a thought struck Alex, and he walked down the aisle toward the hatch where the sub-commander sat strapped in his portable chair. "You would like us to leave your nest and your center of learning alone, wouldn't you, Sub-Commander?" Alex asked. Waffala thought the alien's question must be some kind of trick, and he waited for the creature to expose it. "Do you want me to tell you how you can make that happen?" Alex pressed. Refusing to answer the alien seemed the best course of action to Waffala, so he remained silent. Unfortunately, the creature stood there, continuing to stare at him in an eerily quiet way, as if he was prepared to wait until the end of time. The alien's intense eyes made Waffala squirm. "Obviously, the sub-commander does not play poker," Z sent on open comm. He'd relayed the conversation to the others, so they might enjoy the exchange, especially Svetlana, who was an ardent fan of the game. Finally, Waffala gave in and tipped his muzzle the slightest amount. Anything was better than having the alien leaning over him and gazing at him with those unblinking eyes. "Then I'll tell you," Alex said in a friendly manner. "You request your queen or advisor, whoever can read these inscriptions, to meet with us. We'll listen to their words, and then we'll immediately depart Sawa. That's all you have to do. We'll land here on the following day, soon after Nessla rises, to meet with them." Waffala would have replied, but the alien seemed uninterested in an answer. Instead, the metal object, which appeared to be a doorway and was directly in front of him, levered down and away. Waffala could identify the rock formations and boulders which bordered his nest, and his hopes soared that the aliens truly intended to release him. "Tomorrow at Nessla's rise, Sub-Commander. I need someone who knows the carving's meanings. Now go," Alex said, and triggered the release of the warrior's bindings. Waffala pulled his arms free, threw aside the strap at his waist, and kicked his legs out. Nothing held him, and he leapt through the doorway, frantically racing for cover behind a rocky outcrop before he stopped to look back. The metal door had closed, and the large object he had first seen at the center's site rose into the air. Waffala's jaw fell open as he watched the object rise quickly and quietly into the sky, and he stared dumbfounded at its retreating shape. None of the warriors who had raced to the defense of the temple on their Wasat's command were told that the object had come from the sky. Waffala stretched out his arms to brace himself against a boulder, the heat from it warming his hands. He shook his muzzle in confusion. The foundation of his beliefs was shaken. Obedience to his queen and commander were absolute, but he asked himself why the warriors were not told of the object's alien nature. Surely a lookout saw the object land, he thought. The evidence was clear. The aliens came from the sky, as they had professed. It struck Waffala that perhaps everything the aliens told him was true, and those truths were damaging in that they contradicted the Queen's words. The Soma were repeatedly told of the grievous errors of the Queens generations ago, who thought to migrate away from the homeworld. Their folly was proven when they perished in the trips to the next planet outward, or soon after landing there. Yet here were Queens and Wasats living with aliens, who said Dishnya existed on Sawa Mesa. Unsure of what to do with his newfound information, Waffala made his way slowly across the dry, Nessla-heated sands toward a lookout's hatch. He would make his report to the Queen and Commander, but he would be careful to keep some things to himself. Waffala's commander, Falwas, met him alone at the lookout post that he entered. A pail of water and brush were supplied, and he was ordered to thoroughly clean himself. "You must remove all traces of the creature's poison from your fur, Sub-Commander," Falwas said. "Poison?" Waffala queried. "Yes, poison. The creatures sprayed it into the air. That's how they felled our warriors." "Will I die?" Waffala asked. He was still torn between the words of the aliens and those of his Wasat. So many words and so little time to determine the untruths, he thought. The creatures probably gave you a cure so that they could speak to you. Obviously, they wished you to deliver a message, so it's unlikely you'll perish from their poison. The way Falwas spoke gave Wafula chills. It was as if he were saying that death could creep over him in unsuspecting ways. "Commander, I would ask, how many of our warriors died during the fight with the creatures?" "We were fortunate, Sub-Commander Wafula. Chona Sifan's advisors managed to concoct a cure to the creature's poison. None of our Soma perished." "Good news, Commander," Wafula replied, relieved to hear of his warrior's survival, although none of the commander's words fit with what he knew. "Hurry now, Wafula. The Queen waits to hear your report." As quickly as Wafula could, he finished rinsing his fur and drying off. The commander marched ahead of him through the tunnels with such a strong gait that the Tamasa Soma warriors, who were pleased to see him, didn't dare speak, bark, or yip in celebration of his return. At best, muzzles were lifted in silent salute. In the Queen's chambers, Wafula was grilled thoroughly and continually by Sifan and Falwas on his treatment at the hands of the interlopers, what he saw, and what they said. Most important, the Queen wanted to understand their repeated requests to learn the nature of the temple carvings. It was curious to Wafula that not once did either the Queen or his Wasat ask how he and the interlopers could communicate with one another. It was as if they didn't want to hear the word alien spoken, which made Wafula think that they had seen them, but somehow the warriors had been convinced that they didn't. Had they asked, Wafula's answer would have been simple. The interlopers were aliens, who spoke Dishnya, but not as the Sawa Soma. The longer the questions went on, the more Wafula realized he'd been smart to keep his muzzle closed on many of the small points. He was careful to never mention the words alien or ship. His Queen called them interlopers and steered away from how the object appeared and disappeared from their territory. Words of untruth, Wafula thought. We've been told words of untruth. "And you say, Sub-Commander, that these interlopers asked only about a specific area on a single column," Sifan said, hitting on the subject for the fourth time. "I believe so, my Queen. As I know not the words of the sacred carvings, it would be difficult to tell if they showed me one or several. They did appear the same." Wafula ended his statement with a conciliatory dip of his head, apologizing for his lowly skills and hoping to end his interrogation on this subject. "Lift your muzzle, Wafula," Sifan said generously. "You've done well to escape the object before the interlopers carried it away. They're dangerously clever to be able to move this fortress of theirs across the plains." Another untruth, Wafula thought. I myself saw it fly away. "One more item, Sub-Commander, and then we'll relieve you to go and rest. The poison these creatures used is strong, and we've seen it play with the minds of our Soma. So much so that their memories were altered. Tell me again what they said to you about Nessala's next rise." "The largest of the interlopers requested you, my Queen, or a skilled advisor, who could read the temple carvings, to meet them at the place where they appeared before. If the meanings were made clear to them, they said they would not bother the nest again." "An excellent report, Wafula. You may go," Sifan said. As soon as Falwas confirmed that Wafula was out of earshot, Sifan asked, "Are the warriors unsettled by our stories?" "No, my Queen," Falwas replied. "They're grateful to your advisors for their speedy recovery. That they had no injuries supports our story of a poison sprayed into the air to which they succumbed." "What of the lookout, who saw the ship land?" Sifan asked. "I took care of him soon after I received his report of the first landing. Our hunters believe he was lost or killed during the next day's foraging, and have spread the story. I ensured he was unable to tell his tale to anyone." "And what of today's landing?" There's only one lookout post that views the location where the aliens landed, and I've assigned no lookouts to that station since the first landing. Excellent work, Folwas. But, my queen, what will you do when Nessala rises tomorrow? I've considered that. I believe our best course of action is to give the aliens what they want and hope they will keep their word and return to Sawamessa. The warriors will expect to accompany you and protect you, Jonas Sifan. We can't allow that, Falwas. The untruths we've told are piling up. Besides, the aliens killed none of our warriors, only put them to sleep. Even poor Wafala was returned unharmed. Better they hadn't. He will soon need to meet his own foraging accident. I will be on duty at the lookout post before Nessala crests the horizon tomorrow, my queen. And I will wait there with you, Commander. Ensure that no Soma enter the post while we're above ground. It will be as you order, my queen, Falwas replied, dropping his muzzle in obeisance. Chapter 17. Plan C3. In the morning, a little before Nessala broke the horizon, everyone aboard the Traveler with an implant or comm was linked to the controller. Svetlana floated the ship 1/2 kilometer above the edifice at the far edge of the Tamasa Soma nest. The landing party could distinguish 2 individuals on the ground, and one of them possessed a regal tail. "It would appear that Wafala delivered your message, Alex," Julian said. "Land us, Commander Valenko," Alex ordered on open comm. Once the Traveler was down, Alex said, "Only Julian, the twins, and I will meet the Queen. If we enter the edifice, Z and Miranda, you follow and take up posts at the bottom of the steps. Any trouble, and we'll join forces to fight our way back to the ship." "Alex, it would be better to have one Sade and a twin with you," Z replied. "Perhaps for armament, Z, but in this case I don't wish to intimidate these Dishnya. I'm big enough, but you two are—" "Careful, sir," Miranda warned. "Are so magnificently endowed that I'm sure they would be overwhelmed by your presence," Alex supplied with a huge grin. "A charming recovery," Miranda commented. When the hatch opened, the twins exited first, followed by Julian and Alex. In the quiet of the morning, the team could hear the hisses of the waiting Dishnya. "We seem to get that reaction on every new planet we explore," Julian sent privately to Alex. "Perhaps I should adopt a new avatar, one with fur, so that I might blend with the natives." "Let's wait until we find our next intelligent species," Alex sent back. "You might need to acquire scales, feathers, or who knows what. Maybe leaves." Alex briefly wondered why he'd mentioned something as strange as leaves, but he didn't have time to give it further thought. "I think I'd look quite good in feathers," Julian replied, sending a vid of a Sade-like avatar with wings and whose entire body was covered in feathers. He displayed the avatar walking, and behind it fell copious amounts of small down feathers. "Then again, perhaps not," Julian added, and a strong wind blew the feathers off the avatar, denuding it. Alex would have asked Julian if he had ever considered a role in entertainment, but by then they were approaching the Queen. "I'm Jonas Sifan, Tamasa Soma," the Queen announced, her tail cracking like a whip behind her. "This is my Wasat, Falwas." "I'm Alex Racine, leader of my Soma. We wish to know the meaning—" "Yes, we've heard your request from our sub-commander," Sifan interrupted. "We require your promise that once you learn the meanings of the carvings, you'll return to wherever you came from and visit our nest no more." "Once we understand the messages in the glyphs, we'll leave your planet, Jonas Sifan," Alex replied. "We'll not return to Sawa unless we're invited by your Soma," Alex replied. Something about the alien's phrasing of his promise bothered the Queen, but because she couldn't conceive of her Soma agreeing to the alien's presence, she accepted his response. "Shall we go?" Alex replied, when Sifan nodded her agreement. He gestured toward the edifice's steps, his hand low and palm up. Sifan and Falwas loped ahead of the aliens. She wanted to be finished with the intruders before her soma wondered of her absence from the nest. The landing team hurried to catch up with the Dishnya, running up the steps to join them at the entrance. "Show us the carvings you want to learn," Sifan demanded. Julian unerringly led the group to the column in question and pointed to the first glyph, which their queens had already translated. For the Said, it was a test of Sifan's credibility. "That carving indicates the presence of a great ship shaped like an orb. It's known by a few of us that this ship visited Nessala generations ago," Sifan replied. "And the carvings below that one?" Alex asked. Sifan read the first glyph and then moved on to the next two, her brow wrinkling in confusion. "I don't understand," she muttered. "What don't you understand?" Alex pressed. "These carvings are without foundation. They're a collection of numbers without meaning or description," Sifan replied. "You realize if you're refusing to translate these carvings, there's no reason for us to leave your planet as we agreed," Alex replied. Sifan's hiss carried her anger and was emphasized by Falwas's growl. "Make no mistake, creature. I want you gone. I'm telling you these carvings have no place here on a column of a sacred temple." "Let me be the judge of their worthiness, Jonas Sifan," Alex said, employing his command voice. "Read the numbers in the carving." Sifan announced each glyph and read off the numerical sequence. Alex glanced at Julian and smiled. The Sage sprouted his infamous detective's cap, one rarely seen in public, and began pursuing the interior of the edifice, scanning the number of columns, stones, and interior proportions, searching for a match. The Queen and Wasat glanced at each other as if to ensure each had seen what the other witnessed. Their wide eyes confirmed that an object had appeared from air to cover the alien's head. Now more than ever, Sifan wanted the aliens gone, and not only for the sake of her soma. She found them entirely too disturbing. Sifan wanted to ask why the alien leader didn't depart. She'd read the carvings as required, but the creature stood there quietly watching his soma walk the temple's interior. Meanwhile, his other two soma, who resembled a view of oneself in polished metal, regarded Falwas and her with quiet eyes. They had never looked anywhere else but at them. Warriors, she thought. Julian's analysis returned a result, and he walked to the entrance of the temple. From there, the Sade began walking into the edifice's interior, counting the broad stone blocks on the floor. At one point, he turned sharply left and paced out more stones. Finally, he turned right and continued to count. "Here, Alex," Julian sent, and Alex hurried to his friend's side. The Queen and her Wasat followed. Falwas noticed the two aliens who resembled twin pups were careful to remain behind them and out of claw range. Alex stared at the stone Julian pointed to with his foot. It appeared similar to every other stone surrounding it. There was nothing to distinguish it. It would appear that those who were in charge of building this edifice chose to record some information publicly on their columns because it was general knowledge at that time. However, they didn't wish certain specific information concerning the event to be known, so they hid it, Julian said. "Dig it up," Alex ordered. When Julian bent to pry up the stone, Sifan cried out in horror, "You can't desecrate our temple!" "We wish to look under this stone, Jonas Sifan. We'll replace it before we leave," Alex replied. Sifan and Falwas growled harsh warnings, and the twins moved to stand between them and the other aliens, baring their teeth in evil smiles. The Queen and her Wasat stopped their noise and suspiciously eyed the odd instruments on the warriors' shoulders. The tools tracked their movements like weapons. Julian slipped the stone free and slid it to the side. Unfortunately, there was nothing beneath it but a layer of fine, crushed stone. Alex and Julian stared at each other, and then simultaneously eyed the errant stone, and Julian snatched it up. On the underside was another carving. Sifan moved close to study the strange glyph. "This one also makes no sense," she muttered. In contrast to the Queen, Alex and Julian were grinning at each other. Julian replaced the stone, and Alex turned to Sifon and said simply, "We're gone." Then Julian, the twins, and he marched out of the edifice, down the steps, collected Z and Miranda, and quickly crossed the ground to the traveler. Sifon and Falwas looked at the disturbed stone, confused by the fact that the aliens asked no questions about what was inscribed on its bottom. They hesitated only briefly. Then they fled the temple and hurried to the unattended lookout post. While Alex and company were inside the edifice, the commanders and Sades monitored the ship's surroundings. "We have movement," Deirdre remarked to Svetlana. The commanders switched from the sound surveillance app to a visual scan of the traveler's perimeter, and spotted one lone individual approaching the ship. It was a Dishnia warrior, who carried no weapon and wore no headgear. "Only one Dishnia," Deirdre sent to Z and Miranda, who kept the single individual in sight from their position partway up the steps, while they scanned the grounds for other warriors. "Does he look familiar?" Svetlana asked Deirdre. She sent the image to Miriam, who ran a recognition app on the face, and the Sade replied that it was Wafala. The commanders, Miriam and Glenn, watched with fascination through their implants and comms as Wafala approached the hatch, stopped 3 meters short, and fell to his knees. He held his arms out in supplication. "Oh, black space," Svetlana sent on open comm. "I think we have a Sawa deserter, or, better said, maybe the first Sawa independent." "What?" Sisya asked Miriam, noticing the heightened tension of those who could communicate by their minds. "Wafala is outside and seems desperate," Miriam replied. The Sade signaled the drop of the hatch and moved to exit, but was stopped by Sisya's chuff. "If Soma have deserted or lost the nest, they search for another. It's the duty of a queen to come to their aid," Sisya said. Miriam considered the queen's words and stepped aside. Sisya's Wasat Ofwa made to follow her, but she stopped him with a hand on his chest. Leaping from the ship, Sisya landed close to Wafala, her great clawed feet spraying sand onto Wafala's legs. It was a display of dominance, and Wafala dropped his head in obeisance. "Warrior, what do you seek?" Sisya demanded. "I seek a queen who tells her Soma truths, a queen who regards the welfare of her Soma above all else. In the Tamasa Soma there is no such queen." "Do you understand now, warrior, we come from Sawa Mesa?" "Yes, Chona Sisya." "Do you have mates and pups?" "2 mates and 3 pups, Chona. They wait in the rocks beyond," Wafala replied, pointing behind him with one arm. "Do you understand that we might never return to this planet?" "Chona Sisya, I've witnessed too much of the aliens who accompany you. I've made the mistake of speaking of what I saw to my mates. I believe we will not see Nessala rise again. The lookout who witnessed your ship's landing has already disappeared, and the nest's Soma were offered the strangest of reasons for his death, which only the Wasat witnessed." Sisya clamped her jaw, preventing an angry hiss from escaping her lips. She was incensed at the duplicity of the queen and her Wasat. It was the duty of these 2 individuals to care for their Soma. "Since my return to the nest, the Chona and Wasat have told me more untruths than I can count," Wafala continued. "I beseech you, Chona Sisya, take me, my mates, and my pups with you. But if my presence is unacceptable to you, at least take my mates and pups. They're innocent of any wrongdoing," Wafala pleaded, and ended by dropping his head in abject submission. "Warrior, I offer you my scent," Sisya said, extending her hand palm down to Wafala, who dipped his muzzle and breathed deeply from his new queen's hand. "Fetch your mates and pups, Wafala, and do so quickly." The sub-commander jumped to his feet, uttered a quiet yip, and took off at a dead run for a nearby pile of rocks. He returned quickly with 2 young females who held the hands of 3 pups who were barely half their height. The females fell to their knees, pulling the pups down with them, and ducked their heads. Sisya offered her hand to each member of Wafala's brood, and as soon as they caught her scent, she motioned Wafala to board. The sub-commander leapt into the traveler and barked a command to his mates to join him, but their reticence showed, and the female's nervousness was communicated to the pups. Sisya extended her hand to a female pup, who responded on instinct, reaching out to her queen. The Chona guided the young one to the traveler's steps and lifted her up to her waiting patriarch. That emboldened the two male pups, who pulled free of their mother's hands and bounded up the ship's steps. The matriarchs sighed in resignation and followed their mate and pups into the alien ship. The hatch dropped, and Alex was the first to climb aboard, only to suddenly halt at the sight of 6 new Dishnya aboard the ship. Julian stopped, just short of bumping into Alex, and stared over his shoulder. "I've acquired 6 Soma Dasada," Sisya said formally. She felt it unnecessary to rise on her legs and display her tail to underline her statement. Dasada was unimpressed by Dishnya displays of dominance. This had been a topic of conversation among the Chona. Dasada had more power than all Dishnya combined, yet he walked and talked as if he was one of his Soma. He let his words speak for him, and because they carried truth, they displayed his strength. "So I see, Chona Sisya," Alex replied formally. "I'm pleased our visit to Sawa has proved fruitful to you." "It's fortunate that we're leaving Sawa now," Julian said privately to Alex. "If we were to stay for any extended period of time, we'd require the freedom to transport our new immigrants back to Omnia." "Let's hope what we've discovered turns out to be valuable information, my friend," Alex sent in reply. "Otherwise we might be returning to this inhospitable place." Julian sent an image of his avatar being thrown off a Temple of Learning's top tier by an angry horde of Dishnya, only to be hauled back up to the top because the fall hadn't done sufficient damage. "Yes, that and more," Alex agreed. Julian and he moved to clear the exit aisle so the twins could board and the shuttle could lift. The twins glanced at the new passengers, and the pups perked up, fascinated by 2 aliens who were identical to each other. Waffalo was busy the entire trip to the Rever, explaining to his mates and pups every interaction he had with each alien. Every so often he would remind them that the aliens never harmed him, even when he had attempted to shoot their leader. "I don't know what awaits us on Sawa Mesa," Waffalo said to his mates, "but it would be better than our deaths at the claws of Falwas." Chapter 18. Return to Omnia. The Rever broke Sawa's orbit, and Captain Lumley and Julian spotted at the same time the anomaly above Omnia in the liner's telemetry feed. "You possess the superior analytical capabilities, Julian. Can you confirm that we're seeing a second city ship?" Francis requested. "We are indeed, Captain," Julian replied. "And as you hold the exalted position of Dasada's ship captain, I'll defer to you to deliver the message to him." "You're so kind, Julian. I do love surprising Alex." "Don't we all, Captain?" Julian replied, exiting the bridge and softly whistling an ancient tune known as a dirge. While Captain Lumley informed Alex of the presence of a second city ship stationed over Omnia, Julian calmed Cordelia and requested an update. That conversation became protracted, and Julian delayed responding to Alex's ping until he completed his communication with Cordelia. When Julian closed his comm with his partner, he responded to Alex's signal, sending, "Alex, according to Cordelia, the Sade's negotiations with the Assembly became much more complicated than intended, but it's reported they were successfully concluded. However, I believe the entire discussion would be better conducted face-to-face to review the agreement's many parts." "This should prove to be interesting, Julian," Alex sent in reply. "Let Cordelia know that I will make it my priority once we reach Omnia." Julian knew Alex wouldn't mind putting off anything that threatened to take his attention away from investigating the meaning of the glyphs they'd discovered on Sawa. Alex and Julian's scans of the temple stone's backside and the carvings on the column were copied to the Rever's library. In addition, the glyph imagery recorded by the Sades from every site was uploaded to provide a reference to help solve the riddle of the buried temple stone. Alex spent hours studying the odd carving, which consisted of a multitude of dots and a single short line, without having any inkling of their meaning. It spun slowly in his main salon's holovid and taunted him every time he passed. The fact that the edifice's architects had mentioned the sphere on the column, where all could see it, but buried this one stone's image, indicated it was a critical clue. Adding to Alex's building frustration was Julian's report that he had yet to understand the carving. When the Reaver gained Omnia orbit and Sisya announced to Wafala that they would soon be delivered to Sawa Mesa, the sub-commander requested a moment in the presence of the alien leader, and Sisya took him to the bridge with his mates. Wafala's 3 pups were left in the care of Miriam and Glenn. On the bridge, the sub-commander spotted Alex, and he fell to his knees, with his mates following his example. "Rise," Alex commanded immediately. When the 3 Sawadishnya came to their feet, Alex stared deeply into Wafala's eyes. "You never kneel to me again," he said. "You live, and I live. You think, and I think," he added, tapping his temple. "Because of this, we're the same. You aren't better than me, and I'm no better than you. Understand?" Wafala understood each word the alien leader uttered. He spoke the Dishnya tongue well. It was the nature of his statements that confused Wafala. Every nest possessed a regimented structure. This was necessary for the Soma's survival. The sub-commander couldn't understand how a leader who traveled between planets and possessed great ships wouldn't be placed above all. "How can the 2 of us be equal?" Wafala asked himself. Sisya chuffed in humor at the frown furrowing the sub-commander's forehead. "Come, Wafala, this will take time to explain. Let Tasada resume his work." She led the trio off the bridge. "Some concepts, Alex, are too complex to instruct in a few sentences," Julian said. Alex grumped in reply. Understood, Alex, Julian thought. It was one of his friend's most endearing traits. Alex disliked the idea that one sentient was superior to another, and therefore deserving of obeisance. Alex accepted that it was a norm in other cultures, but it would never be for those who worked in Alex's orbit. Deirdre took a traveler and returned the Queen's, Wasat's, and Sisya's new Soma planetside, dropping each group at their nests. She had Homsaf for company in the pilot's cabin. Because of her tail, the Queen held onto the back of Deirdre's seat and asked questions the entire way to the surface. Deirdre made Homsaf's nest the last stop, so the young Chona had more time aboard. When Sisya, Ofwa, and her new Soma stepped from Deirdre's traveler, she placed Wafala and his brood in her Wasat's care. "Where do you go, my queen?" Ofwa asked. "Make Wafala and his mates feel comfortable. Assign him adequate rooms, and he's to have no duties until I agree to them. I'm going to visit Nislara." Before Ofwa could object, Sisya spun and took off at a run toward the neighboring Tawasoma nest. She felt invigorated by the ability to travel to see another queen without fear or the need to be accompanied by a Wasat and warriors. When she spotted the first Tawasoma lookout, she continued on at an enjoyable, steady pace. Nislara's rooms would be located near the center of her nest, where every queen dwelt. Judging she'd traveled far enough, Sisya chose a nearby tunnel entrance and stood with her clawed feet blocking the lookout's scope. She couldn't contain the chortle that escaped her muzzle. While she waited, Sisya stretched her muscles, luxuriating in a newborn sense of freedom, until the hatch opened and Pusiro bounded out. She watched him scan left and right, no doubt searching for her escort. "I would speak with Nislara, Pusiro," Sisya said. "Is this the closest entrance to her rooms? I don't wish your queen to walk far." Pusiro eyed Sisya with suspicion. The location of a queen's rooms was carefully guarded by the Soma of each nest. "I'll bring Chona Nislara to this lookout," Pusiro said, and disappeared back down the tunnel. Sisya figured that she'd guessed correctly as to Nislara's location, because the Chona arrived soon, laboring to climb the ladder. Others must have made to follow Nislara because she barked decisively to them to remain inside. "Sisya, sister," Nislara said, greeting Sisya. "Your birthing is soon, Nislara. I'm pleased for you. "I smell an air." "Pusiro makes a good mate," Nislara replied. "I would not bother you, Nislara, but I thought it important that you learn of our trip to Sawa. It's you who is leading the Sawadishnya into the light." Nislara tipped her muzzle in appreciation, and Sisya launched into a detailed summary of the events as they took place. She emphasized the state of the planet, its ferocious daily winds, scouring sands, and scarce foods. Then she spoke of the edifices, the hunt for information on the sphere, the multiple attacks, and the capture and return of Wafala. The conversation saddened Nislara, who had hopes for the homeworld's Soma. "Do you think Dasata can help them?" Nislara asked, when Sisya finished. "I think the nests are beyond help, Nislara. Wafala spoke often of his queen and Wasat's untruths, and their killing of a lookout to protect their stories," Sisya replied. "If the planet is in desperate decline, Dasata would need to transport the Sawa Soma here, but we can't afford to bring that type of treachery to our nests," Nislara lamented. Sisya agreed with Nislara. Their conversation ended soon afterwards, and Sisya wished Nislara a safe berthing and a healthy air. Nislara appreciated the report's brevity. She was bulging with her pups and needed frequent rest. Alex, Renee, and Julian flew with Svetlana to the Freedom, while the others packed equipment and personal bags and waited for a rear-loading traveler en route from the city ship.